Chapter 17:12 Ice Crevices. Forbidden Ground? 4. At this moment, the benefits of spiritual power could be seen. It could be used on a large scale. Without spiritual power, who knew how long it would take to collect these crystals? It would be a waste of time. In an instant, all the ice crystals were picked up by Wang Ting. Not a single one was left behind. Elizabeth! Wait for me. I'll be back soon. Wang Ting disappeared on the spot. He kept the energy ice crystals in his devour space, and used nether frost to freeze them to prevent them from melting. Done. Then, he appeared in the outside world again. Everything happened within a few breaths. Elizabeth was in a daze. She didn't know what he was doing. After some time, they landed on an iceberg. Wang Ting stepped on the ice inside. This is the first time I've set foot on solid ground after drifting through the chaos for so long. Master, we are too big. It's not convenient for us to move around here, Elizabeth said. Go back to the devour space first, Wang Ting said. Anyway, summoning them out was just a matter of an instant, and if they encountered danger, he could catch his enemy off their guards. Okay. Little White and Elizabeth nodded. With a sweeping gesture, Wang Ting drew them all into his devour space, leaving only himself standing on the icy ground. He looked around, found a direction, and dashed towards it at lightning speed. He had activated his real eye so Wang Ting could keep an eye on his surroundings to prevent himself from encountering danger. Through his real eye, Wang Ting could see some energy reactions. Hence, he wasn't traveling aimlessly. After some time, Wang Ting passed a few icebergs. He was surrounded by an endless expanse of ice, a vast white plain where nothing was visible. However, Wang Ting saw something out of the ordinary. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he hurriedly raced forward. Before long, he came across a massive ice crevasse spanning across the ice plain, the darkness beneath it as black as a colossal scar. From a distance, the ice crevasse appeared invisible. However, in Wang Ting's real eye, there was a violent energy fluctuation nearby. It was extremely conspicuous. That was why he was able to find this location almost instantly. I wonder what's below. Wang Ting was puzzled. The more intense the fluctuations, the greater the likelihood that there might be some treasures or valuable items beneath it. Wang Ting immediately thought of the chaotic forbidden ground the guide mentioned before. It looked somewhat similar, but not quite the same. After all, from the outside, it didn't seem dangerous. Unfortunately, there was energy interference beneath the ice crevasse, so even with his real eye, he couldn't see what was down there. As for the danger, it wasn't something you could easily discern just by looking at it. Some dangers only revealed their true face when triggered. Being able to sense some clues beforehand was already quite impressive. That was why Wang Ting was in a dilemma. He didn't know if he should go down. At this moment, he frowned. There's someone here? Wang Ting looked into the distance and immediately disappeared on the spot. He was hiding. A few rays of light approached from afar and landed around the ice crevasse. 5 men and women stood at a corner of the ice crevasse, not too close but not too far from one another. They looked down into the crevasse, their eyes filled with astonishment. Bai Yao, is this the forbidden ground you found? A pretty lady with long yellow hair asked a handsome young man not far away. That's right. I was chased by a few chaotic beasts and accidentally entered this place. That's how I found this ice crevasse. I went down personally to investigate, but it's very dangerous. It should be a forbidden ground. The handsome young man called Bai Yao nodded calmly. Should? It looks like you're not sure either. This isn't what you said before you came. Another muscular young man with a long spear behind his back crossed his arms in front of his chest and frowned. Since we're all here, there's no need for me to hide anything. I'm not sure if it's a forbidden ground, but there are definitely treasures below, Bai Yao said solemnly. Also, there's no harm in treating it as a forbidden ground. We should approach this place with the same caution we would show to any forbidden land. Bai Yao is right. It doesn't matter if it's a forbidden ground. Whether it's a forbidden place or not, we should all be cautious. Since we're here, we should explore what's beneath, said another young man carrying a battle-axe on his back. This was a martial warrior from the ape race. His arms were thick and long, even longer than any ape race that Wang Ting had seen before. His entire body was covered in pure white fur, without any mixed colors. He looked a little handsome. This was a handsome ape. Listen to little Quan Quan, said a petite lady wearing pink battle armor with a lollipop in her mouth. She had a cheerful smile on her face. Tong En, don't call me little Quan Quan, the last young man, who was tall and handsome, said angrily. He was clearly unhappy. No, I want to call you little Quan Quan Quan. Tong En chuckled. All right, stop quarreling. The yellow-haired lady glanced at the petite lady speechlessly. Bai Yao, lead the way. Bai Yao glanced at the others. Since Wei Na said so, I have no objections. The young man from the ape race shrugged. I have no objections either, the muscular young man carrying a long spear behind him said. The other young man and the petite lady, Tong En, kept quiet. Follow me. Bai Yao didn't waste any time and leaped into the pitch-black ice crevasse. The others followed him. The yellow-haired lady was the last. She glanced around her to make sure there was no one before jumping into the ice crevasse. The entire ice plain returned to tranquility. After a while, spatial fluctuations appeared, and a figure slowly emerged. Is it a forbidden ground? A voice echoed in the air, and the figure disappeared again without a trace. Chapter 17:13 Ice Nematode. Ancient structure within the ice crevasse. 1. An endless chill swept over, covering everything in icy frost. Wang Ting concealed his figure and moved between nihility and reality. Even the space fluctuations were hidden, making it difficult for outsiders to detect anything. This was Wang Ting's first time using space concealment. It felt incredibly mysterious. He concealed himself in the cracks, yet he could perceive everything in reality as clearly as if he was there. Even the sensations felt no different from being in reality. The chilling sensation invaded his body. Fortunately, his physical strength was sufficient to withstand it. The ice layer cracked and extended downward. Wang Ting proceeded with caution, floating down slowly. After some time, he landed at the bottom and scanned his surroundings. He was astounded. Below the ice crevasse was an enormous space filled with ice crystals that radiated a sparkling brilliance. It created a magnificent and breathtaking world of ice and snow. Another ice crystal formed by the origin energy of chaos. As Wang Ting surveyed his surroundings, his astonishment only grew stronger. There were many more ice crystals formed by the origin energy of chaos compared to the ones outside. However, Wang Ting did not linger or touch any of the ice crystals to prevent others from detecting his presence. This wasn't the time to do this. He followed the trail of the others and continued forward. These should be the seniors from the academy. They are all at the heaven stage, but I can't rule out the possibility that some of them might be hiding his ability, although the likelihood is small. Wang Ting thought to himself, reminding himself to be cautious. These seniors were all talented martial warriors groomed by the academy. They must be powerful. Although there were rules in the academy that forbade students from killing each other, nobody could guarantee that everyone would remain rational when faced with treasures. Moreover, he was alone while there are 5 of them. He was at a clear disadvantage. Of course, if there was no choice, he could summon Elizabeth. It should be enough to defeat these 5 martial warriors. As for whether there would be grudges formed with the other party, when faced with enough benefits, everything became inconsequential. Treasures belonged to capable ones. Bai Yao and the others were walking slowly, so Wang Ting caught up with them quickly. He silently observed their every move from the shadows. Wang Ting was skilled at hiding. In front, Bai Yao and the others stopped in their tracks. They were extremely careful, but an accident still happened. The feet of the handsome young man who was walking with the petite Tong En froze without any warning. The icy coldness spread rapidly, reaching his thighs and knees in no time. "Little Quan Quan, what's wrong?" Tong En exclaimed in shock, taking a step back to avoid being affected. Qin Quan's expression turned grim as he frantically mobilized the constellation water force in his body to his frozen feet. He attempted to break the ice forcefully. Water force couldn't naturally counteract ice, but it could be used to break the attack sometimes. "Don't move!" Bai Yao shouted, but it was too late. Boom! An explosion resounded beneath the ice layer. Blood instantly stained the icy surface red. Qin Quan not only failed to break the ice around his feet, but also ended up injuring his legs in the process. He couldn't help but groan in pain. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. As a heaven stage martial warrior, his physical body was not weak. However, the force exploded from within his body. One could imagine the excruciating pain. "What's going on?" The yellow-haired lady and the others were shocked. "Little Quan Quan." Tong En's expression changed slightly, and this time, she was genuinely starting to feel nervous. Her playful demeanor disappeared. "Bai Yao, what on earth is going on?" Qin Quan's expression turned uglier as he waited for Bai Yao to speak. "This is the danger I told you about. I didn't expect it to appear so soon." Bai Yao glanced around him and said grimly. "Bai Yao, what do you know? Speak up quickly. If you keep hiding things, we will all perish here. What's the point of our collaboration?" Wei Na said sternly. All right, I didn't mean to conceal anything from you. The truth is, I don't know much either. Didn't I already tell you about this when I arrived?" Bai Yao shrugged helplessly. Qin Quan was too impatient. "He acted before I can warn him. Damn it, why don't you try it? The ice almost reached my thighs. Do something quickly to deal with it." Qin Quan's face turned green when he saw the ice below him spreading to his vital organ. A surge of cold enveloped him, nearly freezing his private parts. He shivered uncontrollably. It wouldn't feel good if that part got frozen. If they got injured because of the chill, it would be a lifetime injury. Despite being aware of the seriousness of the situation, the sight of Qin Quan's current predicament still caused the others to feel strange. "Cough, this is an emergency. Bai Yao, if you have a way, help him break the ice." Wei Na coughed awkwardly. "It's simple. Tong En, Yuan Bai, both of you cultivate fire force. Use it to heat the ice from the outside, and it will melt," Bai Yao suggested. "Okay." Tong En nodded immediately. She called out, "Little Bai Bai, come and help." Yuan Bai rolled his eyes at the nickname, but he kept quiet. Saving Qin Quan was the priority. The two of them walked in front of Qin Quan and squatted down. They released their fire force and started burning. Each focused on one of his legs, using their fire force to melt the ice on his limbs. "Let's start from the top." "The top is more important," Qin Quan said. Yuan Bai and Tong En's expressions turned strange, but they still followed his instructions. Chapter 17-14 Ice Nematode. Ancient Structures Within the Ice Crevasse. 2. Careful, Tong En. Where are you burning? Qin Quan suddenly sucked in a breath, grimacing in pain. "Shut up. I'm trying to help you, but you have so many demands. Be careful, I might quit." Tong En scolded him irritably. Qin Quan moved his lips, but he kept quiet in the end. However, his face gradually turned red. Indicating that he was in considerable discomfort. "Pfft!" Wei Na burst out laughing. "Qin Quan, now you know you shouldn't offend women, right?" The young man carrying a long spear on his back laughed. "Pilder, stop gloating. We don't know where this ice came from. Maybe next time, you'll be the one affected," Qin Quan retorted with a cold snort, glaring at the young man with the long spear on his back. Pilder's expression changed. He glanced at the ice on Qin Quan's feet in fear. "Bai Yao, something isn't right. The ice isn't showing any signs of melting." Yuan Bai suddenly asked in bewilderment. What? Bai Yao's expression changed slightly. He quickly squatted down and looked at the ice on Qin Quan's leg. He felt a growing sense of unease. How could this happen? I used fire force to melt the ice the previous time. F***K, can you be more reliable? Qin Quan scolded. Shut up. Let me think. Let me think. Something must have gone wrong. Bai Yao closed his eyes. All kinds of images flashed through his mind. Hurry up already. If you don't do it quickly, the bottom half of the body might be crippled. Qin Quan couldn't wait any longer and blurted out anxiously. Don't rush him. The ice should temporarily stop spreading since we are using fire force to heat it, Wei Na quickly reassured. Hey, Sister Wei Na is right. The ice hasn't melted but it's no longer spreading. Tong En's eyes lit up. Start from the bottom. Quick, start from the bottom. Bai Yao opened his eyes and said. Start from the bottom? You're not joking, right? If it doesn't work, his lower part of his body might get injured. Yuan Bai glanced between Qin Quan's legs. I don't know. I started from the bottom and melted the ice, Bai Yao said. Let's do it. There's no time to waste. Qin Quan surprisingly calmed down. All right. Yuan Bai nodded and exchanged a glance with Tong En. They both ignited their flames simultaneously, starting from Qin Quan's feet and slowly moving upward to thaw the ice. Crack! A soft sound was suddenly heard. Indeed. Bai Yao was elated. Qin Quan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Yuan Bai and Tong En saw positive results and immediately increased the output of their fire force. The flames burned even more intensely. The ice on Qin Quan's legs melted at a visible speed, eventually turning into a puddle of water that spread under his feet. However, the low temperature quickly froze the water, forming a layer of red ice on the surface. Ouch! Qin Quan felt excruciating pain in his leg. He hurriedly took out some healing medicine and applied it to his leg. The wound healed quickly. Fortunately, it was only a minor injury and not too serious. Otherwise, things would have become much more troublesome. Since they were treasure hunting together, he didn't want to be a burden to others. It's also his fault for being too anxious at the beginning. He attempted to forcibly break through the ice layer, and that led to his injury. Are you all right? Wei Na asked. I'm fine. Qin Quan shook his head and squatted down to observe the ground. What froze his legs just now? The others squatted down and studied the frozen layer of ice on the ground too. Qin Quan, before your legs were frozen, did you feel anything? Bai Yao's eyes flickered as he asked. I felt a piercing chill stabbing my legs, and then they were frozen. Qin Quan looked at him and thought back to the sensation he had at that time. He didn't hide anything and simply spoke the truth. I had the same feeling the previous time. Bai Yao nodded. Why do you think we need to start from the bottom to melt the ice? Wei Na pondered. It's possible that the thing that froze Qin Quan's legs is somewhere below, maybe on the ground or attached to his leg. It has direct contact with him, so after heating it, that unseen thing either retreated or died. The source is cut off and the ice naturally melted, Bai Yuan pondered and said. Yes, it's the same as what I thought. Bai Yao frowned. But what is it? Why haven't I discovered it? You were frozen once? How did you escape? I remember you aren't a fire element martial warrior, right? Were there other companions with you at the time? Wei Na suddenly turned to Bai Yao and asked calmly. Bai Yao fell into a momentary silence and then sighed. In the end, he died. His whole body was frozen, and I couldn't save him in time. Only I managed to escape. He's dead. Everyone was horrified. Why did he die? Since he was a fire element warrior, couldn't he save himself? Wei Na pressed for more details. It happened too quickly. He was frozen in an instant, and there was no time for him to react. Bai Yao looked at Yuan Bai and Tong En. That's why I sought you two fire element martial warriors. I hope that if we encounter such a situation, we can save the other person instantly. It's too dangerous. Is this how dangerous a forbidden ground is? Everyone's expression turned grim. Although I knew that entering a forbidden place would be extremely dangerous, I never imagined it to be so mysterious. It can freeze someone without a sound or trace. We don't even know what caused it, Bai Yao said, showing signs of backing out. Chapter 17-15 Ice Nematode. Ancient Structures Within the Ice Crevasse. 3. If you want to leave now, I have no objections, Bai Yao said calmly. He didn't persuade them. I've come all the way here. If I don't go and take a look, I may regret it, Yuan Bai said. This is my first time in a forbidden area. It's a pity if I don't take a look. Wei Na smiled. Alright, since you want to go crazy, I'll accompany you. Many talents who entered the academy with us are already ahead of us. If we don't take the risk, we will be left behind sooner or later. Qin Quan gritted his teeth and said with a determined look. I'm fine with anything. Tong En regained that cheerful and smiling look. You guys are truly crazy. Pilder's expression turned gloomy. In the end, he sighed and said, Never mind, if I go back alone, I'll look like a coward. Don't worry, in the face of life and death, no one would call you a coward, Bai Yao said. If you want to leave, you can go. Come on, I'm not so timid, Pilder said angrily. Everyone, look at this place. It seems a little different. Wei Na suddenly pointed to the ground and said after some hesitation. Different. Everyone looked over quickly. Then they frowned. There doesn't seem to be any difference. I can't tell. Wei Na, what do you see? Bai Yao asked hurriedly. Look here carefully. Wei Na pointed at a spot and said with a serious expression, Do you see that very thin line? A line. The others didn't understand, but they continued staring in the direction she was pointing at with wide eyes. Gradually, everyone saw what it was. It looked like an extremely thin thread frozen within the blood-stained ice layer. If it wasn't for the blood staining the ice layer, they might not have been able to see this thin thread at all. It looks like there's really a thin line. Everyone felt their scalps tingling as they said hesitantly, Did this thing freeze my leg just now? Qin Quan asked. It's hard to say. But we should be careful of any anomaly. Wei Na frowned. Sometimes the least probable is often the most likely answer, Bai Yao said thoughtfully. If the culprit is this thin thread, then we are truly defenseless, Yuan Bai said with a bitter smile. They were all Heaven Stage martial warriors with far superior eyesight than ordinary people. Yet none of them noticed the existence of this thin thread. It goes to show how minute it must be. The most terrifying dangers were the ones you couldn't see. Everyone turned silent. This thing should be afraid of fire. We can use flames to scout the way. Bai Yao touched his chin and said. That's a good idea. Everyone was in a daze for a few seconds before regaining their senses. Their spirits were lifted. Having a weakness makes things easier. After discussing for a while, they continued their journey. This time, they enveloped themselves in fire force, forming a protective layer around them to isolate any attacks from that thin thread. To think that they could detect it, I thought they might miss it completely. It looks like I underestimated the seniors in the academy. Wang Ting emerged from space, glancing at the tiny presence around him and the attribute bubbles floating above. Time to pick them up. Constellation Force, Ice. Asterisk 500 Ice Thread Needle Asterisk 100 Blank Attribute Asterisk 500 Ice Thread Needle. The attacking skill of the ice nematode is scary but useful. Wang Ting had a realization about the skill in his mind. After digesting the information, his eyes lit up and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Ice Thread Needle, 100/1000 Foundation. This was undoubtedly a powerful skill. The Heaven Stage martial warrior got hit by the ice thread needle and almost froze. If he didn't break free in time, he might die from this attack. Wang Ting had to admit that the ice thread needle was a skill perfectly suited for ambushes, aligning perfectly with his style. These ice nematodes are a little hard to deal with, but luckily, I have my real eye and the divine flames. I don't have to worry. Wang Ting smiled. His figure disappeared once again, and he caught up with the 5 people ahead. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion occurred in front. A fierce battle had erupted. Wang Ting immediately quickened his pace. As he approached, he saw a riot of colorful flames sweeping out in all directions. With his real eye, he saw many small insects shooting out from the ice layer like needles. Their target was the 5 martial warriors. Among the 5 of them, 2 of them had already been hit. Some parts of their bodies were covered with ice. Fortunately, they weren't in any life danger. One of them was the young man called Pilder. The other was Qin Quan. That's right, he got hit again. This time, his abdomen was frozen. The ice started spreading upwards and downwards, getting dangerously close to his private part. He almost had a breakdown. His face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Yuan Bai and Tong En, the 2 fire element martial warriors, executed their fire force furiously to resist the ice nematodes shooting towards them like needles. After discovering the presence of the ice nematodes, they were extremely careful, which was why only 2 of them got hit. Otherwise, all 5 of them might have perished here. However, they didn't expect to meet a bunch of ice nematodes after walking for a few hundred meters. The number was so overwhelming that they found themselves in a dire situation. Yuan Bai, Tong En, do you have any defensive weapons that can resist ice element attacks? Hurry up and take them out, Bai Yao shouted hurriedly. Chapter 17-16 Ice Nematode. Ancient Structures Within the Ice Crevasse. 4. Yuan Bai and Tong En exchanged glances with each other. Let me do it. Yuan Bai's expression remained unchanged as a huge shield suddenly appeared in his hand. He slammed it into the ground and shouted, "Boom!" A crimson glow instantly erupted on the giant shield, forming several illusory flame shields that completely enveloped them from all sides, leaving no gap. The ice nematodes were blocked outside. They landed on the shield's surface, producing a series of ding-ding-ding sounds. The surface of the shield shimmered with flames, and the ice nematodes were instantly killed. These ice nematodes were strange, but their weakness was obvious too. They were afraid of fire. As long as the right solution was used, they could deal with them easily. The people behind the shield heaved sighs of relief. Quick, help them remove the ice, Bai Yao said hurriedly. Yuan Bai and Tong En were experienced. They took charge of 1 person each and immediately killed the ice nematodes embedded in the bodies of Qin Quan and Pilder. The ice was removed. Sigh. Qin Quan let out a long sigh. His expression was bitter. This is the 2nd time. Damn it, are these bugs targeting me? Ha ha ha, little Quan Quan, you're so pitiful. Tong En laughed uncontrollably. They failed to hurt your bottom half twice. You're extremely lucky. Bai Yao patted his shoulder and teased him. Shut up. Qin Quan's face turned black. What should we do now? There are so many bugs outside. We can't move forward at all, Wei Na said. Kill them then. Bai Yao's gaze turned sharp. He said to Yuan Bai and Tong En, "I'll have to trouble the 2 of you this time. It's nothing. We agreed to split the gains according to workload, so we're more than willing to help." Tong En waved her hand and chuckled. Yuan Bai's eyes gleamed. He didn't refuse either. Before they came, they agreed that if they found any treasures, they would divide them based on each person's contribution. This was just the right time for them to pitch in. Also, after understanding the true nature of the creatures, they weren't as afraid anymore. Fear stems from the unknown. Now that they knew the creatures were vulnerable to fire, dealing with them would be a breeze. Be careful. Don't break the ice around you, Wei Na said. Don't worry. We tried it before. Normal flames won't be able to melt the ice here, Bai Yao said. Then we can do whatever we want. Yuan Bai and Tong En exchanged glances with each other. Then, they attacked at the same time. Flames swept out and killed all the ice nematodes around them. So many attribute bubbles. Wang Ting hid in the space fissure and smiled brightly. After killing a large number of ice nematodes, the ground beneath them was filled with attribute bubbles. What a windfall of rewards! My turn to collect them. Constellation Force, Ice. Asterisk 400 Ice Thread Needle asterisk 120 blank attribute asterisk 450 Constellation Force, Ice. Asterisk 650 Ice Thread Needle asterisk 150 blank attribute asterisk 600. There was nothing to say about the Constellation Ice Force. Wang Ting had already reached the perfected stage for that. Upon picking up the attribute bubbles of the Ice Thread Needle, Wang Ting's proficiency rapidly increased. He effortlessly transcended the foundation stage and soared straight past the well-versed stage to the specialized stage. 2 levels in a row. Ice Thread Needle. 3600/5000 specialized. After reaching the specialized stage, Wang Ting was able to release the Ice Thread Needle with ease. Its power was truly remarkable. If he were to use the Nether Frost to activate this skill, it would be even more terrifying than the ice nematode. Even a Heaven Stage martial warrior would be incapacitated for quite some time if they got hit. Ordinary flames wouldn't be able to melt the Nether Frost. This was the tricky part. A wild grin spread across Wang Ting's lips when he thought about this. Lastly, there was the blank attribute. Each ice nematode only dropped a few hundred points of blank attributes. Their sheer numbers allowed Wang Ting to accumulate several thousand points of blank attribute. However, he didn't pay much attention to it at the moment. His gaze was fixated on what lay ahead. Bai Yao, Wei Na, and the others dealt with the ice nematodes while moving forward. They remained cautious and did not disperse the shield protection. Instead, they advanced within the shield. Along the way, they slaughtered a large number of ice nematodes without stopping. It was as if the ice nematodes were the guardians of this place and wanted to obstruct their progress. But it was useless. With the help of the 2 fire element martial warriors, these ice nematodes were unable to break their shields. The 5 of them advanced slowly within the shield, taking numerous twists and turns. Soon, they lost track of how much time had passed. The ice crystals ahead became increasingly dense, resembling a crystalline palace. Suddenly, the 5 martial artists came to an abrupt halt. There was a massive ice wall in front of them. What is this? Wang Ting's pupils constricted violently in surprise when he saw the ice wall. Gasp! At the same time, Wei Na, Bai Yao, and the others saw what was behind the ice wall and gasped. Structures! Why are there structures here? The 5 martial warriors were filled with disbelief. They stared at the structures behind the ice wall with wide eyes as if they saw a ghost. An expanse of structures exuding an ancient and rustic style lay frozen within the ice, like a segment of history locked away by time. Wang Ting's gaze shimmered. Structures within the chaos? This was impossible. This realm of chaos had yet to give rise to civilization. How could buildings exist here? It was simply not scientifically plausible. Bai Yao, what's going on? Wei Na swallowed her saliva and turned around to ask. I don't know. This is my first time walking so far and seeing this ice wall. Bai Yao stared at the ice wall absent-mindedly. When he came here with his companions the previous time, he didn't even complete a third of the journey. How could he see this ice wall? It's said that many peculiar things are drifting in the dimensional rift. The chaos is constantly evolving, so numerous dimensional rifts will appear. Hence, the things inside the dimensional rifts will quickly flow into chaos. Could this cluster of buildings have arrived in such a manner? Tong En suddenly said. Tong En, who did you hear this from? Wei Na asked in surprise. My sister, Tong Ya. Who else can it be? Tong En said. Indeed, it's your sister. She's on the universe goddess rank, right? Wei Na said. Haha, it seems like my sister is quite famous. Tong En chuckled. Bai Yao, Qin Quan, and Pilder were no strangers to Tong Ya, who was on the universe goddess rank. Their gaze was filled with admiration and fondness. Your sister is the idol of many female students. Bai Yao smiled. Sigh, as her younger sister, am under a lot of pressure. Tong En sighed. Bai Yao and the others were speechless. If they didn't know Tong En, they might have believed her. She loved her sister so much, what pressure could she have? She was proud to have such a sister. If senior sister Tong Ya said it, it's possible. Qin Quan went back to the main topic. Indeed. Wei Na nodded. My sister also mentioned that if these structures were wandering within the dimensional rifts, they could very well be ancient structures, and there might be some great discoveries awaiting us. Tong En blinked her eyes playfully and said with a smile. Ancient structures? They might have some legacies. Everyone's eyes lit up. Ancient structures. Legacy. Wang Ting's eyes lit up when he heard their conversation. Following these people was a great idea. Not only could he let them lead the way, but he could also freeload on their useful knowledge. I'm so smart. Chapter 1717 Eerie Ice Corpses. The Reappearance of Ancient Runes. 1. The 5 martial warriors stood in front of the ice wall to think of a plan. Bang! Bang! Wei Na walked in front of the ice wall and knocked on it. It gave off a dull sound. It appeared that this ice wall was solid and, at the very least, over 10 meters thick. It was completely encased in ice on all sides and wasn't hollow. She frowned and placed her hand on the ice wall, feeling it carefully. The bone-chilling cold invaded her palm and spread rapidly up her arm, as if planning to freeze her entire body. Wei Na immediately released her hand with a serious expression. This ice wall is quite thick, and the cold is extremely intense. It may be difficult to break it, she turned to the others and said. Let's try using the flames first. Waiting isn't a solution, Bai Yao said. All right. Wei Na nodded. Whether it works or not, they must give it a try. Everyone looked at Yuan Bai and Tong En. Direct your flame in a single direction. This way we should have a better chance, Wei Na suggested. Okay. Yuan Bai and Tong En turned serious and nodded. They acted simultaneously, extending their hands and releasing their power of fire. Each of them created a fiery column, blasting at the same spot on the ice wall. Scorching heat spread in all directions. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on the ice wall. Even Wang Ting, who was in the space fissure, squinted slightly as he looked at the ice wall. It's not enough. After some time, he shook his head. This temperature wasn't enough to melt the ice. They could only resort to brute force to break through. As expected, Yuan Bai and Tong En stopped quickly. They shook their heads and said, Ordinary fire can't melt this ice. That means we can only work together to break it, Bai Yao said in a solemn voice. Will we destroy this place? Pilder asked in a deep voice. They were Heaven Stage martial warriors. They could shatter ordinary planets if they exerted their full power. Although the ice here was undoubtedly hard, they couldn't guarantee that it wouldn't collapse. If that happened, the buildings inside would also collapse and their efforts would be wasted. Those ancient structures might have existed for countless years, so they could be already decayed and unable to withstand the shock of their powers. Just be careful. If we destroyed the structures, it means that it wasn't meant to be. Wei Na smiled and replied nonchalantly. I agree. Tong En smiled. Let's start. The 5 of them turned serious. Weapons appeared in their hands and force congregated on them. Let me try first. Pilder took down the long spear behind him. Golden force floated around it, accompanied by a hint of domain power. He thrust it forcefully towards the ice wall. Boom! An explosion was heard. The entire place shook. Everyone tensed up as they glanced around them. Despite their previous nonchalant attitude, they were still worried that this place would collapse. Crack! At this moment, a soft crack was heard. A slight crack appeared on the ice wall, spreading outward from the center of Pilder's spear. It works! Everyone was elated. This isn't right. Pilder's expression changed slightly. He stared at the spot where his long spear had struck. His expression turned unpleasant. The cracks were healing at an even faster pace. Soon, the ice wall returned to its original state. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this scene too. How did this happen? Bai Yao shouted in anger. It looks like we don't have to worry about this place collapsing. Wei Na shook her head with a bitter smile. Let's attack together. Yes. Damn it, I don't believe we can't break through this ice wall. They cursed in anger and tightly gripped their weapons as they glared fiercely at the ice wall before them. How much force should we exert? Tong Yin chuckled and asked. She couldn't believe that these people would dare to use their full force to attack the ice wall. As expected, no one knew what to say. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Their words were loud but their actions were hesitant. Let's use half first, Wei Na said. The others had no objections. All of them started gathering their energy. The weapons in their hands emitted a powerful force glow. Half of their strength? Indeed, these seniors shouldn't be underestimated. Wang Ting wondered to himself as he sensed the surging forces and domain power. Boom! In an instant, all 5 of them launched their attacks. Force attacks surged out, striking the ice wall with a thunderous boom. Bang! Countless ice fragments scattered in all directions. The impact was powerful. The martial warriors unleashed their force shields to block the incoming ice fragments. They stared ahead intently. The residual impact dissipated and a huge hole appeared on the ice wall. Everyone was elated. A little more effort and we will be able to break this ice wall. The moment Bai Yao finished speaking, his expression stiffened. The ice on the ice wall healed once again, restoring the previously created crater to its original smooth, mirror-like state. There was no sign that a hole had ever been blasted. F***K. Pilder cursed. He stared at the ice wall as if he saw a ghost. Wang Ting frowned too. Initially, he thought that these people would be able to smash through the ice wall even if they couldn't melt them. He didn't expect this to happen. Chapter 17-18 Eerie Ice Corpses. The Reappearance of Ancient Runes. 2. If they continued like this, they wouldn't be able to cross over the structures behind the ice wall. Wang Ting was certain of this. At this moment, Wei Na and the others also realized the situation. They frowned deeply as they looked at the ice wall before them. One more time. This time, we'll exert our full force. Don't hold back, Wei Na said seriously. Although Bai Yao facilitated this cooperation, Wei Na seemed to carry more authority. Everyone subconsciously followed her lead. It will be hard to smash this ice wall even with our full force, Bai Yao said with a bitter smile. How will we know if we don't try? Let's stop wasting time and smash it, Pilder said impatiently. Use the power of origin. I believe that everyone here has grasped the power of laws of origin. Let's not trial and error anymore. It's a waste of time and force, Wei Na said. The expressions of the group varied, but no one disagreed. They all nodded in agreement. As the talented martial warriors of stellar academies, they had all grasped the power of laws of origin even though they hadn't reached the universe stage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have specially entered the chaotic uncharted to comprehend the power of laws of origin. Use the power of laws of origin? This is a good idea. Wang Ting nodded. There was something strange about the ice wall. The power of laws of origin might be needed to break it. Wei Na and the others stopped chatting and unleashed all their forces. Traces of the power of laws of origin seeped out of their bodies, spreading in all directions. Boom! The next moment, the 5 attacks landed on the ice wall simultaneously, creating a resounding explosion. The attacks were far from ordinary because the power of laws of origin was added to them. The tremendous force shook the entire ice crevice space, causing intense tremors. Ice fragments rained down from above, splattering into countless ice shards upon impact with the ground. Even the thick ice layer on the ground developed cracks that spread out in all directions. It was truly terrifying. Wei Na and the others felt nervous. They had to keep their eyes on the ice wall while also monitoring whether this ice crevice space would collapse. They were extremely tensed up. Crack! Suddenly, a loud cracking sound was heard, as if something extremely thick had cracked. Wei Na and the others were stunned. Their eyes widened as they looked ahead. With the bright force glow, a crack was spreading from the bottom of the ice wall all the way to the top. The crack was strikingly visible, as if the ice wall was split into two. A faint icy blue light radiated from within the crack. "We did it!" Bai Yao and the others rejoiced. "The crack isn't big enough. Let's work harder and expand it," Wei Na shouted. "I'll do it!" Yuan Bai held his axes in both hands and took a step forward, raising the battle-axes high. A golden light gleamed on the blades. His weapon was strange. It was a long-handled battle-axe. The handle alone was more than a meter long. With both hands gripping the metal handles, he raised them high and swung them forward, delivering a fierce blow to the crack in the ice wall. Crack! As if a giant hand was pulling the crack apart, it slowly widened. "Let's go in!" Wei Na shouted decisively when she saw that the crack was wide enough for someone to pass through. The moment she finished speaking, she swiftly dashed forward and disappeared into the crevice. The others only hesitated for a split second before rushing in at lightning speed. Yuan Bai, being the closest, was the second to enter. Then came Tong En, Pilder, and Bai Yao, one after the other. Wang Ting followed behind them. He didn't appear, but he entered too. The marvel of space concealment lay precisely in this aspect. He was hiding within the space fissures, but he could still connect to reality. This enabled him to move freely. You could say that this was an extremely useful skill. Wang Ting observed his surroundings with a strange expression. He followed the 5 martial warriors and passed through the ice wall quickly. The ice wall was several tens of meters thick, but at this moment, the crack had completely opened it up, forming a passage leading to the ancient architectural complex. To a Heaven Stage martial warrior, this distance wasn't an issue. They rushed through the ice wall in a blink of an eye. The ice wall behind them closed rapidly and returned to its original state. Wei Na and the others turned around and looked at the gradually closing ice wall. They frowned slightly. "We have to do it again if we want to go out later." Bai Yao was speechless. "Let's not worry about that for now. At least we have found a way to open it. It turns out that we need the power of laws of origin to break this ice wall." Tong En smiled and said. "Quick, let's go and see what's inside this ancient structure," Pilder urged with excitement. "Hold on, let's observe first." Wei Na immediately stopped him. "Pilder, you have been cultivating for so many years, but you're still so impatient. Be careful." Qin Quan felt helpless. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He may seem reckless, but he values his life greatly. He would never joke about his life. Tong En glanced at Pilder and laughed. Pilder scratched his head. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes as he chuckled. The group fell silent. They stared ahead. Chapter 17-19 Eerie Ice Corpses. The Reappearance of Ancient Ruins. 3. A piece of ancient architecture stood tall amid the icy landscape. Everything was frozen. Eaves, corridors, bricks, and tiles were all covered in ice crystals, resembling a long line of crystal palaces. Fortunately, this place wasn't entirely frozen. If not, they wouldn't be able to enter. "Let's go and take a look at that building first." The martial warriors exchanged glances with one another and cautiously walked towards the foremost ancient architecture. The place was incredibly quiet, as if no living creature existed. However, Wei Na and the others didn't dare to relax for a moment. The eerie silence of the place sent shivers down their spines. They arrived entrance. The stone door was frozen by the ice and snow. It emitted a chilling aura. Who wants to knock? Wei Na and the others swallowed their saliva as they stared at the door. Why don't you on Bai and Tong En do it? Bai Yao looked at the two of them and hesitated. Look at how timid you are. Tong En took out a lollipop and stuck it in her mouth. She licked it a few times and rolled her eyes at Bai Yao. Then, she pushed the door directly. Bang! The stone gate fell with a dull and loud sound. Despite the impact, the frozen gate remained completely undamaged. Its icy surface remained intact. Everyone jumped in fright and took a few steps back. Tong En felt a little awkward. She turned to look at everyone and said, "This door seems a little weak. I just gave it a gentle push." Silence. A gentle push and it fell? It must be a very gentle push. Cough, this door has probably been neglected for years and couldn't hold up any longer. Wei Na coughed and broke the awkwardness. Yes, that's right. That must be it. Tong En nodded. All right, let's go in and take a look. Wei Na waved her hand. She sensed no danger, so she walked through the door. The group stepped into the building cautiously behind her. Many of these ancient structures were in the form of palaces, but most appeared to be ordinary houses. They looked like living quarters. The room they entered now seemed like a living space. As soon as they stepped in, a tremor ran through the hearts of the group. Their expressions changed slightly as they looked at the ground before them. A frozen corpse lay on the ground. The corpse looked so lifelike as if it were still a living person. That was why Wei Na and the others were startled. Coming across a frozen corpse in such an environment was undoubtedly a chilling experience. One could imagine their emotions. Their nerves were already on the edge, and the slightest movement could make them jump. Thus, seeing this scene only added to their shock and fear. Moreover, the appearance of the corpse was eerie. The entire body was frozen stiff, with its hands reaching out towards the gate in a struggling motion like it was trying to crawl towards it. The face was contorted with terror as if it had seen something extremely horrifying. This image added to the ominous atmosphere. Wang Ting was watching them from the side like a bystander. He was hidden in space, less than 3 meters away from the group. He, too, was shocked when he saw the frozen corpse. How can there be someone here? Gulp! Pilder suddenly swallowed his saliva. It sounded exceptionally clear in this quiet place. The group regained their senses and exchanged glances. They crouched down in front of the frozen corpse to check if the person was still alive. The clothing on this frozen corpse is very antiquated. It looks like something from ancient times. Wei Na exclaimed. Indeed, it's an ancient style. Tong En nodded. His eyes glinted in excitement. Bai Yao and the others were familiar with this. They studied ancient artifacts in the past so that they could make accurate judgments during their explorations. Combined with the architectural style, they finally confirmed that this place was indeed an ancient architecture. Their previous speculations weren't wrong. Ancient people? Wang Ting wondered to himself. Through his real eye, he could already see that there were no signs of life within the frozen corpse. However, when he tried to determine the cause of the person's death, he found nothing conclusive. He could only confirm that the person had died from freezing. He could tell from its appearance. But, the question was, how did this person freeze to death? Wang Ting initially wondered if this was the doing of the ice nematode, but he didn't find any traces of it. This made him even more puzzled. Could it be that this ancient building was suddenly invaded by some extremely cold force, causing everyone to freeze to death? At this point, Wei Na and the others also confirmed the situation. They searched the room but didn't find anything of value, so they left. Feeling somewhat disappointed, they continued exploring one room after another. They discovered that most of the rooms had frozen corpses inside. Even as they walked through the streets, they came across numerous frozen bodies on the ground. Some were frozen in a running posture. The 5 martial warriors' expressions were grim. Along the way, they saw at least thousands of frozen corpses. 1 or 2 corpses weren't shocking, but seeing thousands of frozen bodies before them intensified their unease. They all sensed an eerie aura permeating this place. Their hearts weighed down with worry. Nothing. There's nothing here besides these frozen corpses, Pilder said dejectedly. We haven't gone to the most important central area, the palace-style building. If there are treasures, they will be there. Wei Na looked towards the central part of this place and said. Chapter 17:20 Eerie Ice Corpses. The Reappearance of Ancient Runes. 4. Let's hope so, everyone rallied. Their morale was boosted again. Have you noticed that the directions in which these frozen corpses were running or struggling towards seemed to be towards the central area? Tunjen suddenly pointed out. Wei Na and the others were stunned. They turned to look at the surrounding frozen corpses in astonishment. You're right, Bai Yao exclaimed. What does this mean? What's in the palace in the center? Are they trying to escape there? They started a discussion with tense and serious expressions on their faces. Eventually, they decided to head to the palace at the central location. Regardless, it was a place they must go. The 5 of them quickened their pace, and soon arrived in front of a grand palace. Wang Ting followed behind them calmly. He scanned his surroundings and observed everything. Unlike the others who seemed to be on a treasure hunt, he appeared more like a tourist. A flight of stone steps lay before the grand palace. It was covered with ice and extremely slippery. The martial warriors ascended the steps carefully. The door of the grand palace was opened. Wei Na and the others hesitated for some time before walking in. Wang Ting had a pleasant surprise before he entered the palace. Hey! Attribute bubbles! He saw many attribute bubbles floating around the grand hall. He walked in without any hesitation and picked up the attribute bubbles. To avoid drawing attention from Wei Na and the others, he refrained from using his spiritual power and had to pick up the ice crystals one by one. Ancient Runes *10 Ancient Runes *10 Ancient Runes *12 It's Ancient Runes. Wang Ting was surprised and overjoyed. He had picked up some Ancient Runes attributes on Instructor Saikong's warship the previous time and gained a bit of understanding about these nearly lost symbols. But it wasn't much. The amount he had picked up was too small to provide him with enough knowledge for a deeper understanding. However, inside this grand palace, he managed to pick up so many Ancient Runes attribute bubbles. Suddenly, his comprehension of these runes began to skyrocket. After some time, all the attribute bubbles in the palace were picked up. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Good Lord! It had been a long time since he worked so hard to pick up attributes. In the past, he could use his spiritual power to pick them up so he didn't need to do it himself. Well, picking up attribute bubbles by hand wasn't entirely unacceptable. It was a form of respect for the system. Wang Ting glanced at the attributes board. Ancient Runes. 850/3000 well-versed stage. Wang Ting was elated. Not bad. He jumped from the foundation to the well-versed stage. It was a sizable gain. Wang Ting was delighted when he sensed the knowledge of ancient runes in his mind. Then, he looked at the 5 martial warriors. They were still searching around the grand palace for opportunities, completely unaware that he had already gained some benefits. He ignored them and looked at the walls and pillars of the grand hall. They were covered in various ancient runes, and it was precisely the essence of these ancient runes that created the abundance of attribute bubbles throughout the hall. Wei Na and the others were also looking at the runes. They thought it was some kind of legacy, but they appeared confused and completely unable to comprehend them. They didn't recognize the ancient runes at all. All they could see were various enigmatic symbols. One could almost see the string of question marks above their head. Can anyone decipher what the inscribed runes represent? Qin Quan asked in a soft voice. The other 4 people remained silent. Shall we dismantle these walls and bring them back? Tong En suggested. I think so. Pilder nodded in deep thought. Wang Ting. These people are audacious. He stood in front of a stone wall and analyzed the runes on it. He concluded that there was nothing of value physically. The real value was the ancient runes themselves. However, when he was almost done deciphering the runes on the four walls, his eyes suddenly lit up. He dashed past the 5 martial warriors and headed to the back of the Grand Hall. Chapter 1. 1721 Run. 1. The front hall was just the facade of the palace-style building, serving as an entrance. There was nothing special about it. However, Wang Ting learned something from the ancient runes in the Great Hall. He left the 5 martial warriors and walked towards the rear hall alone. He was done with the front hall. The valuable items were probably at the back. After following the martial warriors for so long, it was time for him to act. Between the front hall and the rear hall, there was a small open space. As soon as Wang Ting arrived here, he noticed numerous attribute bubbles floating above the ground. Oh my God! Ancient runes *15 ancient runes *10 ancient runes *21 by 1, the attribute bubbles merged into his mind, and Wang Ting's mastery of ancient runes once again improved. He looked at the ground and frowned slightly. The ground was covered with ancient runes resembling tiny tadpoles. It made the entire open space look like a pond. In his eyes, these tadpole-like runes appeared alive. This is an array. Wang Ting had a rough idea in his mind. His ancient runes had reached the well-versed stage, so he could easily identify some arrays at a glance. In the past, he couldn't recognize all the ancient runes in the array. This place is the center. It looks like this array is quite big. Wang Ting analyzed that ancient runes and a complete array started to take shape in his mind. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He was overjoyed. As a runes grandmaster, nothing gave him a greater sense of accomplishment than deciphering an array. Moreover, this was an ancient formation inscribed with ancient runes. It was a rarity in the current world. However, he was currently only in the central position. There were many other ancient runes scattered elsewhere, beyond his current sight. Therefore, the formation he deduced in his mind was not complete. It should be an ice element array. Does this mean that this architectural complex belongs to a race with ice talent? Wang Ting speculated. Without any hesitation, he continued walking towards the rear hall. Time waits for no one, and there were still 5 other clueless individuals behind him waiting to snatch the opportunities. At the same time, Wang Ting felt the chill getting stronger as he got closer to the rear hall. Especially when he crossed the open space, the chilling sensation almost froze his entire body. Not only his physical body stiffened from the cold, but even his soul seemed to be freezing. The spiritual power within consciousness started to congeal, and the 9 Treasures Pagoda had to emit golden light continuously to resist the immensely cold chill. What a frightening chill! Wang Ting was shocked. His physical body was incredibly strong. Even without activating the ancient god's body, he wouldn't get frozen by the ordinary cold. Yet, this chill managed to affect his body. It was truly unbelievable. He didn't think much and immediately released his divine flame. 3 divine flames swept out simultaneously. The holy flame sat in his consciousness. The pure white flames encircled the 9 treasures floating tower, dispersing all the chill around him. The emerald-glazed flame and the soul of 1,000 beasts flame flowed through his limbs and meridians. In an instant, the chill disappeared without a trace. Wisps of mist rose from Wang Ting's body, only to be instantly evaporated. He regained control of his body. I'm curious to see what could emit such a chilling sensation. Wang Ting's eyes flickered with determination. With a swift movement, he arrived at the front of the rear hall's entrance. The doors of the rear hall were also opened. He stepped inside without any hesitation. In an instant, an even more terrifying cold swept over him. Wang Ting frowned. Fortunately, he had the divine flame, or else he might not have been able to withstand it. He scanned his surroundings and his gaze suddenly froze. There were people in this rear hall. There were 3 ice corpses, 2 standing and 1 sitting on the throne. Wang Ting couldn't help but take a deep breath. There were ice corpses here too, and they seemed to be of high status. From their luxurious garments to the oppressive auras, it was evident that they held significant positions in life. The 3 figures were in a triangular standoff, with the 2 standing individuals facing the ice corpse on the throne. They pointed their weapons at each other, their expressions a mix of shock and anger. They seemed to be scolding each other. On the other hand, the ice corpse from the royal family remained expressionless with a hint of mockery at the corners of his lips. All of these scenes were frozen in ice, to the point that even after countless years, Wang Ting could still vividly see the expressions they had before being frozen. Tisk! Wang Ting clicked his tongue. He had already mentally concocted a melodramatic internal struggle. The storyline was so old-fashioned. To be on the safe side, he used his real eye to look at the 3 of them. His pupils constricted. F***K. He cursed in his heart. When he saw their origin of life, his heart skipped a beat. It almost leaped out of his throat. Then, his heart started pounding even faster. This person is still alive. He looked at the figure on the throne. His expression changed rapidly. The 2 ice corpses standing below were already completely lifeless. Only the ice corpse seated on the throne still showed a hint of vitality within its body. The fact that this ice corpse had survived for who knows how many years was simply astonishing. Wang Ting felt even more shocked and amazed than encountering a living person here. He suddenly felt fortunate that he was hidden within space. If he revealed himself now, would the other party be able to see him? Chapter 2. 1722 Run. 2. After all, the eyes of this ice corpse were wide open. It would be better if he was dead. After knowing that the other party was alive, no matter how Wang Ting looked at him, he felt that the other party could see him through those eyes. Even more terrifying was the fact that he couldn't see through this person's stage. He couldn't see the stages of the other 2 ice corpses, but their physical strength gave him a rough idea that they were probably eternal stage martial warriors during their lifetime. However, when it came to the presence on the throne, he couldn't gauge the individual's true power at all. Could he be above the eternal stage? Wang Ting wondered to himself. Then, he shook his head and frowned. If the person on the throne was above the eternal stage, and the 2 people below were eternal stage martial warriors, how could they have managed to force the person on the throne to this extent? From the expressions of the 3 figures, he could faintly infer some details. The person on the throne probably won in the end. The mockery on his face and the fear on the faces of the other 2 indicated as much. Then the question came back. Why was this place frozen? This didn't make sense. It couldn't be that the person on the throne froze everything, including himself, right? He was much more powerful than his opponent. Unless he had a death wish, he wouldn't need to freeze himself. He even froze his fellow kin. Such a course of action would be utterly insane and ruthless. Wang Ting couldn't quite understand the situation. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. He glanced around him. This rear hall had suffered some damage. The marks left by swords and blades were visible even though it was frozen. Fortunately, the material of the hall seemed to be extremely durable, so those attacks didn't destroy it completely. Wang Ting suddenly saw attribute bubbles floating above some of the marks. These bubbles were not there before. They emerged from those marks recently. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Without thinking about anything else, he hurriedly collected the attribute bubbles. These were attribute bubbles left behind by ancient martial warriors. They were incredibly valuable. Quick, pick them up. Ice Domain, Actualization Phase 5th Rank. * 100 Origin of Ice * 2100 Wood Domain, Actualization Phase 4th Rank. * 150 Origin of Wood * 1800 Several attribute bubbles immediately merged into Wang Ting's mind, transforming into profound insights that he absorbed. The actualization phase domain. Wang Ting was delighted. The actualization phase was the next stage of normal domains and was much stronger. So far, only Wang Ting's dark domain had reached the actualization phase, thanks to the guidance of the Devil Emperor Bearbrain in their previous encounter. Unexpectedly, this time he stumbled upon attribute bubbles containing attributes for two different actualization phase domains. It was truly a pleasant surprise. There were two actualization phase domains, the Ice domain and the Wood domain. The Ice domain had reached the 5th rank, while the Wood domain reached the 4th rank. As of now, it was a high level for Wang Ting. The Flaming Magnetic Meteor domain was currently at the highest stage. It entered the 5th rank not long ago. Now, his Ice domain reached the 5th rank and it was the 5th rank of the actualization phase. He surpassed the Flaming Magnetic Meteor domain instantly. This was a special element domain. After reaching the actualization phase, its power became absolutely formidable and shouldn't be underestimated. It might be comparable to a hybrid domain like the Flaming Magnetic Meteor domain. The Wood domain wasn't weak either. It reached the 4th rank directly and became Wang Ting's 3rd actualization phase domain. In the past, Wang Ting only had one dark domain that had reached the actualization phase. It was a waste since he couldn't use it in front of others. Now, things were different. These two realms wouldn't cause any trouble for Wang Ting. He could freely use them to his advantage. Moreover, since Wang Ting directly comprehended the domains at the 4th and 5th ranks instead of starting from the 1st rank, he was able to directly elevate his domains to their respective ranks, saving him a lot of time. Ice domain, 100/5000 actualization phase 5th rank. Wood domain, 150/4000 actualization phase 4th rank. Wang Ting looked at the attributes board and nodded in satisfaction. Good, his ability increased again. Besides the improvements to his two domains, Wang Ting also received 2 power of laws of origin. He collected many points for them. He received 2,100 points of origin of ice and 1,800 points of origin of wood. It was rare to receive so many points of attributes at once. His gains were not bad. Wang Ting didn't underestimate their values, just because he collected many laws of origin attribute bubbles in the chaos. Mind you, this was the power of laws of origin. It was something that couldn't be found in ordinary places. He could only have such gains in the chaotic uncharted. Especially the origin of ice. Even though he picked up many attribute bubbles in the chaos, the origin of ice only increased by 2,000 points. This time, he received 2,100 points at once. This was a sizable amount. Origin of wood, 2120/20,000 2nd rank. Origin of ice, 4920/10,000 1st rank. Wang Ting smiled when he saw the origin of ice on the attributes board. 4,920 points. If he could do it a few more times, his origin of ice would reach the 2nd rank. Why are there only 2 attribute bubbles? Aren't there 3 people? Wang Ting got a little greedy. He glanced around him to see if there were any more attribute bubbles. His gaze lingered on the marks of the weapons. Unfortunately, no more attribute bubbles emerged. Wang Ting was extremely disappointed. He didn't waste any time and scanned the entire hall, searching for possible treasures or legacies. Chapter 3. 1723 Run. 3. Real Eye activated. Wang Ting's eyes flickered with a peculiar golden light as he meticulously scanned every corner of the hall, leaving no stone unturned and not even sparing the dome above. Finally, his gaze settled on the center of the dome. A dense and intense ice-blue light entered his vision. He leaped into the air and rushed towards the position just below the suspended dome. He observed the object above. This place had a hollow and embedded structure, with a palm-sized, ice-blue sphere in the middle. As soon as he approached this area, his body and soul once again sensed the chilling sensation. Even with the divine flames, he couldn't block out that feeling completely. It was as if these two forces were on an equal level, able to resist each other but unable to be completely blocked. However, with 3 divine flames heating his body, Wang Ting was not frozen by the ice-blue sphere. If ordinary warriors encountered this, they would likely suffer greatly. What is this? Why does it have such a terrifying coldness? Wang Ting examined the sphere before him in astonishment. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion was heard from the front hall. What's going on? Are they in trouble? Wang Ting was shocked. He immediately looked at the front hall with his real eye, which was already activated. His vision pierced through all obstacles, allowing him to see the situation outside. A few figures entered his vision. Someone else entered this place. Wang Ting frowned. Besides the other 5 martial warriors, he could see 3 more figures. The 3 martial warriors were also students of the academy. They seemed to have had a conflict with Wei Na and the others. However, they seemed to exercise some restraint and hadn't resorted to full-on attacks. They had their reservations. Everyone just has to come together. Wang Ting felt exasperated. One could consider this place a forbidden ground, and it had likely existed for quite some time. But nobody came before. Now, it seemed as if they had all decided to come at once. At this moment, the 2 parties in the front hall spoke to each other and rushed towards the rear hall. Wang Ting immediately withdrew his gaze and looked at the ice-blue sphere above his head. He was contemplating whether he should quickly take it away. It might become difficult to do so once those people arrive. I saw it, so it's mine. Wang Ting thought to himself as he reached out to grab the ice-blue sphere before him. As soon as his hand touched the sphere, a chilling sensation spread into his body. In an instant, his entire arm was frozen. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He immediately activated the emerald-glazed flame and pushed it to his arm to counter the cold. Crack! Surprisingly, the ice didn't melt. Only crisp cracking sounds were heard. Bang! The next instant, the ice shattered and fell from his arm. Mere ice can't stop my divine flame. Wang Ting snorted. He enveloped his palm with the green flame and once again reached for the ice-blue sphere before him. Unexpectedly, the green flame was frozen. However, only the outer layer of the flames was affected. The internal flames continued to burn as if covered by a layer of ice. Wang Ting never expected this situation. What was this ice-blue sphere? It wasn't even afraid of a divine flame. This only strengthened his determination to take away the sphere. Who cares what it was? As long as it was a treasure, he must take it. Wang Ting immediately increased the output of the divine flame, unleashing an intense surge of scorching heat. The icy shell burst open instantly. But, the instant he touched the ice-blue sphere, it froze again. The temperature of this ice-blue sphere was incredibly low, and any contact with it would inevitably result in freezing. Even the divine flame couldn't do much against it. But likewise, the ice-blue sphere couldn't do much against the divine flame either. They were at a standstill. It's so cold. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. As Wang Ting was about to take away the ice-blue sphere, the 2 groups of martial warriors arrived. But they stopped outside the entrance. Not everyone could withstand the chilling sensation emanating from the ice-blue sphere. Without the protection of something like Wang Ting's divine flame, they needed to spend a considerable amount of time just to step through the door. They had to consider the situation inside the rear hall carefully before they found a way to resist the cold. After all, the closer they got to the hall, the stronger the chilling sensation became. Any slight negligence could even freeze their souls, which was the most troublesome issue. If their souls were injured, they would have to seek ways to heal their damaged souls. Anything related to the soul was generally extremely complicated. Methods or items that could heal soul injuries were rare. For instance, even the few types of pills Wang Ting knew about were scarce. Making them was exceedingly difficult too. Due to these reasons, ordinary warriors would never dare to injure their souls. Only Wang Ting, who had many skills and knew a little of everything. Well, he specialized in everything, so he wasn't afraid. What's in this hall? Why is it so cold? Bai Yao's voice was heard this time. Bai Yao, it doesn't matter if you arrived early. You can't enter anyway, another unfamiliar voice was heard. The two sides confronted each other at the entrance. A handsome youth with a sinister aura looked at Bai Yao and the others with a mocking expression. Humph! Bai Yao snorted. Gao Feiying, enter the place if you dare. Don't waste time talking to me. Chapter 1724 Run, Run. 4. Gao Feiying, the sinister youth, said calmly, I'm not in a hurry. It's first come first serve. Since you came first, I'll let you go first. Shameless! Qin Quan said coldly. That's right. That's not what you said just now. You were in such a rush earlier, but now you're acting all timid. Are you asking us to scout the way for you? You must be dreaming, Tong En sneered. Humph, Tong En, you're nothing compared to your sister. If Tong Ya was her, she would have gone in already. Another lattice voice was heard. She sounded sarcastic. Get lost. Who do you think you are to talk about my sister? Mention her again, and I'll beat you up. Even Gao Feiying won't be able to protect you, Tong En said in a domineering manner. You, the lady trembled in anger. Enough of this bickering. Gao Feiying stopped the lady, seeming somewhat wary of Tong En. He turned to Wei Na and said, Wei Na, this place is strange. Why don't we team up and go inside together? Once we're in, we will split and find treasures based on our luck. Wei Na, ignore him. He's not on the same side as us, Bai Yao said using voice transmission. Yes. Wei Na nodded. She said to Gao Feiying, I'm sorry. We don't have the obligation to cooperate with you. Let's use our own methods to enter this place. Since that's the case, it's up to you. Gao Feiying shrugged indifferently and looked towards the lady next to him. He asked through voice transmission, Can you protect the three of us as we enter with your fire force? I think so. The lady glanced at Tong En and the others and replied using voice transmission. All right, I'll leave it to you. Gao Feiying was a decisive person. He had to take a gamble as he couldn't return empty-handed. On the other side, Wei Na and the others had also finished their discussion. Their team had 2 fire-element martial warriors, which was enough to protect the 5 of them. They had a slight advantage. Did you notice a scorching heat inside? Tong En suddenly asked curiously. Scorching heat. Everyone's expression changed. How could there be scorching heat in this extremely cold environment? Was there a fire element treasure inside? That was why it was preserved in such a freezing environment. Everyone was puzzled. Various speculations appeared in their minds. Yuan Bai and the female warrior next to Gao Feiying also sensed the strange situation. It was ice cold here, so the scorching heat Tong En felt wasn't obvious. If she wasn't a fire element martial warrior, she wouldn't be able to sense it. Tong En frowned. Suddenly, her expression changed. No. It's gone. Quick. Go in. Wei Na's expression changed drastically as she thought of something. Tong En didn't have time to think too much. She exchanged glances with Yuan Bai and immediately acted at the same time. A fire shield was formed to protect everyone as they entered the Grand Hall. Gao Feiying and the others weren't any slower. The female martial warrior released her fire force and formed a fire shield too. She brought the 3 of them into the Grand Hall. As soon as they entered the hall, their gazes were immediately drawn to the 3 frozen corpses. They were flabbergasted. On the ceiling, Wang Ting and the ice-blue sphere had disappeared without a trace. Wang Ting had to use 3 divine flames simultaneously to ensure that the flames wouldn't freeze. Finally, he succeeded and kept the ice-blue sphere in his devour space. Mission accomplished. It was fortunate that the chilling aura emanating from the ice-blue sphere kept the others at bay for a while. If not, Wang Ting wouldn't have been able to retrieve the sphere with such ease. The chill seems to have subsided, Tong En suddenly said with a grim expression. As a fire element martial warrior, she could clearly feel the coldness around her decreasing. There must be a reason behind anything out of the ordinary. If the intense cold from before had remained, she might not have felt anything unusual. However, the significant weakening of the freezing sensation made her suspicious. What happened? Wei Na couldn't help but ask. The coldness around us has subsided. It's not as cold as before, Tongan said. That's right. The chill has weakened. Yuan Bai nodded in agreement. I'll remove the protective shield. Feel it for yourselves, Tongan said. Then, she withdrew the fire shield around them. She even added the power of laws of flame origin to the fire shield to resist the chill just now. This consumed a significant amount of her energy. Now that it was no longer necessary, she naturally withdrew the flame protection. After removing the fire shield, everyone immediately noticed the abnormality. My soul can't feel the chill anymore. Wei Na furrowed her brows as she felt the temperature. These martial warriors were all experienced. In some cases, special environments often indicate the presence of some kind of treasure. When such special environments disappear without any reason, it usually meant that the treasure had also vanished. Did someone get ahead of us and take away the treasure? Bai Yao scanned the surroundings grimly. Bai Yao, are you all blind? Someone entered before you, and you didn't even notice. Gao Feiying exclaimed angrily. How could he not be furious when he realized that someone had taken the treasure? Come on, he had already come so far. Do you want to fight? Bai Yao was already in a bad mood, so his face turned darker when he heard the other party's words. Chapter 17:25 Run. 5 Crack. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed within the hall. What's that sound? Everyone was at the heaven stage, so they heard it clearly. Their expressions changed slightly. Swoosh. Without any warning, an ice crystal fell from the center of the dome and slammed on the ground with a loud thud. Oh no, the top is cracking. Everyone looked up and saw that the ice in the center of the dome was covered with countless cracks. Their pupils constricted. Crack. At the same time, cracking sounds were heard without stopping. They echoed in the air. Everyone realized that the entire hall was shaking, and not just the dome, but even the walls and pillars were cracking. The grand hall started trembling as if it was about to collapse. The structures had existed for far too long. Without the support of the ice, they would have decayed. Now that the ice blue bead was taken by Wang Ting, and the power of the ice was gone, these structures were likely to crumble into dust. Oh my, everyone was flabbergasted. Run! This place is collapsing, Wei Na shouted hurriedly. Wei Na, there might be treasures on those 3 ice corpses. We can't leave empty-handed after coming all this way. We must take them with us, Bai Yao said using voice transmission. All right. Yuan Bai, Qin Quan, and you will go and snatch the ice corpses. Tong En and I will stop Gao Feiying and the others, Wei Na said through voice transmission without any hesitation. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed towards Gao Feiying and his 2 companions. The other party wasn't stupid. They were preparing to charge towards the 3 ice corpses too. Unfortunately, Wei Na and her team were faster and had already arrived in front of them. They no longer held back and quickly launched their attacks. Wei Na, your appetite is a little too big. Are you planning to take everything? Gao Feiying snorted and went forward. At the same time, he shouted, Cassie, Guhua, go and snatch the ice corpses. Okay. The other 2 dashed towards the ice corpses. Boom. Gao Feiying collided with Wei Na and Tong En. Are you trying to stop us alone? Wei Na pushed her palm forward, blocking her opponent's path. Tong En took the chance to stop the female martial warrior, Cassie. In the end, only the young man called Gu Hua managed to rush towards one of the ice corpses. TSK, what an intense fight. Wang Ting was stunned when he saw this scene. He didn't snatch the two ice corpses. For some reason, he felt that it was better not to touch them. Especially the corpse on the throne. The other party was still alive and the ice was about to break. Would that person revive once he was freed from the ice? Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He raised his eyebrows. He saw a different emotion in the eyes of the ice corpse on the throne. There was a hint of vitality in them. It wasn't as lifeless as before. In an instant, Wang Ting's scalp tingled, and a chill ran down his spine. I should run. This place is too dangerous. Wang Ting had lost all interest in watching the scene and immediately fled. He swiftly passed through the open space in the middle and through the front hall. Then, he accelerated to his maximum speed and rushed towards the ice wall. It's not that sturdy anymore, Wang Ting muttered. He released his fist and smashed a huge hole in the ice wall. Then, he dashed out. He retraced his steps, passing through the same icy crevices he had come through before. Then, he fled far away without stopping. Boom! A loud rumble echoed behind him. In the chaos, the piece of land composed of icebergs and glaciers suddenly collapsed, shattering into countless ice fragments. Wang Ting gasped. He felt a mix of fear and confusion in his heart. Did that person on the throne wake up? This is terrifying. Quick, let's run away. Chapter 1726 The Person Who Revived. The Hornless Ice Dragon Pearl. 1. The vast ice continent shattered in the chaos. Before long, those ice would completely return to chaos, ceasing to exist. Wang Ting was flabbergasted. What could have possibly occurred inside for the entire icy continent to explode and rupture? He initially thought that only the area where the ancient architecture was located would collapse, but now, it seemed that something far more significant had taken place. After he left, something must have happened inside. Perhaps it was caused by the revival of that person, or maybe it was simply due to the loss of support from the ice blue bead, which resulted in the fragmentation of the icy continent. Both were possible. However, Wang Ting was unable to verify the truth. He left immediately, not daring to stay any longer. This was of course due to the person who hadn't died. Wang Ting was aware that he had taken the other person's treasure. If that person found out, he would likely come looking for him. Hence, he needed to run away quickly. Run away as far as possible. Wang Ting had always acted timid when faced with a powerful being of an unknown stage. That was an existence he couldn't contend with. As he fled far away, Wang Ting witnessed numerous chaotic beasts dashing out from the icy continent, roaring as they scattered in all directions, trying to escape. However, many of them were struck by ice fragments and instantly exploded into chaotic energy. Shortly after, Wang Ting also saw several rays of light rushing out of the icy continent in a panic, swiftly fleeing into the chaos without the slightest hesitation. It's them. Wang Ting immediately thought of Wei Na and the others. Based on the number of light rays, all the people seemed to have escaped. No one died. That person didn't kill them? This thought flashed through Wang Ting's mind. He increased his speed and executed both his light bolt and space flash battle technique. Gradually, he ventured deeper into the chaos until the icy continent was no longer in sight. After flying for some time, Wang Ting let out a slight sigh of relief and glanced back before finally coming to a gradual stop. I should be safe now, right? Wang Ting surveyed his surroundings, feeling a bit more at ease. This was a small piece of land formed from chaotic current. Numerous scattered rocks lay haphazardly, and peculiar stones jutted out at odd angles. Wang Ting chose a stone and sat cross-legged on it. Amidst the currents of chaotic energy, the evolution of the laws created a somewhat disorderly environment, which also provided some concealment from detection. This was why Wang Ting chose to hide within the chaotic current. He enveloped himself in a layer of origin energy of chaos, making him even more inconspicuous. Not even the chaotic beasts could detect his presence. That was dangerous. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to himself. Then, he couldn't help but feel excited. He felt that the ice-blue bead was an extraordinary treasure. Wei Na, Bai Yao, and the others worked hard for a long time, but the greatest benefit ended up in his hands. He managed to reap the rewards from a group of Heaven Stage seniors. He was excited just thinking about it. With these thoughts in mind, he couldn't wait any longer and wanted to enter his devour space to carefully examine the ice-blue bead. After all, this place should be relatively safe. Safe, my foot. Suddenly, Wang Ting's expression stiffened, and his whole body seemed to be frozen. His forehead, no, his entire skull felt like it was about to explode. Terrifying. Scary. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him and looked at him silently. His gaze was indifferent and his expression was calm. This was a middle-aged man with a weathered face but exuded a sense of authority. His attire was exceptionally luxurious, yet it carried a touch of ancient simplicity. It didn't follow the current popular styles. He had long black hair cascading casually over his shoulders, giving him a carefree and ethereal appearance. For some reason, Wang Ting wanted to be alone. Yes, being alone was good. Boss, have we met somewhere before? Wang Ting swallowed nervously as he stammered. We just met earlier. Have you forgotten about it? The man replied nonchalantly, walking over and taking a seat on a nearby rock. To be honest, my memory isn't that great. Wang Ting's mind raced as he considered countless escape plans. However, on the surface, he didn't dare to reveal any expressions and could only smile awkwardly. Did you forget what you took from me? The middle-aged man gave him an ambiguous smile. Well, I didn't forget, Wang Ting sighed helplessly. He covered his hands with divine flames and took out the ice-blue bead immediately. Please don't misunderstand, I didn't steal it. I thought it was ownerless, so I took it to play. I didn't have any ill intentions. Now, I'll return it to you. You're quite cheeky. The middle-aged man chuckled. His gaze lingered on the divine flames in Wang Ting's hand. Then, with a flick of his hand, he took the ice-blue bead back. Surprisingly, the ice-blue bead did not affect him. There was no trace of ice on his hands. Wang Ting felt the corners of his eyes twitching. He had already gotten the treasure, but he had to return it to the other party. This feeling was unbearable. The treasure just slipped through his hands. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had never encountered a situation like this before. Once something was in his possession, he never let it slip away. But now, he had to let it go. If not, he might lose his life. One should be a coward when the time calls for it. Wang Ting didn't dare to harbor any hope in front of a formidable existence like the middle-aged man. If the treasure was gone, it was gone. However, he only had one life. Chapter 1727, The Person Who Revived. The Hornless Ice Dragon Pearl. 2. Losing his life for a treasure was stupid. Would the other party kill him? Wang Ting felt that it was highly unlikely. In the eyes of this powerful martial warrior, he was as insignificant as a tiny ant. As long as he didn't provoke the other party, he believed he could preserve his life. What's more, this was the 7th Stellar Academy's chaotic Uncharted. Formidable martial warriors were guarding the entrance. Could there be no strong individuals inside this Uncharted? Wang Ting refused to believe that there were no powerful beings here. As long as the middle-aged man before him was concerned about this, he could spare his life if he returned the ice-blue bead. In an instant, various thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind. He didn't feel the pain of returning the bead anymore. The middle-aged man looked at the ice-blue bead in his hand, and his gaze seemed to be filled with memories. He asked, "Do you know what this is?" "I don't know," Wang Ting replied honestly. "Why did you take it if you don't know?" The middle-aged man was speechless. "Haha, I don't know what it is, but it must be a treasure." Wang Ting scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. This item is useful for Ice Element martial warriors. Are you an Ice Element martial warrior? The middle-aged man asked. Yes. Wang Ting didn't hide it. He stretched out his hand and ice force appeared in it. Ice and fire. That was a divine flame, right? The middle-aged man responded. You have good eyesight. Wang Ting knew that he couldn't hide it from the other party, so he nodded and admitted it. This person should be an Ice Element martial warrior. An Ice Element martial warrior wouldn't snatch his divine flame, right? Interesting. I remember that you used 3 divine flames when you took this bead, the middle-aged man continued. Wang Ting was slightly shocked. He was surprised that the other party knew about the divine flames. It looked like even though he was frozen in ice, he could still see what was happening outside. To retrieve the ice blue bead, Wang Ting had no choice but to reveal himself, taking a risk that had indeed proven to be true now. Yes. He maintained a calm demeanor on his face, but in reality, he was prepared to run away any time. This was too dangerous. Wang Ting felt that his situation was dire. He was facing a formidable individual whose level of cultivation was unknown, and he had exposed his 3 divine flames. He wasn't a fire element martial warrior but might be tempted by these 3 divine flames. 3 divine flames. You're quite extraordinary to be able to tame 3 divine flames at such a young age. The middle-aged man remarked, appearing somewhat impressed as he looked at Wang Ting. Wang Ting couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. Why was this person praising him? However, he was relieved when he noticed that the other party had no intention of snatching his flames. He didn't let his guard down and remained ready to escape at any moment. He replied humbly, "You're too kind. This bead is called the Hornless Ice Dragon Pearl. It is the star core of a universe behemoth called the Hornless Ice Dragon." The middle-aged disregarded Wang Ting's wild thoughts and started explaining as he raised the ice blue bead in his hand. What? Wang Ting was flabbergasted. He exclaimed, "The star core of the universe behemoth, Ice Hornless Dragon." He was genuinely startled. He knew the Ice Hornless Dragon. It was a rare universe behemoth and possessed formidable icy powers. It was definitely an extremely powerful universe behemoth. The fact that the ice blue bead in front of him was the core of the Ice Hornless Dragon was beyond his imagination. If the middle-aged man mentioned it, Wang Ting would never imagine that this bead had such a miraculous origin. That's not right. The Ice Hornless Dragon is a universe behemoth, so it must be massive. Even if it's a star core, it should be huge, right? Wang Ting noticed a problem and reacted quickly. He was quite knowledgeable about this. After all, he knew how large the star core of the Devour Nihility beast was. A universe behemoth star core is huge, but that is before they die. After their death, their cores condense. However, the size of the condensed core varies from beast to beast. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Ting and patiently explained. I see. Wang Ting was amazed. He learned something new. My race sealed the beast soul of an ice hornless dragon in this hornless ice dragon pearl, the middle-aged man continued. Wang Ting's emotions, which had just calmed down, surged violently again. This bead contained the soul of an ice hornless dragon. At this moment, if there was any word to describe Wang Ting's feelings, it would probably be, "Holy cow! The soul of an ice hornless dragon was sealed." How terrifying was this middle-aged man's race? Wait a minute, when I used my real eye to look at the ice hornless dragon pearl earlier, I didn't detect the presence of the ice hornless dragon. Wang Ting was puzzled. He activated his real eye again and looked at the bead. However, all he could see was dense ice energy. But, after the reminder, Wang Ting observed carefully and found traces of seals within the dense energy. It was obscure. The seal was hidden deep within the dense energy. If no one pointed it out, it would be challenging to notice it. What a clever technique! Wang Ting glanced at the middle-aged man and praised in his heart. But why is he telling me this? Unless... A random thought appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Of course, he might have been overthinking things. Relax. Relax. Wang Ting hurriedly forced himself to calm down and stopped his mind from wandering. He didn't want to get carried away with false hopes. Chapter 1728 The Person Who Revived. The Hornless Ice Dragon Pearl. 3. This is why the Hornless Ice Dragon Pearl has life. The middle-aged man continued. To all Ice Element martial warriors, it's a priceless treasure. A life. Wang Ting was confused. By sealing the soul of the ice hornless dragon inside, the pearl gained a form of life? Why does it sound so unreliable? I'm not lying. My race's sealing skill is special. It can allow the ice hornless dragon's soul to merge with its star core completely. Besides, the two are inherently related, making them perfectly compatible. This hornless ice dragon pearl has been refined into a priceless treasure, the middle-aged man said calmly. He seemed aware of Wang Ting's doubts. Amazing! Wang Ting believed him. He had no doubts now. This method was similar to forging. A blacksmith could forge weapons with souls, but that required profound craftsmanship and expertise. Also, there was no need for the middle-aged man to lie to him. He even wasted his breath explaining everything. He was a formidable martial warrior. Would he come all the way here just to fool him? Clearly impossible. This bead possesses an extreme cold power capable of freezing everything. The ice continent you saw just now was formed by this bead, the middle-aged man explained. It also has another function. It can merge with special ice to turn the beast's soul of the ice hornless dragon into a true spirit, thus enhancing its power greatly. Moreover, this true spirit can devour all kinds of rare ice in the world, continuously strengthening its icy energy. This ability is inherited from the ice hornless dragon. It's a pity that my race hasn't been able to obtain that kind of rare ice for many years. Such extraordinary items are scarce and require fortuitous encounters. He shook his head emotionally at the end. Rare ice, Wang Ting repeated in his heart. He wanted to take out his nether frost to let the other party take a look. But, when he remembered that the other party was an ice element martial warrior, he gave up the idea. The 3 different divine flames didn't arouse his interest, but the nether frost might. Wasn't he seeking death? Wang Ting decided to study it alone in the future. However, to be honest, the ice power of the nether frost wasn't as strong as the hornless ice dragon pearl. The difference was noticeable. After all, the ice hornless dragon pearl came from the ice hornless dragon, while the nether frost came from the netherworld giant python. If the two were compared, the netherworld giant python was undoubtedly inferior. This is for you. The middle-aged man suddenly threw the hornless ice dragon pearl to Wang Ting. Wang Ting was stunned. He reacted quickly and the 3 divine flames appeared in his hand. He caught the hornless ice dragon pearl. Senior, he suppressed the happiness in his heart. On the surface, he appeared extremely puzzled. This hornless ice dragon pearl is yours. The middle-aged man stood up. Mine? Why? Wang Ting asked in surprise. Take it as repayment for letting me return to this world, the middle-aged man said calmly. Repayment? Wang Ting was speechless. He didn't know how to reply to him. Seriously? Was there such a good thing? Senior, I didn't do anything. Wang Ting found it unreal and wanted to decline. This was a hot potato. But the other party didn't give him a chance to finish his sentence. When it wasn't given to you, you took it. Now that it's being offered to you, you hesitate to take it. The middle-aged man gave him an ambiguous smile. If this treasure is ownerless, I wouldn't refuse it. But if it has an owner, I wouldn't dare take it, Wang Ting replied with an innocent smile. It's ownerless now. I've erased the mark left by my race. You just need to leave your mark, and you can become the new owner of this hornless ice dragon pearl. the middle-aged man said, and stopped speaking further. He calmly walked into the chaos. His pace wasn't fast, but he left in an instant. Elder, may I know your name? Wang Ting hurriedly stood up and shouted. He realized that he didn't even have to chance to express his gratitude. Names hold no meaning for me anymore. Let's part ways here. If fate allows, perhaps we may meet again, the middle-aged man's faint voice echoed. A dimensional rift appeared in front of him. He stepped into it and disappeared. Wang Ting watched the man's fading figure and then looked at the hornless ice dragon pearl in his hand. He was in a daze. What just happened? The elder gave him this treasure just like this and didn't even leave a name. Why didn't he want to leave his name after doing a good deed? Wang Ting felt that this elder was a little strange. He seemed to be immersed in the past. There was constant nostalgia in his eyes. Wang Ting didn't dare to ask about this. This was his private matter, and he probably had no intention of sharing it. In Wang Ting's speculation, it must have been a rather embarrassing or even melodramatic story, one that he would prefer to bury deep in history. As a powerful being, how could he reveal such things? It would be better to keep it thoroughly hidden in the past. Wang Ting didn't want to be the cat that got killed by curiosity. What if the man took offense to his curiosity and kill him after telling his story? Wang Ting shook his head and looked at the hornless ice dragon pearl in his hand. There was joy in his eyes. What a rough journey! This treasure almost left him. Yet, after all the twists and turns, the pearl came back to him, and the elder gave him voluntarily. He didn't have to worry anymore. Chapter 1729 The Person Who Revived. The Hornless Ice Dragon Pearl. 3. Before, he was worried that if the elder wasn't dead and got revived, he might come looking for him in the future since he stole the elder's precious bead. Now, he didn't have to worry. The hidden danger was eliminated. Even if there was a hidden danger, it was just a matter of personal favors. A favor for the bead. Wang Ting felt his head hurting when he thought about this. Although the danger had been eliminated, it wasn't easy to return the favor of a formidable warrior. Fortunately, this was just his assumption. The other party might not necessarily ask for any favors in return. In any case, the current situation is much better than before. Wang Ting immediately kept the hornless ice dragon pearl in his devour space. Since the elder said that the hornless ice dragon pearl could merge with special ice to give birth to a true spirit. When he had the chance, Wang Ting decided to merge the hornless ice dragon pearl with nether frost. He wondered what changes would happen. Suddenly, he felt a little excited. If the ice power of the hornless ice dragon pearl was completely unleashed, it could even freeze eternal stage martial warriors. It was terrifying. Wang Ting is deeply aware of this. Even his body and soul almost couldn't resist the chilling power of this pearl. If the merging was successful, it would become even more scary. Of course, this was just a thought. He didn't plan to merge them immediately. He was still in the chaotic uncharted. The most important thing was to make the best use of time and focus on cultivation. It was much easier to comprehend various laws, and the speed of cultivation was also faster in the chaotic uncharted. Moreover, it could help Wang Ting to comprehend his own laws. He was getting closer and closer to that critical step, and it must be completed within the chaotic uncharted. If he were to leave the chaotic uncharted, he feared that he might never get another chance. This was a rare opportunity. There were only 11 days left. Wang Ting mustn't waste any time. Wang Ting decided not to move. Instead, he stayed where he was and prepared for cultivation. If that elder wanted to find him, he reckoned there was no way he could escape. Hence, he might as well stay here. He summoned Elizabeth. Master! Elizabeth's massive body appeared, and she looked at Wang Ting curiously. She thought that they were going to start hunting chaotic beasts again. Elizabeth, protect me, Wang Ting ordered. Okay. Elizabeth understood the situation and nodded immediately. She wanted to ask Wang Ting about the ice blue bead, but he seemed to be in a hurry to cultivate. Thus, she refrained from asking further questions. Wang Ting kept quiet and closed his eyes. Divine Power, World Devourer. Activate. Above his head, a black vortex appeared. It was spinning slowly. Golden light spheres emerged beside him, and got devoured by the black vortex. Boom! In an instant, Wang Ting's consciousness and the sea of nihility started trembling. It was even more intense than the previous time. This time, the golden light spheres that Wang Ting devoured came from the heaven stage chaotic beast. Naturally, the effects were better than the previous time. The 9 treasures pagoda appeared on his forehead, radiating brilliance. This time, Wang Ting didn't enlighten himself in the devour space. Instead, he chose to do so in the chaotic uncharted. This way, he would be closer to the chaos and the laws of origin. This would yield better result. This was the enlightenment he needed. Roar. The chaotic beasts noticed the commotion here and roared. They emerged from the chaotic currents and charged over. The golden light spheres also attracted the attention of the chaotic beasts. Their desire for the golden light spheres was no weaker than that of human martial warriors or star beasts. The chaotic beasts could devour the golden light spheres to strengthen their laws of origin. This was their way of increasing their strength. Elizabeth frowned when she saw this scene. Without hesitation, she rushed out and intercepted all the approaching chaotic beasts. Boom! Terrifying attacks erupted. These were just heaven-stage chaotic beasts, so they couldn't resist Elizabeth's attacks, and were unable to get close to this area. However, the commotion here attracted more and more chaotic beasts. Elizabeth turned serious. She was just one person and couldn't handle all the chaotic beasts on her own. Screech! At this moment, a shrill screech was heard. A massive dark red ghost crow appeared. It was Little White. It split into dozens of blood crows and rushed out, colliding with the surrounding chaotic beasts. Chapter 1730 Success. Cosmos Stage 1. Countless chaotic beasts appeared around it. They roared and charged towards it. It was a very messy scene. The gigantic crow split into dozens of clones and charged towards the surrounding chaotic beasts like a dozen bolts of red light. Their cries echoed through the chaos, sounding like clashes of gold and iron. Boom! At the same time, a dazzling bolt of lightning appeared and shuttled back and forth among the chaotic beasts. It was conspicuous. Little White, Lightning Spirit. Elizabeth heaved a sigh of relief. Master asked us to help you, Little White said. Elizabeth was stunned. She glanced at Wang Ting involuntarily. Her master probably anticipated this situation from the beginning and made the necessary preparations. She was worried for nothing. She shook her head and stopped dwelling on these thoughts. A sharp glint flashed past her eyes as she looked at the chaotic beasts charging towards her. With Little White and the Lightning Spirit's help, the pressure on her was greatly reduced. Little White and the Lightning Spirit weren't powerful, so they found it a little strenuous to deal with the heaven stage chaotic beast. But, with their combined efforts, they managed to hold back the surrounding chaotic beasts and prevented them from disturbing Wang Ting's enlightenment. After Little White reached the mid-tier Imperial level, its full power was appalling. It was able to kill some weaker heaven-stage chaotic beasts. As for the Lightning Spirit, it displayed some peculiar effectiveness when facing chaotic beasts that mastered the origin of lightning. It could even kill them effortlessly. However, in front of chaotic beasts of other elements, it was a little weak. The discrepancy in its ability was significant. Nevertheless, it was clever. If it couldn't defeat them, it could evade them. It darted left and right, creating disturbances among other chaotic beasts and creating opportunities for Elizabeth and Little White to hunt. What a smart little brat. Wang Ting left a trace of spiritual power outside so he sensed Elizabeth's plight. After Little White and the Lightning Spirit joined in, the situation got better. Wang Ting then fully immersed himself in his enlightenment. Various insights flashed in his mind, and the previous accumulated realizations resurfaced, deepening and connecting, gradually forming a more systematic understanding. Wang Ting was like a mechanic. He was assembling various small and delicate parts, gradually revealing the true form of the colossal creation he sought to build. Everything was progressing in the direction he expected. The golden light spheres from the heaven stage chaotic beasts were indeed extraordinary. It allowed Wang Ting's comprehension to become even more profound. These insights made his understanding of the law he wanted to create clearer. The throbbing in his mind grew more intense. Time passed. All the golden light spheres he collected were devoured by him. Not a single one was left. Even the golden light spheres dropped by the chaotic beasts killed by Elizabeth, Little White, and the lightning spirit got absorbed by him. This scene astounded Elizabeth. This was frightening. There were too many of them. The number of golden light spheres Wang Ting absorbed had far exceeded what Round Ball, Little White, and her absorbed. The three of them were unique cases. Thus, the number of golden light spheres they absorbed was more than any ordinary martial warriors or star beast. Yet, Wang Ting's situation was even more extraordinary. It was beyond imagination. As she watched Wang Ting continuously devouring the golden light spheres around them, the eyebrows on her delicate little face twitched. She had an extraordinary master. As his subordinate, she suddenly felt immense pressure. It looked like she needed to work harder in her cultivation from now on. If not, she might easily be left far behind by her master. A useless servant would have no place to survive. Elizabeth started self-reflecting. As she followed Wang Ting for a longer time, Elizabeth found herself becoming less and less proud of her universe stage status. Her pride was shattered in the face of Wang Ting's extraordinary talent. What's more, she had already acknowledged Wang Ting as her master. Now that she was in the same boat as him, her mentality changed. Master is so amazing. Little White was different. It had been following Wang Ting since it was young, and its feelings towards him were solely loyalty and admiration. Hence, it didn't think too much when it saw Wang Ting absorbing the golden spheres. It was simply happy. Wang Ting didn't know how magnificent the scene of him absorbing the golden light spheres was. He only knew that the golden light spheres weren't enough. More. Absorb. Wang Ting was now in a state of epiphany. Various enlightenments emerged one after another, and countless inspirations were flashing wildly. He only had one thought. He wanted to absorb more golden light spheres to complete his enlightenment. Boom. A terrifying storm seemed to have formed in his mind. Enlightenment, inspiration, and his accumulated knowledge all spun and fused in a unique manner. After some time, Wang Ting suddenly opened his eyes. There was a glaring golden glow in them. Numerous occult runes flashed in the golden glow. They then disappeared in an instant as if they had never existed. Elizabeth noticed his gaze and was shocked. What was her master doing? Why did a mere glance contain such profound meaning that even she, a universe-stage martial warrior, couldn't comprehend? This was incredible. What a pity! Wang Ting sighed in his heart. He was filled with regret. Just a little more. He was so close. Why couldn't he succeed? His physical strength and soul had already reached the limit, so he couldn't absorb any more golden light spheres. However, there was still something lacking. This was why he couldn't create his own law yet. Chapter 1731 Success. Cosmos Stage 2. He felt immense regret. But, he had to accept this fact. Creating a law that truly suited him was incredibly difficult. It might not be suitable for him to do it now. Also, the law he wanted to create was harder than anything other martial artists attempted. This was predictable. His law needed to encompass all forces. This was crazy. Normal people wouldn't even dare to think about it. Only Wang Ting would forge ahead on this path without any hesitation. He never once considered turning back. Actually, with his talent, he would be able to create his own law in the future. However, Wang Ting wasn't willing to give up. He devoted a lot of effort to comprehending it. How could he give up so easily? Besides, he needed this law right now. Wang Ting quickly made his decision. He planned to continue his enlightenment and was determined to create it no matter what. He turned to look at the attributes board. A few attributes underwent a huge change again. Origin of life, 50,000 origin of soul, 50,000 spirit, 10,000/100000 celestial realm, enlightenment, 102500/300000 universe level. His origin of life and origin of soul rose by a few thousand points, but they stopped after reaching 50,000 points. They seemed to have reached their limit. The limit of the celestial stage. Wang Ting blinked. He wasn't expecting this. After devouring so many golden light spheres, he finally reached his limit. Then, he looked at his spirit attribute. There was a huge change too. The limit rose from 60,000 to 100,000. This was scary. The original upper limit of the celestial realm spirit was only 50,000. Previously, it increased to 60,000 and now, it had went up to 100,000. This was double the original limit. Wang Ting felt that his consciousness had expanded significantly. There used to be a hazy mist around the boundaries of his consciousness. It was like the border. Now, the border had spread outwards, and the width of his consciousness had almost doubled. Even the toughness of his consciousness was enhanced. The consciousness was the most vulnerable part of martial warriors. If it was attacked, they would die. To a martial warrior specialized in spiritual attacks, attacking one's consciousness was the best approach. Thus, a strong consciousness was crucial as it greatly enhanced martial warriors' safety. However, normally, only an increase in the realm would lead to an increase in the width and sturdiness of one's consciousness. Wang Ting's realm hadn't advanced, but the width and sturdiness of his consciousness had increased. This brought unimaginable benefit. This meant that if he were to have a breakthrough, his consciousness would continue to improve at its current rate. It might even double. In other words, after a breakthrough, his consciousness would be 4 times the level it was before swallowing the golden light spheres. And then, there would be more improvements and it might double again. Wang Ting felt that he had hit the jackpot this time. Such improvements were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Lastly, there was an increase in his enlightenment attribute. It had reached the universe realm recently, but now, it increased by another tens of thousands of points. The upper limit of the universe realm enlightenment was 300,000 points. If he worked hard to pick up enlightenment attributes normally, he didn't know how long he would need to accumulate them before he could advance to the next level. But, with the help of the golden light spheres, his enlightenment surpassed the 100,000 mark. It was already 1/3 of the upper limit. In just a short period of 10 days or so, Wang Ting accumulated many attribute points that might not be attainable in half a year in the outside world. It was truly a stroke of good luck. Next, there were around 200,000 points left. Yes, 200,000 points. F***K. He didn't want to raise this attribute anymore. This was supposed to be a happy thing, but for some reason, he felt a little overwhelmed. Master! Elizabeth and Little White greeted Wang Ting simultaneously when they saw him opening his eyes. Squeak! The lightning spirit flew back and landed on Wang Ting's head. This little fellow seems to have taken a liking to Wang Ting's head since the first time it landed on it. Every time it came out, it would perch there. Wang Ting snapped out of his overwhelmed state and pulled it off his head angrily. He placed it in front of him and glared at it. Is my head a place for you to sit on? You're getting bolder by the day. Lightning Spirit, *Omega, get rid of these chaotic beasts and let's leave this place. Wang Ting ignored the lightning spirit's attempt to act cute and turned to nod at Elizabeth and Little White. Yes. Elizabeth and Little White nodded immediately. You too. Wang Ting threw the lightning spirit out. Squeak, squeak. The lightning spirit cried in grievance, but it didn't refuse. It realized that these big fellows weren't as terrifying as it thought. They couldn't do anything to it. As a lightning spirit, it wasn't afraid of anything. Come on. Wang Ting, Elizabeth, Little White, and the lightning spirit teamed up and finally killed all the chaotic beasts. They also gained many golden light spheres. These golden light spheres were useless to Wang Ting, but he could keep them for Little White and the others to use in the future. Let's go. Wang Ting stood on Little White's back and transformed into a stream of dark red light, speeding towards a certain direction. For the next few days, Wang Ting didn't give up. He continued cultivating in the chaos. Whenever he encountered chaotic beasts, he hunted them down. When he stumbled upon dimensional rifts, he paused to gain enlightenment. Another 3 days passed. There were only 8 days left. The time to leave the chaotic uncharted was getting closer and closer. Master, if we go further, we will enter the area where universe stage chaotic beasts are active. Elizabeth stopped and said. Chapter 1732 Success. Cosmos Stage. 3 Universe Stage Chaotic Beasts. Wang Ting's expression was calm. However, if one observed his eyes, one would notice occasional flickers of profound and esoteric primordial law patterns. He was constantly comprehending and improving his technique. Roar. Terrifying chaotic beasts lurked within in the chaotic air currents in front of them. Just revealing a glimpse of their huge bodies was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Elizabeth's expression changed slightly. She seemed a little fearful. A hint of seriousness flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. He pondered for a moment and said firmly, "Go back to the Devour space. I'll go and take a look myself." "Master, it's too dangerous." Elizabeth's expression changed again. She tried to persuade him. "It's all right. I know what I'm doing. With my skills, it'll be easier for me to hide alone. Even universe stage chaotic beasts might not be able to notice me," Wang Ting said. Elizabeth understood the situation. When she recalled Wang Ting's techniques, it seemed to be the case. Even she couldn't see through those concealment techniques. It wouldn't be a problem for him to hide from the chaotic beast. As long as he didn't fight head-on, he wouldn't be in danger. Hence, she agreed to the suggestion and kept quiet. Wang Ting kept Elizabeth, Little White, and the lightning spirit in his Devour space. He took a deep breath and rushed towards the chaos zone where the universe stage chaotic beasts were. Whether it will succeed or not depended on this move. His enlightenment had reached the most critical moment, but he was just a little bit short. It was just that little bit. Despite being seemingly very close, almost within reach, there appeared to be a vast chasm in the middle, making it difficult to cross. This feeling made Wang Ting extremely depressed. He even wondered if he had gained too many benefits recently and consumed too much luck, causing him to be so unlucky now. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't comprehend the final crucial part. Could it be that his enlightenment wasn't enough? He already had universe realm enlightenment. If this wasn't enough, how high were the requirements? Wang Ting swiftly moved through the chaos, searching for the insights that could complete the last few missing pieces of the puzzle. He tried to stay calm, to keep his head sane enough. Time passed day by day. 8 days. 7 days. 6 days. 5 days. Wang Ting was getting closer and closer to leaving the chaotic uncharted. He didn't have much time left. He didn't know when he would be able to come in again. Entering the chaotic uncharted wasn't going to be that easy. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious even with his temperament. Wang Ting glanced at his attributes board. The power of laws of origin had increased tremendously. In the area where the universe stage chaotic beasts roamed, the evolution of various law forces intensified, providing tremendous assistance to the universe stage chaotic beast. It was still a lot of gains, even if it was for Wang Ting. This was very beneficial for his enlightenment. But it wasn't enough. Boom! Just then, a violent rumble suddenly emanated from the distant chaotic currents, interrupting Wang Ting's train of thought. Wang Ting frowned and looked over. The chaotic currents suddenly started to churn violently without any warning, as if some terrifying existence was madly stirring within them. Someone's fighting! Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He then moved in that direction. The beasts here were all universe-stage chaotic beasts. Moreover, looking at the sword glows that were constantly shooting out from the chaotic currents, the ones fighting should be universe-stage martial warriors. This was the first time Wang Ting encountered a battle between chaotic beasts and martial warriors since he entered the chaotic Uncharted. He wanted to find out more. He might be able to gain some inspiration. At the same time, he could also see how strong the universe-stage martial warriors in this academy were. Wang Ting activated his real eye. Even though he was far away, he could still see the situation clearly. There were chaotic beasts on one side, and martial warriors on the other. There were 3 martial warriors. Chaotic beasts kept gathering around. There might not be as many as the celestial stage, cosmos stage, or even heaven stage beasts that Wang Ting had encountered previously. However, they were all powerful universe stage chaotic beasts. They couldn't be underestimated. The 3 of them were surrounded by the chaotic beasts. Wang Ting moved closer and looked at the intense battle in front of him. He was speechless. During this period, he encountered many powerful universe stage chaotic beasts. However, to save time and not invite trouble, he did not provoke these universe stage chaotic beasts. Every time he encountered them, he would silently avoid them. Even if he summoned Elizabeth, it would take a lot of time and energy to hunt universe stage chaotic beasts. Wang Ting didn't have the luxury of time. Seeing such a situation, he felt that he was very wise. The 3 universe stage martial warriors were being pushed into a corner now that they were surrounded by the chaotic beasts, let alone a celestial stage martial warrior like him. One needs to know their limit. As a celestial stage weakling, Wang Ting felt that he shouldn't provoke the universe stage chaotic beasts. At most, he would just take advantage of the situation. Like now, the martial warriors from the academy were obviously at a disadvantage. However, they still tried their best to kill a few universe-stage chaotic beasts. Wang Ting saw attribute bubbles dropping. Awesome! Since these attribute bubbles were invisible to those people, he reluctantly decided to pick them up. He was making the best use of waste. No one would lose out. With this thought in mind, Wang Ting secretly released his spiritual power and used the origin of chaos energy as a cover so the martial warriors wouldn't be able to discover him. Chapter 1733 Success. Cosmos Stage. 4. Wang Ting was very wary of Eternal Stage martial warriors and above. However, he didn't have any reservations against Universe Stage martial warriors. With his current abilities, he should be able to fool some Universe Stage martial warriors. Of course, he still had to be cautious to avoid any unexpected mishaps and prevent potential pitfalls. Wang Ting moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, he picked up the attribute bubbles. Origin of Lightning *300 Origin Energy of Chaos *2600 Blank Attribute *56,000 Origin of Earth *400 Origin Energy of Chaos *3200 Blank Attribute *61,000 Origin of Light *280 Origin Energy of Chaos *3000 Blank Attribute *52,000 Origin of Metal *300 Constellation Force Metal *12,000 Origin of Wood *250 Constellation Force Wood *11,000 Origin of Flame *420 Constellation Force Fire *15,000 Oh my goodness, as expected of a universe stage chaotic beast. There are so many attributes. Wang Ting was overjoyed. Among the three types of power of laws of origin, the origin of lightning and origin of light were extremely special. He struck a fortune. Moreover, he picked it up for free. He hadn't even done anything. Has his luck returned? Such a thought popped up in Wang Ting's mind. He had obtained the origin of lightning before, but this was the first time he had encountered the origin of light in the chaotic uncharted. It was clear that the origin of light was even harder to encounter than the origin of lightning. Not to mention the origin energy of chaos and blank attribute. Their attribute values far exceeded those of the heaven stage chaotic beasts he killed previously. The rest of the attributes were from the three universe stage martial warriors. The three types of power of laws of origin allowed Wang Ting's ability to improve greatly. Their comprehension of the laws of origin was stronger than Wang Ting's. Hence, they could help him to enhance his second-rank laws of origin. The three martial warriors were preparing to leave as Wang Ting was immersed in his attributes board. They didn't get caught up in fighting the chaotic beasts. After killing a few of them, they worked together to break out of the encirclement and disappeared into the distance. From the looks of it, they had great chemistry. Their seamless execution from hunting to escaping showed a high level of proficiency. It was evident that they had done this many times before, not just once or twice. Wang Ting had a preliminary understanding of the abilities of these students. Their mastery of the power of laws of origin was rather high. They could use it freely and could add it to their battle techniques at will. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. He didn't chase after the three universe stage martial warriors. He hadn't forgotten about his objective. He might be able to pick up more attribute bubbles if he followed them, but it wasn't his priority right now. Furthermore, the attribute bubbles he had just obtained contained the origin of light and origin of lightning. This meant that there might be corresponding law materialization zones in this area. This was the little bit of experience that he had accumulated in the chaotic uncharted over the past 20 days. Some of the chaotic beasts chased after the three martial warriors, while others scattered and disappeared into the chaotic currents. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief and ignored them. He then moved slowly in the chaotic currents, searching for the place where the laws of origin might appear. This area of the chaotic currents was surprisingly large. The range was extremely wide. As Wang Ting went deeper, he realized that the chaotic currents around him were getting denser. They had almost turned into mist. Wang Ting activated his real eye and observed his surroundings as he ventured deeper. No one knew how much time he spent flying. Suddenly, he felt as if he had passed through an invisible barrier. The scene in front of him instantly stunned him. Wow! Wang Ting's eyes were filled with shock. A vast expanse of void appeared before his eyes, adorned with countless stars shining brightly. Small celestial bodies such as planets, stars, comets, black holes, and nebulae were sprinkled throughout, seemingly encompassing every type of cosmic entity that exists in the universe. This place was like a small universe. Endless and mysterious laws evolved within it. Light, darkness, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind. All the basic laws of origin intertwined into a series of chains, intricately woven together like an invisible giant net, enveloping the entire void. Oh my God! As Wang Ting's comprehension of the laws in this place became clearer, he felt even more shocked and flabbergasted. There was such a magical place here. This was beyond comprehension. This was unbelievable. Wang Ting couldn't describe his feelings. This place was the best place for him to gain enlightenment. If the three universe stage martial warriors knew that they had missed such a magical place, they would probably cry on the spot. Wang Ting couldn't help but think of the three universe stage martial warriors. Compared to this place, the golden light spheres dropped by the universe stage chaotic beasts were nothing. These thoughts flashed past his mind in an instant. Wang Ting immediately withdrew his thoughts and stared at the space in front of him. At this moment, he focused all his attention on this void, and inspiration surged into his mind. He walked into the void step by step and observed all the changes. The glow in his eyes became more and more intense. Time passed, but he was completely unaware. All he could see was this wondrous void. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day, which was Wang Ting's last day in the chaotic uncharted. The deadline was approaching. However, he still did not notice the time. He walked into the void and sat cross-legged on a small planet. The planet was less than half a kilometer in diameter. It was not big, but it behaved like a small asteroid, following a specific orbit and rotating gracefully in the void. It was mystical. Chapter 1734 Success. Cosmos Stage 5. Wang Ting closed his eyes. A golden radiance blossomed from his forehead, and the 9 treasures pagoda appeared. He released his spiritual power, and it spread throughout the entire void. His spiritual power was huge, but this area wasn't small either. Hence, his spiritual power could only transform into slender threads, resembling tentacles that reached every corner. These threads intertwined with each other, forming a web of comprehension unique to Wang Ting. A giant jigsaw appeared in his mind. There were still a few crucial nodes left for the puzzle to be fully completed. Those missing nodes were the most critical areas. At this moment, an inspiration descended upon Will-O-Wisp's find and filled up the final missing areas in the puzzle. It was now completed. The complete picture of the puzzle finally appeared. It was a vast and boundless starry sky dotted with countless celestial bodies radiating brilliant light. These stars contained the operating rules of all attributes in the world, where the laws were the trajectories that became the foundation of their movements. Every aspect of the universe's myriad changes was encompassed within it. At the same time, a mysterious aura rose within Wang Ting's body. Boom! The external void trembled, as if resonating with the aura emanating from his body. Boom! Another explosion was heard. However, this time, the explosion came from within Wang Ting's body. The sea of nihility trembled. All the constellations Wang Ting had started vibrating too. They gave off a dazzling force glow. His consciousness shook and the 9 treasures pagoda resurfaced. Endless spiritual power swept out. Wang Ting's breakthrough opportunity had arrived. He was completely immersed in an incredibly profound state. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed as an immense amount of pure chaotic energy converged from all around him, forming a terrifying whirlpool. Wang Ting's breakthrough was a breakthrough for all his forces. Hence, a vast amount of attributes were needed for it. Coincidentally, the origin energy of chaos was the fundamental energy form capable of transforming into any other forces. He absorbed an endless amount of the origin energy of chaos, causing the chaotic currents beyond this void to surge and rush towards Wang Ting. Not enough. Even so, it was far from enough. Wang Ting had an idea. He released all the origin energy of chaos he had accumulated. Then, he activated his World Devourer skill and devoured everything in his path. The terrifying whirlpool above his head spun slowly with a frightening momentum. This commotion attracted the attention of many chaotic beasts. Roar! Roar! Roaring and howling filled the air as the chaotic beasts sensed the incredibly rich origin energy of chaos around Wang Ting. They charged towards him. Damn it! Wang Ting cursed in his heart. This breakthrough came too suddenly, and the commotion was far beyond his expectations, which caused this situation. There was no time to think. Wang Ting quickly summoned Elizabeth, Little White, and the Lightning Spirit. Master! They immediately noticed something amiss. They looked at the universe stage, chaotic beasts charging towards them, and swallowed their saliva. This was terrifying. Stop those chaotic beasts, Wang Ting gave an order. Elizabeth, Little White, and the Lightning Spirit's expressions changed instantly. They felt quite distressed, but Wang Ting needed them. They could only grit their teeth and face the situation head-on. Boom! Elizabeth turned serious. She didn't hold back. Intense force fluctuations erupted from her dragon horn, and a powerful beam of light shot out. A chaotic beast exploded instantly. Many chaotic beasts got a fright and stopped in their tracks. However, they quickly regained their senses and became even more frenzied in their pursuit. Elizabeth frowned. These chaotic beasts were utterly mad. They charged at them without any fear of death. She turned and glanced at Wang Ting. The energy reaction was too strong. No wonder it attracted so many chaotic beasts. But, was her master about to achieve a breakthrough? He caused such a huge commotion. Elizabeth gritted her teeth. Her gaze turned ruthless. No matter what, she mustn't let these chaotic beasts disturb her master's breakthrough. Die! In an instant, Elizabeth turned into a female Tyrannosaurus, unleashing a series of attacks to intercept the approaching chaotic beasts from all directions. Screech! Little White wasn't fooling around either. Its clones appeared and dashed towards the chaotic beasts surrounding them. It wasn't strong enough to kill the universe stage chaotic beasts, so he could only help Elizabeth. Similarly, the lightning spirit also contributed by harassing the chaotic beasts, buying time for Elizabeth. This little creature was normally timid, but it didn't fumble the ball now. Meanwhile, as the endless origin energy of chaos poured into Wang Ting's body, each of the force constellations within him swelled up dramatically and vibrated furiously. In just a moment, each constellation had expanded several times in size and reached a certain limit. Boom! 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 All the force constellations exploded at the same time. Thunderous roars resounded in the sky above Wang Ting's Sea of Nihility, setting off huge waves. The entire Sea of Nihility turned upside down. It was like the cosmic Big Bang. Endless energy surged and exploded. After the constellations erupted, they formed fragments of stars, while the immense energy transformed into nebulae. At that moment, the Sea of Nihility connected to his consciousness. Surging spiritual power gathered and merged with the energy in the Sea of Nihility. In an instant, the Sea of Nihility and his consciousness unbelievably merged in a way that defied imagination. No. Or rather, they were originally in the same place but were split into two parts. One above and one below. One was to store force while the other was to store spiritual power. But, in reality, they were in the same place. At this moment, the two became one, transforming into a unique and peculiar starry sky. In this starry sky, countless tiny stars emerged, even generating vast expanses of nebulae, star clusters, and other peculiar celestial bodies, just like a real universe. At the center of this starry sky, there was a black hole. All the celestial bodies were revolving around it, creating the appearance of a gigantic whirlpool. The black hole slowly devoured the surrounding stars and dust, producing strands of extremely pure origin energy of chaos. All of Wang Ting's force had turned into the origin energy of chaos. And this origin energy of chaos was changing continuously, sometimes turning into lightning, sometimes transforming into raging winds, and other times shifting into light and darkness. Suddenly, around the black hole, faint starlights emerged, transforming into wisps of spiritual power. Like a thin mist, they enveloped the edge of the black hole, emitting a peculiar halo. All of this appeared mesmerizingly beautiful and was filled with a sense of profound mystery. Cosmos Stage. Wang Ting finally entered the Cosmos Stage. Chapter 1735 Strike Me, Strike Me, Strike Me! 1. In the Chaos. 3 Universe Stage martial warriors were speeding in the chaos. They felt the turbulence ahead and were surprised. What's going on? Did someone get surrounded by the chaotic beasts? Come, let's take a look. The three of them discussed using voice transmission for some time and unanimously decided to go and take a look. If it was a martial warrior from the academy, they might be able to help him. This was an unspoken rule in the chaotic Uncharted. In a situation where there was no conflict, they would naturally help if they could. That way, when they were in danger in the future, other people would help them too. Helping others was equivalent to helping themselves. Being fellow students of the 7th Stellar Academy, there was already a sense of camaraderie. Unless they were enemies, they could be considered friends. What's more, everyone possessed strong talents. Having more friends would mean more benefits in the future. Of course, the prerequisite was that no one would put themselves in danger to save others. If it was an enemy, then it was all the more reason to take a look. Wouldn't it be even better to kick someone while they are down? Although they were all students of the academy, when it comes to enemies, there was no need to be scrupulous. Besides, they might be able to gain some advantages by doing so. Outside the peculiar void, powerful universe stage chaotic beasts swarmed over from all directions. Elizabeth, Little White, and Lightning Spirit tried their best to resist. They were already surrounded by the chaotic beast. However, to prevent them from disturbing Wang Ting's breakthrough, they could only desperately obstruct the beasts, even if it meant getting injured themselves. Elizabeth had already sustained numerous wounds, with blood flowing from her injuries. She looked quite miserable. Her face was extremely pale, revealing signs of weakness. However, she continued to hold on. Little White was injured too. Many Blood Crow clones were destroyed, and even the original body was covered in scattered feathers and blood. The dark red steel-like wings now looked tattered. The glow around the Lightning Spirit was much weaker now. Continuous outbursts depleted its energy significantly. It lost its previous playful and lively demeanor, appearing worn out. "Master, are you done?" Elizabeth turned and glanced at Wang Ting anxiously. He was still sitting cross-legged on the small celestial body with his eyes closed. He hadn't completed his breakthrough. She could only feel Wang Ting's aura rising continuously. It was getting stronger and stronger. The process was still ongoing. The 3 martial warriors quickly reached this area. They were astounded when they saw the scene in front of them. This is, despite the presence of numerous chaotic beasts in the area, their attention was immediately drawn to that peculiar void. The 3 of them were astounded. "What a magical place! We came too late. I didn't expect to find such a place here. It's perfect for us to comprehend our laws of origin. Look, there's someone there. It's a student from the 7th Stellar Academy. He looks very young and unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Based on his aura, he's breaking through. He looks like a heaven stage martial warrior. His aura is terrifying. This person's talent must be extraordinary." Even though Wang Ting had not yet fully completed his breakthrough, the energy fluctuations exuding out of his body were extremely astonishing. Thus, the 3 of them felt that Wang Ting's aura exceeded that of a normal Cosmos stage martial warrior, so he must be at the heaven stage. That dark red crow is very powerful. It's at the mid-tier Imperial level, but it's able to fight with universe stage chaotic beasts. Its strength is no weaker than some of the cubs of some universe behemoths. And that, what's that thing? It looks a bit like a queen ant, but with dragon horns on its head. And what's with that half-humanoid figure? Has it undergone some kind of mutation? The 3 martial warriors' attention was drawn to Little White and Elizabeth. The astonishment in their eyes didn't diminish but grew even stronger instead. Little White's appearance was still relatively normal, but Elizabeth's appearance was indeed somewhat peculiar. Even these experienced universe stage martial warriors were perplexed. They felt that they saw something strange. They were even more astounded when they noticed that the fluctuations coming from Elizabeth were at the universe stage. This was a universe stage presence, and it appeared to be protecting the human martial warrior, fending off the surrounding chaotic beasts on his behalf. Was this the other party's pet? Similarly, Little Whites also left the 3 individuals secretly astonished. Countless avian star beasts flashed through their minds as they speculated Little White's origin, but none of them seemed to resemble this blood crow. This dark red crow was a little unique. It wasn't that their knowledge was lacking. It was clear that this crow was uncommon. Also, among all the universe behemoths they knew, there was no crow like this. For a moment all three of them were puzzled. Huh? Is there another bolt of lightning there? Suddenly, one of the martial warriors saw the lightning spirit flickering among the chaotic beast. He was confused as it was difficult to see clearly. Gasp, that's not lightning. It's a lightning spirit. However, as universe stage martial warriors, after observing for some time, they recognized the lightning and were shocked. These three beings amazed them 3 times. Does this lightning spirit belong to that student too? One of them asked the other two through voice transmission after some hesitation. Very likely. The other person nodded. Chapter 1736 Strike me, strike me, strike me. 2. Where did this person come from? How can he have 3 such strange subordinates at once? The 3 of them got curious about Wang Ting's identity. They guessed that Wang Ting might have some extraordinary background outside the 7th Stellar Academy. He wasn't an ordinary person. A suspected universe behemoth cub. A universe stage presence. A lightning spirit. Either one of them was exceptional. Even universe stage martial warriors like them would be lucky if they could get one of the 3, much less all 3 at once. Shall we help them? The 3 of them can't hold on much longer, one of them asked using voice transmission. Yes. Of course. This person's identity isn't simple and his potential is extraordinary. If we intervene now, it would be a timely assistance. The other 2 immediately decided to help without any hesitation. Let's go. The 3 of them stopped hiding and charged out from the chaotic current. They executed their attacks and hurled them at the chaotic beasts around them. Elizabeth was stunned. She was surprised when she saw the people who came. Are they here to help us? Don't worry, we're not enemies. One of them shouted. Elizabeth was skeptical at first, but with the addition of their assistance, the pressure on them immediately lessened. She sighed in relief. Roar. The chaotic beasts roared and attacked the crowd frantically. The battle got more and more intense. Until a certain moment, Wang Ting's aura suddenly erupted, instantly surpassing several times its previous level. Boom! An explosion occurred within Wang Ting's body. The whirlpool above his head gradually sunk into him. A terrifying aura suddenly burst forth from him. Is it happening? Elizabeth was overjoyed. Master is about to achieve a breakthrough. Little White was elated too. It let out a caw. He achieved a breakthrough. This aura is so powerful. It looks like this student's potential is truly frightening. He's only at the heaven stage, but he already possesses such a formidable aura. He must be extremely powerful. However, it's a little late for him to advance from the cosmos stage to the heaven stage. Most of the previous students had already made their breakthroughs. Could it be that he was building up his foundation? The 3 martial warriors were stunned again. They observed Wang Ting's breakthrough and discussed it in secret. These people assumed that Wang Ting had advanced from the cosmos stage to the heaven stage. They never considered any other possibilities. At the moment of Wang Ting's breakthrough, a token suddenly flew up from his body, radiating a brilliant light. That's the access token. Oh my, his time is up. What a coincidence. This was the token given to him by the guide after Wang Ting entered the chaotic Uncharted. In addition to allowing students to move around the transit island, this token also served another purpose, which was to locate the students' whereabouts. Once the time limit was up, it could prompt them to leave the chaotic Uncharted immediately. The token glowed brightly and a crack appeared in the air above it. A venerable voice then echoed from within the crack. Student Wang Ting, your time is up. Please leave immediately. A breakthrough? The voice behind the dimensional rift paused for a moment. Then, the person cleared his throat and spoke in a softer tone. Cough, never mind, you can finish the breakthrough first. The 3 universe stage martial warriors were stunned. Was that the guardian elder speaking? When did he become so kind and soft? They had been in the 7th Stellar Academy for many years, but had never seen him so amiable. While it was understandable that the guardian elder wouldn't force any student to leave the chaotic uncharted immediately during such a critical breakthrough moment like this level of friendliness was unprecedented. No further sound came from the dimensional rift, so they were unable to confirm if it was the stern guardian elder they knew. The 3 universe stage martial warriors were filled with curiosity. At this moment, Wang Ting, who was sitting cross-legged on the small celestial body, suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to have completed his transformation. A dazzling light burst forth from his eyes. Brilliant starlight. His deep and profound black eyes seemed to contain boundless starry skies. It looked divine. Finally, a breakthrough. Wang Ting stood up and felt the changes inside his body. He smiled uncontrollably. Master! Little White couldn't help but call out. Wang Ting snapped back to attention and immediately looked around. He noticed that Little White and Elizabeth were both seriously injured. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. These chaotic beasts were so troublesome. But, before he could do anything, boom! A terrifying clap of thunder was heard without any warning. Wang Ting's expression froze. He slowly raised his head. Another huge pitch-black crack appeared above his head again. Silver-white lightning flashed in the crack. The crack resembled a massive vertical eye. The lightning within it emanated a majestic and terrifying aura. The boundless pressure poured down like a torrent. Huh! A surprised exclamation came from behind the dimensional rift situated above the token. The chaotic beasts around them seemed frightened. They cried in alarm and hurriedly fled in panic towards the distance. They gave up attacking voluntarily. Sigma, degree, underscore. Chapter 1737 Strike me, strike me, strike me. 3. Wang Ting was immediately caught in a moment of self-doubt. What happened? What did he do? Why was there calamity lightning? And why did it look like it was going to strike him? The 3 universe stage martial warriors were stunned. They looked at the calamity lightning above Wang Ting's head in astonishment. They couldn't process what they were witnessing. Was it necessary to undergo calamity lightning when breaking through a stage? Did this person do something outrageous and immoral? They had never heard of any Cosmos stage martial warriors attracting a calamity lightning when advancing to the heaven stage. Such a phenomenon usually wouldn't occur even when breaking through to the heaven or eternal stage. Elizabeth and Little White were stunned too. However, they were more worried about Wang Ting. Their master was going to be struck by lightning. What should they do? That's right, lightning spirit. Elizabeth and Little White looked at the lightning spirit at the same time. Squeak! The lightning spirit looked at the calamity lightning and suddenly shuddered, as if it discovered something incredible. It exclaimed in delight. Squeak! Oh, asterisk, oh, leave it to me. The lightning spirit was already restless and excited. Boom! It sounded long, but everything happened in just a few breaths. Within the crack in the sky above Wang Ting's head, the lightning within had gathered to its utmost limit. Before anyone could react, it struck down. Wang Ting cursed in his mind. Without thinking, he took out his lightning slap and threw it above his head. Have a taste of my brick. The purple lightning slap rolled into the sky like a brave warrior facing the heavens, charging forward fearlessly. Boom! Terrifying lightning struck the lightning slap, unleashing a dazzling burst of lightning that illuminated the entire dark void, turning it into a bright expanse. The lightning slap seemed insignificant under the heavenly might of the lightning, but it managed to barely withstand the calamity lightning. The purple runes on the surface of the lightning slap glowed slightly. Large amounts of calamity lightning were absorbed into the lightning slap and fused with the power of the calamity lightning inside. Indeed, it could resist the calamity lightning because it contained the calamity lightning. Squeak! The lightning spirit became anxious upon seeing something competing for its food. It immediately rushed over and circled the lightning slap, voraciously devouring the calamity lightning. The 3 universe stage martial warriors were stunned. The powerful calamity lightning was blocked and didn't land on the student. What is that thing? One of them couldn't contain his curiosity. It looks like a brick? I don't. It just looks like one. It is a brick. The 3 of them saw the appearance of the lightning slap, but they found it unbelievable. A brick blocked the calamity lightning. This was insane. Boom! Another terrifying calamity lightning descended and struck towards Wang Ting. The lightning slap received it again. The lightning spirit was unwilling to fall behind and devoured the calamity lightning frantically. It was an excellent tonic for it. Usually, Wang Ting would only feed it a little bit every time. This time, it wanted to eat its fill, making up for the previous depletions. Calamity lightning struck down one after another. In the blink of an eye, 6 calamity lightning bolts struck down, but they were all blocked by the lightning slap. Of course, the lightning spirit had also put in the effort to devour a large amount of calamity lightning, causing the power of the calamity lightning to decrease considerably. One could not help but marvel at how the lightning spirit was truly a creature born and raised to consume lightning. Even in the face of the calamity lightning, it dared to devour it without hesitation. At this moment, the lightning spirit's body had expanded significantly. It was originally only the size of a head, but now it had expanded by at least 4 to 5 times. Its entire body emitted dazzling, thunderous light, resembling a chubby figure with a swollen belly. The 3 universe stage martial warriors were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The calamity lightning seemed a little angry when it realized that it couldn't hit Wang Ting. How could the calamity lightning have emotions? However, reality proved that it wanted to kill Wang Ting even more. More and more lightning was brewing in the crack above Wang Ting's head. The fissure was getting bigger and bigger. It was like a huge lightning pool that was hundreds of feet wide. The void that Wang Ting was in was enveloped by terrifying pressure. Ordinary people couldn't even get close to it. Even from a distance, the 3 universe stage martial warriors could feel the terror and their scalps went numb. They really could not understand why this student was facing such a terrifying calamity lightning just by advancing to the next stage. Wang Ting raised his head and frowned slightly when he looked at the lightning pool. Was the calamity lightning determined to kill him? The 7th calamity lightning that was about to take shape was probably far more powerful than the previous ones. Generally speaking, after 3 calamity flashes of lightning, its power would undergo a vast change. The 4th calamity lightning was twice as powerful as the 3rd one. However, it still couldn't do anything to Wang Ting. No, it couldn't do anything to the lightning slap. Now that another 3 calamity lightning had passed, the 7th one would be even more intense than before. The lightning slap and lightning spirit were probably reaching their limits and would not be able to withstand the next calamity lightning. If it didn't work out, he would have to do it himself. Come on. Come on. I'm not afraid of you. Isn't it just a calamity lightning? It wasn't like he wasn't struck by it before. Wang Ting's eyes shone brightly. He was determined. Within the lightning pool above, an endless convergence of lightning power gathered, manifesting the power of laws of origin and transforming into a terrifying thunder beast. The power of laws formed chains that coiled around its body, and its majestic thunderous eyes gazed down upon Wang Ting. Boom! The next moment, the lightning beast roared, and a surge of lightning energy burst forth, descending from above in a terrifying thunderous column. Everything in its path turned into a scene of destruction. Chapter 1738 Strike me, strike me, strike me! 4. Ancient God's Body. Wang Ting's expression turned serious as he bellowed in his heart. Boom! His energy and qi surged as golden blood circulated through his limbs and bones before finally converging at his heart, causing it to beat violently like a drum. A complex and mysterious golden pattern appeared at the center of his brow, exuding an aura of enigma. A majestic aura rose from Wang Ting's body, while faint golden light burst forth within him. It was as if a layer of golden armor had enveloped his body. The origin energy of chaos in his body erupted and surrounded Wang Ting. The ancient god's body seemed to possess a different power than before. This was the first time Wang Ting used the ancient god's body after he advanced to the cosmos stage. He wondered how powerful it was. Boom! Wang Ting took a step forward and turned into a golden ray of light as he charged towards the lightning pillar above his head. The two collided in midair, and time seemed to have froze for a moment. There was dead silence, and then, boom! Violent explosions reverberated in the void for a long time. Wang Ting's golden figure was completely enveloped by lightning. It was as if he was getting consumed. The three universe stage martial warriors broke out in a cold sweat on his behalf. Elizabeth and Little White were so nervous that their entire bodies were tense. They couldn't help but hold their breath. Can their master withstand such a terrifying calamity lightning? Boom! At this moment, the eighth bolt of calamity lightning landed. It formed a lightning pillar that was even thicker than before and struck Wang Ting. Gulp! The three universe stage martial warriors felt their brows twitching and their scalps tingling. They couldn't help but gulp their saliva. That student won't be struck to death, right? They exchanged glances with one another. This feels amazing. Suddenly, a loud laugh could be heard from the pillar of lightning. It actually had a sense of bravado. The three universe stage martial warriors were confused. Amazing? What's amazing? Just a moment ago, they were worried that Wang Ting would be struck to death, but instead, they heard his laughter. In particular, the word amazing was filled with a strong sense of mockery. This person needed to be beaten up. Bang! With a muffled sound, the thunderous radiance enveloping Wang Ting abruptly exploded. Wang Ting had thrown a punch that shattered the calamity lightning into pieces. This isn't enough. Again. Wang Ting gritted his teeth. He felt terrible after being struck by 2 bolts of lightning. His body was in pain. Even his ancient god's body couldn't completely offset the pain caused by the calamity lightning. However, when he activated the ancient god's body scripture, he discovered that this technique was being enhanced by the tempering of the calamity lightning. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Ordinary pill calamities were no longer enough to improve his ancient god's body. As a result, it had not improved much recently. This was great. He had just advanced to the cosmos stage, and this chaotic uncharted had bestowed him with a great gift. Calamity lightning tempering. It wasn't something you could encounter but couldn't seek. However, he also discovered a problem. It seemed that the ancient god's body improved partly because of the nourishment from the origin energy of chaos. While tempering it, it was being nourished at the same time. This caused his ancient god's body to slowly but steadily improve. I didn't expect there to be such benefits after converting all my force into chaos force. Wang Ting muttered to himself. If he had known earlier, he would have endured the first 6 calamity lightning himself and not given the lightning slap and lightning spirit a chance to perform. Fortunately, it was not too late. Come, let the calamity lightning be more violent. Strike me, strike me, strike me! Wang Ting looked at the sky. His eyes were filled with sincerity. He opened his arms and was prepared to embrace the calamity lightning. He was begging to be struck. The 3 universe stage martial warriors. Elizabeth. Little White. Lightning Spirit. Guardian Elder. Calamity lightning. This person must be crazy. Boom. Within the thunderous pool, the dreadful lightning churned and suddenly tilted slightly towards Wang Ting, releasing an endless rage. Die, bastard! Then, the entire pool of lightning emptied, forming a lightning waterfall. It poured down on his face. Wang Ting's legs went weak. The muscles on his face twitched. Was it too late to take back what he had just said? He felt that he could still be saved. The 3 universe stage martial warriors in the distance quickly retreated. Their faces were filled with shock. They felt that if they got too close they would die. Even Elizabeth and Little White hid far away. Master, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we really can't take that. Boom. In an instant, the lightning waterfall completely submerged Wang Ting's figure. Endless lightning power surged in all directions. The entire strange void then burst and all the celestial bodies disappeared under the bombardment of thunder and lightning. The 3 universe stage martial artists felt their hearts aching. They had yet to interact with this magical void, and it disappeared just like that. Damn it! The person who caused this calamity was the culprit. Return us our void. However, this person was probably going to die. Could he still live after all that? Even they felt that they might not be able to survive such a terrifying calamity. Lightning flashed continuously, and the lightning waterfall lasted for a long time. The lightning pool above his head slowly disappeared, as if it had completed its mission. In the end, the lightning waterfall slowly dissipated and no longer existed. The 3 universe stage martial artists, Elizabeth, Little White, and the others all looked over. A figure slowly appeared in the dissipating lightning. It was Wang Ting. Chapter 1739 Strike me, strike me, strike me. 5. He was in a disheveled state. His clothes were torn and most of his skin was scorched black. His long black hair was in a mess. Burp, Wang Ting burped. A mouthful of black smoke wafted out of his mouth. This appearance left everyone shocked beyond words, yet they couldn't help but find it both funny and exasperating. They were shocked because Wang Ting didn't seem to be injured. Despite his charred appearance from being struck by lightning, he was completely unharmed. Damn it, do you have to be so ruthless? Wang Ting pointed his middle finger above his head. Fortunately, he just broke through to the cosmos stage, so his ability increased greatly. Moreover, the continuous nourishment of his body by the origin energy of chaos allowed him to endure this trial. If not, he might have to resort to using his blank attributes to raise his ancient god's body again. If it was the old Wang Ting, he would need a stronger ancient god's body to withstand the last bolt of lightning. After Wang Ting advanced to the cosmos stage, he gained tremendous benefit. What he was displaying now was just a small part of the benefit. All his efforts and hardships were not in vain. He managed to create a scripture that was perfectly suited to himself. Silence. Seeing Wang Ting still energetically scolding others despite his appearance, the crowd couldn't help but feel speechless and marvel at his audacity. Even after being struck like this, he still dares to curse the calamity lightning. What a stubborn guy. Wang Ting, what did you do? Why did you attract the lightning calamity? The guardian elder's voice came from behind the dimensional rift. He seemed to have been suppressing his emotions for a long time. Guardian elder. Wang Ting regained his senses and immediately bowed at the dimensional rift. Then, he said innocently, honestly, I don't know what happened either. I just had a breakthrough and got struck by lightning. It's unreasonable. The guardian elder. Elder, do you know what happened? Can you enlighten me? Wang Ting asked. How will I know? The guardian elder wanted to curse, but considering that this person was the most promising talent they had received in the 7th Stellar Academy for years, he restrained himself and said, anything can happen in the chaos. Perhaps your breakthrough was somewhat special, which is why you attracted this calamity lightning. His voice had a hint of profound meaning, and though Wang Ting didn't fully understand what was going on, He could sense that it must be related to his breakthrough. He didn't give Wang Ting a chance to probe further. "All right, since you have completed your breakthrough, you can leave the chaotic uncharted with me. Your time is up." Wang Ting felt that the elder guardian was brushing him off, but he was relieved that he no longer pressed for answers. After all, it might be related to the scripture he had created, and he didn't want others to know about it. He quickly nodded and said, "Sure, please wait a moment. I'll like to go thank those senior brothers first." "Go ahead." The guardian elder didn't stop him. Wang Ting turned and looked at the 3 universe stage martial warriors. Then, he flew some towards them and bowed. "Thank you for your help just now. I'm Wang Ting and am extremely grateful." "You're welcome. We're all students from the 7th Stellar Academy. Since we met, we should help if we can," one of the men smiled and said. In reality, his heart was aching. He had originally planned to offer assistance to Wang Ting and then gain some insights into this peculiar void. However, the void had been destroyed by the calamity lightning, causing them to miss out on the opportunity. But he couldn't blame it on Wang Ting. What's more, whether it was Wang Ting's displayed strength or the guardian elder's attention to him, it was enough to make them take him seriously. So, it was better to pretend as if nothing had happened and establish a good relationship with him. "Seniors, can you leave me your contact details?" "I will remember this favor," Wang Ting said. "Forget about any favors. However, we can exchange contact information. We can keep in touch within the academy," the man said with a smile. He didn't show any arrogance of a universe stage martial warrior. Wang Ting kept quiet. Some things didn't need to be said. Since the other party helped him, he would remember it. He was a person who clearly distinguished between grudges and favors. He would remember grudges. He would also remember favors. Both parties exchanged contact numbers on their wristwatches. The 3 universe stage martial warriors knew that Wang Ting was leaving the chaotic uncharted soon, so they didn't say much. They didn't want to keep the guardian elder waiting for too long. Wang Ting kept Elizabeth, Little White, and the lightning spirit in his devour space. Then, he picked up the attribute bubbles and the golden light spheres around him. These were all good things left behind by universe stage chaotic beasts. They shouldn't be wasted. "Elder, I'm done," Wang Ting said to the dimensional rift after he was done. "If you come through the dimensional rift, you can return to the entrance," the guardian elder said calmly. Wang Ting was surprised. He immediately turned into a beam of light and dashed into the dimensional rift. The token disappeared too. In a blink of an eye, Wang Ting found himself back at the entrance of the whirlpool when he entered the chaotic uncharted. He looked down and saw the transit island. "I will come back." Wang Ting glanced at the transit island and recalled his trip in the chaotic uncharted. He felt that he had gained a lot. He felt that he had gained tremendous benefits and couldn't help but smile faintly. Then, he turned around and stepped into the whirlpool once more. Chapter 1740 Return. Freshman Leaderboard. 1. Wang Ting entered the passageway between the chaotic uncharted and the original universe. The vast and complete universe they were in was known as the original universe, exuding a sense of being at the center of the world. Perhaps every indigenous inhabitant here had such a self-important notion, just like how the Earth once believed it was at the center of the solar system. In reality, Earth was just a tiny life planet in the vast expanse of the universe. It was insignificant beyond measure. Gosh! The people of Earth once fell into a panic because of this realization. They weren't the only life forms in the universe, nor were they the most powerful life forms. This was awkward. Back to the main topic. After the previous experience, Wang Ting felt much better after entering the passageway. It could also be attributed to his enhanced spiritual power, which reduced the impact of the chaotic sensation on him significantly. That way, Wang Ting would have more energy to search for the attribute bubbles in the passageway. Space and time attributes were important to him, and he wouldn't let any of them slip by. Fortunately, the passageway didn't disappoint him. Not long after he entered the passageway, a few attribute bubbles appeared in front of Wang Ting. Oh my god! Time *35 time *50 space *350 space *420. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Ting smiled. He felt his space physique and time talent improving at a rapid pace. This felt amazing. It was as if he had activated a talent accelerator. His talents were rapidly soaring. What's more, they were extremely rare talents. So what if he was about to leave the chaotic uncharted? This wouldn't stop him from seizing the last opportunity to gain benefits. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity. With a snort in his heart, Wang Ting constantly scanned his surroundings, never idling for a moment. He searched for more attribute bubbles. Suddenly, his gaze paused as he spotted numerous attribute bubbles within a small time and space vortex. He immediately extended his spiritual power and picked them up one by one. Time *40 time *30 space *300 space *400 space *350. It had to be admitted that after Wang Ting advanced to the cosmos stage and devoured a large number of golden light spheres, his spiritual power increased many times. This time, he was more relaxed than before and stayed longer in the passageway. He walked leisurely amid the turbulent currents of time and space, as if strolling in a tranquil courtyard. He enjoyed the scenery of the chaotic time and space around him. Such a scene couldn't be seen outside. Outside the passageway, the guardian elder frowned. What was going on? Why hadn't he come out after staying inside for so long? Did something happen? It wasn't his fault for thinking too much. Wang Ting got struck by lightning in the chaotic uncharted. If such an incident could happen in the chaotic uncharted, who could guarantee that nothing unexpected would occur inside the passageway? What if the chaotic uncharted wanted to deliver a final blow to him at the last moment? It was quite dangerous just thinking about it. Speaking of which, even the Chaos Will was angered. What did he do? Did he touch the butt of the Chaos Will? Ha ha! This youngster might be a promising talent, but he was too troublesome. He had only been in the academy for a short time, and he was already revealing his true colors. No, I have to see what he's up to, the guardian elder muttered to himself. He immediately extended his spiritual power and entered the passageway to search for Wang Ting. That was when he saw Wang Ting strolling in the passageway. The guardian elder? In an instant, several question marks appeared above the guardian elder's head. What was this fellow doing? Even a formidable martial warrior like him couldn't see Wang Ting picking up the attribute bubbles. Hence, he thought that Wang Ting was taking a stroll. Well, this was probably the only way to describe what Wang Ting was doing. This brat. The guardian elder was speechless. He was furious. As Wang Ting was happily picking up the attributes, a slightly familiar, elderly voice suddenly sounded in his ears. It was none other than the guardian elder. Come out quickly. Why are you dawdling inside? Wang Ting stopped in his tracks. He felt a little frustrated and amused. Why are you rushing me when I'm just walking through a passageway? Do you have to be so impatient? He thought that the guardian elder hurried him because he didn't want to waste time on him. He didn't know that the guardian elder was just concerned he might get targeted by the Chaos Will. But, no matter what, Wang Ting didn't dare to disobey the other party. He replied to him with respect. Yes. Then, he increased his speed and dashed towards the other end of the passageway. What a pity. I wanted to stay longer. Wang Ting thought to himself helplessly. He scanned his surroundings and tried his best to pick up more attribute bubbles in his remaining time. Unfortunately, joyful moments always passed quickly. After all, the passage was limited, and he couldn't keep picking up attributes indefinitely. After some time, a ray of light appeared in front of him. This is the end. With a sense of nostalgia, Wang Ting cast one last look back before finally rushing out of the passageway. In the blink of an eye, the dizziness vanished. Wang Ting's spiritual power stopped circulating as he no longer needed to maintain the tense state of resisting the chaotic time and space. He let out a small sigh. Although he could stay longer in the passageway after his spiritual power advanced, it didn't mean that there was no pressure at all. Wang Ting glanced at his attributes board. Time: 1860/10,000 Space Physique. 23500/400000. 4th rank, not bad. Wang Ting nodded secretly. Chapter 1741 Return. Freshman Leaderboard. 2. His time attribute increased by a few hundred points and his space physique attribute also increased by a few thousand points. His mastery of both talents had significantly improved. Of course, not all of these attributes came from the passageway. Some were from the chaotic uncharted. Although the time and space attributes were rare, within the chaotic uncharted, various laws evolved so naturally, there were also time and space attributes present. Besides the laws of origin attributes, there were also some time and space talent attribute. Without these time and space talents, it would be impossible for Wang Ting to achieve such significant improvements solely relying on the attribute bubbles he obtained through the passageway. That was it. All in all, Wang Ting's journey through the chaotic uncharted was relatively successful. He accomplished most of what he needed to do. In the distance, a massive spacecraft hovered in midair. It was none other than the large spaceship that brought Wang Ting and others here. It was here to fetch the students again. Many students had already come out of the uncharted. They gathered in the lobby of the spacecraft and discussed their experiences within the uncharted excitedly. The atmosphere was lively. After all, this was their first time in the uncharted. This was a rare opportunity. Each one of them gained something to varying degrees, leading to significant improvements in their abilities. This added to their excitement. These students came out earlier than Wang Ting. They strictly adhered to the Academy's rules and left the uncharted once their time was up. They didn't dare to delay any longer. Unlike Wang Ting, who took his time and used every last moment. He even delayed his departure significantly. So, at this moment, they were all waiting for Wang Ting to return. Without him, the group wouldn't be completed, and the spaceship couldn't depart. In the crowd, Zhulong Shanji was brimming with pride. He was surrounded by a group of talented warriors who continuously praised and flattered him. Though he maintained a haughty and indifferent expression on his face, he still couldn't hide the smile on his face. However, he frowned when he scanned his surroundings and didn't see Wang Ting. That fellow hadn't come out? Yu Qiqiao, Yu Yunxian, and the others were gathered on one side. They couldn't help but feel anxious when they didn't see Wang Ting either. They were worried that something might have happened to him. At this moment, the eternal stage white-robed man standing in front of the spacecraft waved his hand and activated the panoramic simulation of the spacecraft. The scene outside appeared in front of everyone. Yu Qiqiao, Yu Yunxian, and the others were stunned. They suddenly saw Wang Ting's figure at the entrance of the chaotic uncharted. Wang Ting stretched his back and retracted his gaze from the attributes board. He looked around him. It was still the same as before, with a hazy and murky environment all around. Large whirlpools surrounded him, each representing the entrance to an uncharted. At this moment, he stood before one of these whirlpools. The stone plate at the side had the words Chaotic Uncharted carved on it. Not far away, an old man sat cross-legged like an ancient monk in meditation. His aura was obscure, and even couldn't see anything with his real eye. Guardian Elder. Wang Ting knew that this was probably the Guardian Elder who communicated with him earlier across space. Despite any inner thoughts or complaints, he immediately bowed respectfully. The Guardian Elder slowly opened his eyes and glanced at him. His gaze was incredibly profound, resembling two black holes. Wang Ting was stunned. "You're troublesome. Let's go to other chaotic uncharteds next time." "Don't come to me," the guardian elder said angrily. Wang Ting was speechless. Was he being looked down upon? "Ha ha ha, Wang Ting, if he doesn't want you, come to me next time." From a distance, a peal of hearty and aged laughter resounded. Wang Ting turned his head and realized that it was another elder stationed at the entrance of a different chaotic uncharted. He was an elder too and looked ordinary on the surface. However, Wang Ting knew that this elder wasn't simple. He immediately paid his respects with a bow. "I'm just joking. He can go wherever he wants. Why are you interfering?" The guardian elder guarding the chaotic uncharted Wang Ting entered snorted. "Humph, keep being stubborn." The other guardian elder laughed. Then, he asked curiously, "But I'm a little curious. Wang Ting, what did you do in the chaotic uncharted? Why does he dislike you so much?" "Wang Ting, can we just keep this a secret? This is embarrassing." Wang Ting didn't want to bring up the fact that he got struck by lightning. He felt that it wasn't something to boast about. What if the guardian elders looked down on him because of it? He didn't want to either. What was wrong with that chaos will? Why did it strike him with the calamity lightning? That was unreasonable. He got struck by the lightning calamity. The guardian elder of Wang Ting's uncharted glanced at Wang Ting and replied calmly. Silence. The other elders from the chaotic uncharted were speechless. They stared at Wang Ting strangely. "Elders, that wasn't my fault," Wang Ting still wanted to explain. "Hurry up and leave. Don't embarrass yourself here." The guardian elder interrupted Wang Ting and waved his hand in disdain. Wang Ting felt frustrated. He said helplessly, "All right, elder. See you again." Then, he turned into a beam of light and flew towards the spacecraft in the distance. Chapter 1742 Return. Freshman Leaderboard. 3. The talented martial warriors in the spacecraft also heard Wang Ting's conversation with the guardian elders from the chaotic uncharted. They had peculiar expressions on their faces. He got struck by lightning? What did Wang Ting do in the chaotic uncharted? Why was he struck by lightning? At that moment, the cabin door opened and Wang Ting flew in from the outside. He suddenly noticed that everyone was looking at him with weird expressions as if they were seeing something strange. Even the eternal stage white-robed man standing in front of the spacecraft couldn't help but glance at Wang Ting. "Wang Ting, over here!" Yu Qiqiao shouted at Wang Ting. Wang Ting blinked. He walked over and met up with Yu Qiqiao and the others. Yu Qiqiao was about to ask him a question, but the eternal stage man in a white robe opened his mouth and said, "Everyone is here. Let's return." The spacecraft vibrated slightly and changed its direction. It flew towards the 7th Stellar Academy. Many people suddenly turned pale. Everyone is here? But some people aren't back yet. It was obvious what this meant. The man in white glanced at everyone and said, "First, congratulations on returning from the uncharted. The survival rate for this uncharted trip is 86%. For those who haven't returned, their deaths have been confirmed." "What?" As soon as he finished speaking, a buzz of voices erupted around them. Some people died. Many people hadn't noticed the absence of some individuals. They only realized after hearing the words of the man in white. Many talented martial warriors who entered the uncharted died. The survival rate was 86%. Was it high? Well, it didn't seem low. Mind you, these were all talented martial warriors from the various territorial domains in the universe. The fact that some of them had died was shocking news. 14% of the talented martial warriors had perished. This was a huge loss. This news was like a bucket of cold water poured on the proud hearts of these talented warriors. There were areas suitable for freshmen in the uncharted. As long as they stayed in those areas, there wouldn't be much danger. There should be guides reminding them about this matter once they entered the uncharted. Thus, many people didn't encounter any dangers in the uncharted. They considered it a land of opportunity, never thinking they would die there. A moment ago, they were delighted by the opportunities they gained in the uncharted. Now, their joys had faded. Their expressions turned solemn. Of course, there were also a few individuals who still showed lingering fear on their faces. They had faced dangers in the uncharted but managed to return alive. They were luckier than those who died. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings. He was surprised too. I noticed that some people were missing, but I didn't expect them to be dead, Yu Qiqiao muttered. Her expression changed slightly. A 14% death rate might not seem high, but it's not low, Wang Ting said. As long as they stay in the Cosmostage areas, there shouldn't be any significant danger. What did they experience in the uncharted? How did they die? Yu Qiqiao frowned in confusion. Some people might not be able to resist venturing beyond the Cosmostage areas. Traiant Borat stood at the side and said. Yu Qiqiao was stunned for a moment before she understood what he meant. These talents from the various territorial domains were all extremely arrogant. While many might be able to control their desires and stay within the Cosmostage areas, some might consider themselves superior and venture outside. All talents felt that they were different from others. They felt that they could get better opportunities. Moreover, these people were entering the uncharted for the first time and might not have a proper understanding of its dangers. Naturally, there was a high chance of them encountering death. All the deaths were not accidental. They were inevitable. Wang Ting, did you step out of the Cosmostage area too? Yu Qiqiao suddenly saw Wang Ting's expression and asked. You didn't? Wang Ting asked her back. I didn't. I know my ability, Yu Qiqiao replied calmly. Borat and brother Yunxian must have gone out. Wang Ting smiled. He looked at Yunxian and Borat. Ha ha. Borat scratched his crown and chuckled. Yu Yunxian nodded. He didn't deny it. So, as you see, there are still many who ventured beyond the Cosmostage areas. It's just that some of them have strong enough abilities to survive, while others— Wang Ting didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Those who didn't return were not strong enough. This was the truth. With enough strength comes confidence, and lacking strength leads to arrogance as well as death. However, determining the strength of an individual was highly subjective and difficult to explain. The man in white clothing gave everyone some time to digest the information before continuing. Many of you have already advanced to the Cosmostage. Even if you haven't, you're not far away. Now that the freshman leaderboard has opened, try your best to climb higher. The higher your ranking on the freshman leaderboard, the more benefits you will receive. You could attract the attention of the instructors in the academy and may even become the personal disciple of a formidable martial warrior. You will be propelled to new heights. You are all talents from the various territorial domains. You came to the academy to cultivate and become formidable martial warriors. Besides relying on your efforts, the guidance of a supreme mentor is crucial. It will help you avoid many detours on your path to greatness. In summary, if you don't strive for success within the academy, the gap between each of you will widen due to various reasons. The strong will become stronger, and the weak will become even weaker. I hope that each one of you seizes every opportunity to become a powerhouse in the universe. Chapter 1743 Return. Freshman Leaderboard. 4. That's all I have to say. Your future depends on yourself. The man in white closed his eyes. He didn't plan to say anything else. However, his words impacted everyone greatly, leaving them in turmoil and uncertainty. It was obvious that the freshman leaderboard was a must-contend spot for these new students unless someone could ignore all the benefits it could bring. But, Just the opportunity to become a disciple of an instructor from the academy was already irresistible to them. One of the main reasons why these talented martial warriors came to the stellar academies was because of the academy's instructors. If these eternal stage martial warriors could become their masters, their growth would be faster. Rumors even suggest that there were existences beyond the eternal stage within the academies, and they represented the true depth and strength of the academies. All the top talents from the various territorial domains secretly hoped to gain the favor of eternal stage and above martial warriors. This would be a true step towards reaching the pinnacle. Of course, none of the talented martial warriors dared to voice out their thoughts. It would be audacious and unrealistic for them to speak of such matters. At this moment, everyone was determined to shine on the freshman leaderboard. Wang Ting's eyes shimmered too. He viewed this matter with high importance. If he was going to do it, he wanted to be the best. His goal was those above the eternal stage. If he could gain the favor of those formidable warriors and become their disciple, the Parkers family wouldn't be a threat. Wang Ting, this is a good opportunity. Yukikyo's eyes shone brightly. She said via voice transmission, if we can find a strong backing, we won't have to worry about our business being suppressed. Acknowledging a master isn't that simple. Those powerful martial warriors will want to observe us for some time first. Wang Ting wasn't that optimistic. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, now that we're back, we can start our business and accumulate more points. They will be useful later. Agree. Yu Qiqiao nodded in agreement with Wang Ting. Then, she asked curiously, have you advanced to the Cosmos stage? I can't tell your stage at all. When she asked this question, Yu Yunxian and Borat looked over. They were curious too. Guess. Wang Ting gave a mysterious smile. Humph. Yu Qiqiao snorted. I don't even need to guess. You must have achieved a breakthrough. Wang Ting smiled. He didn't say much and used his real eye to look at Yu Qiqiao. I can tell that you have advanced too. Seriously, I can't hide anything from you. Yu Qiqiao knew that Wang Ting had a way to see through her ability, so she felt exasperated. Borat, you advanced too. Wang Ting looked at the treant beside him. I was lucky. Borat gave a somewhat unpleasant and sinister smile. There's no such thing as luck in a breakthrough. Wang Ting gave him a meaningful look. This treant wasn't simple. Anyone would be stupid if they got fooled by his humble appearance. Wang Ting, you must have achieved a breakthrough too, but I can't tell, Borat said earnestly, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. This was a test. He was sure that Wang Ting had a breakthrough, but he couldn't see it. If he couldn't see it, it meant that there was a certain degree of uncertainty. Wang Ting smiled. He looked at Yu Yunxian and frowned. Brother Yunxian, did you meet any trouble? He didn't ask directly. He could see that Yu Yunxian hadn't broken through the celestial stage. He felt a certain camaraderie with this crown prince, which prompted him to ask. Yu Yunxian was not one to speak much, but he sensed the concern in Wang Ting's words and explained, my situation is somewhat special. That was it. However, one sentence was rare enough. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. He knew Yu Yunxian's condition, so he didn't probe further. Yu Qiqiao glanced at Yu Yunxian and thought of something. This crown prince was once contaminated by the dark force. However, she didn't say much either. Some things were better left unsaid. It was enough as long as she knew it herself. Oh right, why were you struck by lightning? Yu Qiqiao turned and asked Wang Ting curiously. Wang Ting was speechless. We can still be good friends if we don't talk about this. Tisk. Yu Qiqiao pouted. The more you say this, the more curious I am. Even Borat and Yu Yunxian looked at Wang Ting curiously. No one would get struck by lightning for no reason. There must be something fishy going on. However, Wang Ting remained tight-lipped. They were itching with curiosity, but they couldn't do anything. The spacecraft returned to the Cosmos Stage residential area and dropped off Wang Ting and his friend. Then, it flew away without turning back. After a month, Wang Ting felt a little nostalgic when he returned to his lodging. When do you plan to fight for the ranking on the freshman leaderboard? Yu Qiqiao asked. There's no hurry. Let's go back and have a comfortable bath, a meal, and a rest. Wang Ting stretched his back and said calmly, if they love to fight, let them fight. You have a big heart, Yu Qiqiao said. Do you know how to fight for the freshman leaderboard? Wang Ting asked. We can go and check. The Academy's intranet surely has some information about it, Yu Qiqiao suggested, admitting that she also didn't know the details. Why are you so impatient when you don't know? Wang Ting was frustrated. I'm not impatient. I just want you to go first. Yu Qiqiao smiled slyly. F***K. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. I almost got fooled by you. Haha, I'm just a weak woman with limited strength. I'll let powerful people like you go first, Yu Qiqiao said shamelessly. Do you even believe what you just said? Wang Ting glared at her and walked towards his estate. I'm leaving. We'll talk later. Seriously, everyone is eager to compete for the ranking, but you're so calm and composed. Yu Qiqiao shook her head and turned to walk back to her manor. She waved at Borat and Yu Yunxian. See you later. Borat and Yu Yunxian exchanged glances with each other and nodded. Then, they went back to their manor. They didn't seem to be in a hurry to fight for the ranking either. Wang Ting entered his manor and opened the door with his account on his wristwatch. He sighed. I wonder when Round Ball will be able to complete its life transition. It's so troublesome without it. In the past, he didn't need to open the door himself when entering. After returning to the manor, Wang Ting went to wash up. He felt refreshed, as if all the bad luck he brought out from the chaotic Uncharted had been swept away. Then, he took out the force dishes he kept in his space ring and ate them to his heart's content. Burp! He burped and lay on the soft 5 meters bed. Wang Ting didn't want to do anything now. He thought for a moment and took Chao Jiaojiao out of his space fragment. She was his subordinate, so he had to make good use of her. Come, give me a massage. Wang Ting turned over and said to Chao Jiaojiao. Chao Jiaojiao finally managed to catch her breath after coming out, only to realize that it was for a massage. She couldn't help but curse in her heart. Bastard! Why are you standing there? Hurry up, Wang Ting urged. Chao Jiaojiao bit her lips and walked forward with a humiliated expression. She kneeled on Wang Ting's back. Let's skip this part. Chapter 1744 Chaos Constellation Scripture 1. Humoa. Use more force. Yes, that's it. Use more force, more. An indescribable sound came from the room from time to time. It seemed as if someone was engaged in something indecent. Wang Ting lay on the 5 meters bed with his eyes closed. He seemed to be enjoying himself. The trip to the chaotic Uncharted was a little intense, even for someone like Wang Ting. Throughout the entire trip, he remained on edge. Now that he was back, he could finally relax. Chao Jiaojiao knelt on his back so she couldn't avoid having some close contact with his body. The strange noises around her made her blush even more. Even though she was a Cosmos stage martial warrior, she couldn't maintain her composure. After all, she was still a virgin. But, as time went by, Chao Jiaojiao gritted her teeth and got used to it. There was only one thought in her mind. This bastard can't get too smug. Ever since she became Wang Ting's servant, she had been repeatedly humiliated by Wang Ting, both physically and mentally. This was a huge blow to her. Sometimes, the more proud you were, the harder it was to accept such outcomes. Chao Jiaojiao belonged to this category. In the past, she was an elite in the Great Qian Empire. Even though her family wasn't among the absolute top tier, it was still impressive. Also, she felt that her talent wasn't weaker than the ladies from top families, even surpassing most of them. The fact that the youths from the Parker's family were captivated by her was enough to demonstrate her allure. Unfortunately, after Wang Ting came to the Great Qian Empire, everything changed. At first, she was merely suffering setbacks, but as time went on, her family was destroyed as well. Her father, Chao Hongtu, who was once an ambitious man, was captured by Wang Ting and became his slave. All her protective barriers were gradually stripped away by Wang Ting, leaving her exposed before him. Even after she became Wang Ting's slave, Wang Ting tortured her. He didn't treat her like an elite or goddess. She thought that even if she was a prisoner, she would be special. Which man could resist a beauty like her? But the outcome made her furious. Wang Ting didn't care about her. Most of the time, he would leave her in that space and take her out to use when he needed her. That wasn't all. He was also incredibly rude and insolent. He didn't spare her any dignity. This made her think of a word: taming. This jerk was taming her. He treated her like a real slave. Chao Jiaojiao wished she could take a chopper and chop this fellow to death. Why couldn't this man just drop dead? But she couldn't resist Wang Ting's atrocities. As Wang Ting got stronger, she felt more and more helpless. Her fate was like a thread, firmly grasped in the hands of the man in front of her. It might never be released. At this moment, many thoughts went through Chao Jiaojiao's mind. She stared at Wang Ting with complex emotions, her expression constantly shifting. One moment she was gritting her teeth, the next she was dejected. In the end, she sighed in her heart. Her gaze turned firm. She seemed to have made a decision. Suddenly, she bent down and leaned her voluptuous body against Wang Ting's. She breathed into his ear. Wang Ting was stunned. His voice abruptly fell silent. What was going on? Was this lady crazy? He turned his head stiffly and saw a beautiful face. What do you want to do? Wang Ting swallowed nervously, his voice tinged with unease. Isn't this what you wanted to see? Chao Jiaojiao pressed on Wang Ting's back, preventing him from getting up. She looked down at him like a queen, and a seductive smile appeared at the edge of her lips. Is there something wrong with her? Wang Ting stared at her in bewilderment. This thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Why? Are you afraid now? Chao Jiaojiao stared at Wang Ting intently. She felt a slight sense of joy in her heart. This fellow was just a paper tiger. Going against the grain might be effective. Afraid? Wang Ting chuckled as if he heard a joke. Why will I be afraid of you? Since you're in a hurry to embrace your fate, I'll help you achieve it. He suddenly flipped over and faced Chao Jiaojiao. That indescribable area on him happened to align with an equally indescribable area on Chao Jiaojiao. Wang Ting's part was undergoing an indescribable reaction at this moment too. Fortunately, they were still wearing their clothes. If not, you! Chao Jiaojiao trembled and she almost pulled back. The blush on her face became even more mesmerizing, and her eyes turned watery. What's wrong with you? Your complexion seems a bit off, Wang Ting pretended not to know and asked. Shameless! Chao Jiaojiao gritted her teeth and cursed. She couldn't control herself anymore. A strange feeling came from that indescribable part of her body, and she lost all her strength. She felt that she was playing with fire and wanted to retreat. But when she thought about her future, she decided to take a risk. Hence, she relaxed her body and sat down. Ugh! Two groans came out of their mouths almost at the same time. Wang Ting widened his eyes in pain and pleasure. This lady was crazy. How could she do this? Chapter 1745 Chaos Constellation Scripture 2. Chao Jiaojiao's face turned red. She stared at Wang Ting provocatively. Her body trembled slightly, but she stubbornly held on. She gave him an getting on top of you expression. Wang Ting was speechless. That indescribable part of his body felt extremely uncomfortable. It felt as if it was about to explode. This woman was ruthless. She was willing to sacrifice herself for her goal. However, he knew that this lady must have some ulterior motive. If not, she wouldn't make such a huge sacrifice. Tell me, what do you want to do? Wang Ting bore with the discomfort, maintaining a seemingly indifferent demeanor on the surface. He placed his hands behind his head as he spoke. I'm already your slave. I should be the one asking you what you want. Do you plan to trample on my dignity completely? Chow Jiao gritted her teeth. Look at what you're saying. Am I that outrageous? Wang Ting felt a little guilty. This lady was full of resentment. Did he go overboard? You know very well if you went overboard. Chow Jiao's face was flushed, but her voice had turned cold. Now, either kill me or leave me with a shred of dignity. Since I've already acknowledged you as my master, there's naturally no possibility of betrayal. Why do you have to degrade me like this? I've never degraded you, right? Wang Ting's expression turned peculiar as he pointed to her current posture. Chow Jiao. That's why you're worse than me, Wang Ting said. You're distorting the truth, Chow Jiao said angrily. That doesn't matter. You can get up first, Wang Ting said. You haven't promised me? Chow Jiao asked. Promise you what? Please understand your status first, Wang Ting said coldly. His expression changed instantly. I'm not getting up. You can kill me. Chow Jiao straightened her slender neck elegantly like a swan. You're quite tough. Wang Ting sneered. Do you think I want dare to kill you? Go ahead. I have no future. I'd rather die than be a slave with no dignity, Chow Jiao said firmly. Wang Ting stared intently into Chow Jiao's eyes. He wanted to see a hint of hesitation in her eyes, but there wasn't. I'll kill Chow Hongtu then. Sure. My relationship with my father has already been broken, Chow Jiao said indifferently. Heartless. Wang Ting was speechless. He had a whole new level of respect for this lady. She had gone all out. Chow Jiao met Wang Ting's gaze without showing any sign of weakness. She was mentally prepared for death. As she had said, she would rather die than live in humiliation. Wang Ting felt helpless. When someone wasn't afraid of death, all threats become ineffective. If you don't get up, I will use my trump card, Wang Ting said. You can't threaten me, Chow Jiao said resolutely. I will take off your clothes and hang you outside. Let's see how long you can last. Even if you die, it doesn't matter. I will hang you outside and let all the talented martial warriors from stellar academies admire you, Wang Ting said nonchalantly. You, Chow Jiao's face turned pale. She pointed at Wang Ting and exclaimed, You're a devil. Sigh, you only realize what kind of person I am after knowing me for so long? Wang Ting said. Chow Jiao had lost all her strength to struggle. Her beautiful eyes turned dim. She was unable to make Wang Ting budge an inch even after mentioning death. What else could she do to fight for her dignity? This time, she felt boundless despair. This devil, he never intended to let her go. Was she destined to live her whole life under his control? Chow Jiao dismounted from Wang Ting's body like a lifeless puppet and stood at the side as if resigned. Wang Ting finally heaved a sigh of relief, grimacing in discomfort. It was too agonizing. It was difficult to be a man. Who could resist such temptation? Fortunately, he managed to resist it. This was how a real man should be. He looked at Chow Jiao. He felt speechless when he saw her expression. Did he scare her too badly? But he couldn't yield to her demand. If he got threatened by a slave like her, he wouldn't be able to maintain his authority as a master in the future. Honestly, he almost relented. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Wang Ting grabbed Chow Jiao and pressed his knee on her body. Then, he slapped her. Slap! Ah, Wang Ting, what are you doing? Chow Jiao snapped back to her senses and cried. Her expression changed entirely. What am I doing? I'm hitting you to make you understand what it means to respect your master. You dared to threaten me, you impudent brat, Wang Ting said angrily, not stopping his hand as he continued to slap her. Slap, 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 ah, it hurts. Let me go, let me go. Chow Jiao Jiao struggled desperately, but she was no match for Wang Ting anymore. No matter how she flailed, she couldn't break free from his control. Slap, 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 the crisp sound of physical impact echoed in the room. It continued for quite a while. In the room, Wang Ting sat at the edge of the bed, facing Chow Jiao Jiao with flushed cheeks and tear streaks on her face. The lifeless demeanor she had before was long gone. It was replaced by a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. Behave? Wang Ting asked calmly. Chow Jiao Jiao felt humiliated, but she still nodded. She was scared. She had to back down. The man before her was truly a devil, and she couldn't contend with him. Pour a cup of tea, I'm thirsty, Wang Ting instructed. Chow Jiao Jiao obediently turned and walked to the side. She poured a cup of tea at the table and held it with both hands, offering it to Wang Ting. Chapter 1746 Chaos Constellation Scripture 3. So lowly. If one were to carefully observe her steps, they would notice that she was limping. She seemed to be injured. Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. He took a sip of the tea and his tone relaxed a little as he said, "Have a seat. I'll just stand." Embarrassment and indignation appeared on Chow Jiao Jiao's face again. She felt that Wang Ting was deliberately humiliating her. He knew she was hurt, yet he asked her to sit down. Wasn't he intentionally making fun of her? But this time, she didn't dare to push her luck anymore. She couldn't afford to provoke him, so she just replied to him obediently. Wang Ting finally realized it. He might have been a little too harsh just now, so he quickly cleared his throat and said, "Well, you can keep standing then. Tell me, what do you want?" Chow Jiao Jiao looked at Wang Ting timidly. She didn't dare to say anything. "Tell me, do you think I will eat you?" Wang Ting was speechless. "I don't dare to say it." Chow Jiao Jiao felt wronged. Wang Ting. Was the effect so good? A moment ago, she was still acting like a hero. Why was she so timid now? Indeed, women should be given a beating. "I won't hit you. Why don't you say it?" Wang Ting said patiently after complaining in his heart. Since this matter had to be solved, he decided to solve it today. He couldn't keep ignoring Chow Jiao Jiao. Wang Ting had initially planned to tame and train her well before releasing her for his use. After all, she was a beautiful lady with decent talent. It would be a waste to treat her as a mere decoration. As for enemies or whatever, it didn't matter anymore. He had emerged as the final winner. The other party was his slave now. As long as he became strong enough, no matter what tricks she had up her sleeve, he could quickly suppress her. "I want to live with dignity." Chow Jiao Jiao's eyes lit up when she saw Wang Ting's attitude softening. Her eyes shimmered and a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. "Speak properly." Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Chow Jiao Jiao remained silent for a moment before saying, "I want to cultivate." "You could have told me earlier. Why do you have to beat around the bush? If you had said it earlier, I might have agreed, and you wouldn't have had to endure this beating," Wang Ting remarked casually. Chow Jiao Jiao wanted to curse. "If you were this easy to talk to from the beginning, would I have not said it? This person is irritating." Chow Jiao Jiao felt like crying when she remembered how she got beaten up for no reason. Her tears were on the verge of falling again. "I agree to let you cultivate. You can continue cultivating in the future," Wang Ting said. "Really?" Chow Jiao Jiao stared at him in disbelief. "That was easy." "Come here," Wang Ting said. "What do you want?" Chow Jiao Jiao took a step back in fright. "I'm going to remove the force seal for you." "You don't want to?" "Forget it," Wang Ting said. "Wait, who says I don't want to?" Chow Jiao Jiao was anxious. She couldn't care anymore and hurriedly walked up to Wang Ting. "You just need a beating." Wang Ting patted Chow Jiao Jiao's body a few times and removed the force seal on her. During the process, it was inevitable that he touched a few sensitive areas. Chao Jiaojiao was furious but didn't dare to speak. She felt embarrassed and angry again. But soon, she became overwhelmed with joy as her force was restored. She didn't care about being taken advantage of anymore. After all, whatever advantage could be taken had already been taken, and a little more didn't matter. Chao Jiaojiao didn't realize that her thoughts had undergone a subtle change. Wang Ting's taming was effective. During this period, you can cultivate within this manner. Don't roam around recklessly. We are in the Stellar Academy. You're not a student here, so if you get caught, I won't vouch for you, Wang Ting explained. Stellar Academy. Chao Jiaojiao finally regained her senses. There was astonishment in her eyes. You entered the Stellar Academy. What do you think? Wang Ting asked. Chao Jiaojiao turned silent. She had been in the space fragment all this time, so she didn't know what happened outside, including Wang Ting's entry into the Stellar Academy. As a member of the Great Qian Empire, she was familiar with the Stellar Academies. The Academy's status was extremely prestigious, attracting countless talented martial warriors. She didn't expect Wang Ting, a warrior from a remote planet, to enter the Stellar Academies. This is the 7th Stellar Academy. Is it all right for me to stay in the manor? Chao Jiaojiao asked nervously. Rest assured, the Academy allows students to bring along a few servants, Wang Ting assured her. However, other areas within the Academy won't be open for you to wander around freely. Chao Jiaojiao heaved a sigh of relief. There was a hint of longing in her eyes again. This was the Stellar Academy. She wanted to go out and take a look, but her status didn't allow her to roam around. Go and cultivate. Wang Ting dismissed her. Chao Jiaojiao felt frustrated. This guy suddenly reverted to an attitude of not caring about her. Somehow, she felt a little disappointed. What am I thinking? Chao Jiaojiao's expression changed. She felt that she had become somewhat strange. Wang Ting smiled as he looked at Chao Jiaojiao's back view. He saw the change in Chao Jiaojiao. It showed that the training during this period hadn't been in vain. Sooner or later, he would make this lady his. This was just the start. Chapter 1747 Chaos Constellation Scripture 4. Wang Tingyue found the thought increasingly intriguing, but it was too evil. He quickly suppressed the idea and gradually immersed his mind in the attributes board. There were some changes to his attributes board after he advanced to the cosmos stage. Origin of life 100000 Origin of soul 100000 Spirit 1000/200000 Cosmos realm. First, there were the 3 basic attributes. After absorbing the golden light spheres, the upper limit of these 3 attributes increased. So much so that during this breakthrough, they directly doubled their growth limit. For instance, Wang Ting's origin of life originally had a limit of 30,000 points. That meant that he should have a limit of 60,000 points after advancing to the cosmos stage, since the limit would double. But now, because of the golden light spheres, his origin of life limit had increased to 50,000 points. Hence, it doubled to 100,000 points. There was a difference of 40,000 points. It was terrifying. It wasn't just the origin of life. The origin of soul was the same. At the same time, the realm of his spiritual power finally broke through the invisible barrier, and he smoothly ascended to the cosmos realm without any hindrance. The limit of his spirit attribute increased too. It reached 200,000 points. If he filled up all 200,000 points of attributes, Wang Ting's spiritual power would double that of a normal martial warrior. The limit of a normal martial warrior's spirit attribute was 100,000 points. This was the benefit the golden light spheres gave Wang Ting. However, he just broke through to the cosmos realm, so Wang Ting's spirit attribute was only at the early stage. He needed time to raise it. 200,000 points of attributes weren't easy to raise. Wang Ting felt hopeless just thinking about the number of attribute bubbles he needed to pick up in the future. The road ahead is long and distant. I shall seek from top to bottom and explore. Wang Ting sighed with emotion, then turned his gaze to another attribute value. Enlightenment. The enlightenment attribute had reached the universe realm, so it didn't advance another level this time. Wang Ting was a little disappointed. Although this attribute value also experienced slight improvements along with the enhancement of his origin of life and origin of soul, there wouldn't be any obstacles in normal circumstances. It could be raised freely, which was why his enlightenment far surpassed his spirit. Now, his enlightenment attribute was far ahead of the others, so he wasn't able to gain too many benefits from this advancement. As for his forces, they naturally reached the cosmos stage too. All the forces had reached the cosmos stage. Wang Ting's advancement this time was unique. In reality, Wang Ting merged all his forces into the Chaos Force. Chaos Force, as the name suggested, was the most fundamental and basic force. It was capable of evolving into any type of force. This had been Wang Ting's long-standing vision. He wanted to create a scripture that could simultaneously refine all forces. Now he succeeded. After comprehending in the chaotic uncharted for so long, he finally succeeded. This cultivation technique was arguably unprecedented and unrivaled. After all, not everyone possessed all the elements like him and even merged them. This approach was truly crazy. Chaos Force, Wang Ting muttered. He extended his palm, and a peculiar force flowed through his limbs and bones, gathering in his hand. This mass of force bore a striking resemblance to the origin energy of chaos within the chaotic uncharted. Even its color was an indescribable shade of chaos. However, under Wang Ting's control, this chaos force could transform into any type of force. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, ice, poison, all kinds of forces were evolving on his palm. Wang Ting was satisfied. Even his dark force had turned into chaos force. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about his dark force getting discovered. The dark force was nothing in front of the chaos force. If anyone dared to claim he had any connection to the dark apparitions in the future, he would simply strike them down with a burst of chaotic power. What name should I give this scripture? Wang Ting wondered to himself. He pondered as he observed the space within him that resembled a starry sky. Chaos, laws, simulation of the operation of the celestial universe. Why don't we call it the Chaos Constellation Scripture? It's perfect. I must be a genius at naming things. Wang Ting was extremely satisfied with the name he had chosen and immediately confirmed it. Unfortunately, it was only at the cosmos stage. When he advanced to the heaven stage in the future, he needed to continue refining it. Soon, Wang Ting found himself in a bit of a predicament. This scripture was incomplete. He was lucky enough to be able to refine it to the cosmos stage. If it weren't for the numerous opportunities he encountered within the chaotic uncharted and the sight of that peculiar void, which completed the final piece of the puzzle he had been comprehending, he wouldn't have been able to create this scripture at all. It would be almost impossible. It's too difficult. Why do I feel like I've dug a hole for myself? Wang Ting shook his head. He felt that the path ahead was shrouded in darkness. This matter gave him some psychological trauma. Creating this scripture had proven to be incredibly challenging. To be honest, he might not even be fully aware of how incredibly heaven-defying the scripture he created truly was, even if it could only be cultivated to the cosmos stage. Being unparalleled and unprecedented were vague concepts at best. Never mind, let's take one step at a time. Wang Ting took a deep breath and put this thought down temporarily. He wasn't the type to be easily discouraged. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ventured into creating such a heaven-defying scripture. This was a path that demanded immense determination to tread. Anyway, my consciousness seems to have merged with the sea of nihility. Wang Ting's mind was immersed in that mysterious realm. It felt exceptionally mystical. He felt as if he had entered his consciousness and the sea of nihility. The hallmark of advancing to the cosmic stage was the fusion of spirit and forces. From now on, they were indistinguishable from one another. This was probably why his consciousness and the sea of nihility merged. According to the records, this place seems to be called the inner cosmos. Wang Ting found some records of the cosmos stage from the Devour Nihility Beast's memory. After advancing to the cosmos stage, a universe would manifest within the martial warrior's body, akin to the celestial expanse but in a miniature form. This was why it was called an inner cosmos. It was said that when a martial warrior reached the god stage, they would hold power comparable to a god. At that time, they could expand and evolve the universe within their body, as well as turn it into a real universe. Wang Ting was flabbergasted when he saw the records. Could it be that the original universe they were in was the inner cosmos of a god-stage martial warrior? If that was the case, what were they? What was their cultivation for? Wang Ting's mind was in disarray. He was shaken by this revelation. In the past, he knew that there would be an inner cosmos in the body of a cosmos-stage martial warrior, but he hadn't dwelled on it much since he hadn't reached that level. Moreover, the inner cosmos formed within the bodies of ordinary martial artists differed greatly from the real universe. For instance, in the inner cosmos formed by metal element martial warriors, all the constellations and nebulas were formed by metal force. It wasn't the same for Wang Ting. Through the Chaos Constellation scripture, he evolved various laws and merged all his forces, making his inner cosmos extremely similar to the real universe. That was why Wang Ting had this frightening thought. Chapter 1748 The Changes in Round Ball and the Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion. An Accident. 1. Wang Ting sat alone in his room with his mind in turmoil. The sudden thought that had crossed his mind startled him and caught him off his guard. Frightening. Terrifying. In fact, it was absurd. Was it possible for the inner cosmos to evolve into a real universe? Wang Ting didn't know and didn't dare to think further. He felt like his fundamental beliefs were shaken and his worldview was on the verge of collapsing. If they were truly born, raised, cultivated within the inner cosmos of a formidable martial warrior, and their entire lives unfolded within it, what was the meaning of their existence? They were like ants struggling within a survival zone constructed by a giant. There was a profound sense of insignificance and misery. Sigh. After some time, he let out a long sigh and calmed down. He mustn't think about it anymore. If he continued, his resolution might collapse. Wang Ting made a concerted effort to rein in his thoughts and redirect his focus to his inner cosmos. After his advancement in the chaotic uncharted, he encountered a slew of events, so he didn't have the time to study his inner cosmos properly. He studied his body and observed the changes in his inner cosmos. There was a black hole in the middle of his inner cosmos. It was continuously devouring fragments of stars from the surrounding space. These were the fragments left behind after the explosions of the Force constellations. There was also a halo surrounding the black hole. It was the manifestation of his spiritual power. His spiritual power had merged with his force in a special way. Wang Ting sensed it carefully. His 9 treasures pagoda was nestled within the black hole. He could summon it out with a mere thought. At the same time, there were divine flames, water of netherworld, nether frost, and void mayflies, among others, floating around the inner cosmos in his body. It was no different from when he stored them in his consciousness. Wang Ting felt relieved. These were all his asset. There was no room for mishaps. There was also the space fragment and the devour space. They exited within his inner cosmos, yet seemed to operate independently. This was a weird feeling. It couldn't be explained with words. Wang Ting didn't dwell on it. After all, they couldn't run away. Is the transformation completed? Wang Ting wondered to himself. Suddenly, he remembered something and went into the Devour space. Within the dim expanse of the Devour space, a golden light sphere and a cyan ball of flame hovered in the air. Elizabeth, Little White, and the Lightning Spirit were watching at the side. They got injured and exhausted much of their energy to protect Wang Ting in the chaotic Uncharted. Naturally, Wang Ting wouldn't treat them badly. He gave the best healing pills to Elizabeth and Little White. Their injuries healed quickly as they weren't severely injured. As for the Lightning Spirit, it didn't need any extra rewards. It had absorbed enough lightning calamity and now resembled a chubby little creature. It looked quite amusing and comical. "Master!" Elizabeth and Little White greeted Wang Ting when they saw him. Wang Ting nodded. He asked, "When did this start?" "Just recently. We only noticed their abnormality less than 10 minutes ago," Elizabeth said. Wang Ting didn't probe further. He looked at Round Ball and the metal armor flaming scorpion's spheres of light. Were they going to come out together? Round Ball's golden light sphere gave off a dazzling golden radiance. The metal armor flaming scorpion was no less impressive. Green flames similar to the emerald glazed flames swept across the sky. The impact was astonishing. Wang Ting was filled with anticipation. It looked like the metal armor flaming scorpion had improved quite a bit. As time slowly passed in anticipation, Round Ball's golden light sphere suddenly emitted cracking sounds. It seemed to be on the verge of shattering. An endless stream of golden light burst forth from within, illuminating almost half of the Devour space. Wang Ting squinted and looked ahead. Boom! An explosion occurred and the golden light sphere exploded. They turned into countless golden specks of light that scattered and drifted down like a shower. A small figure appeared. It was Round Ball. "Hey, everyone is here. Are you here to welcome your Mr. Round Ball?" Round Ball laughed when it saw everyone. "Look at you." Wang Ting was caught between laughter and tears. The moment it opened its mouth, he knew that it was still the same old Round Ball. "Mr. Round Ball? Why don't you call yourself Master instead?" Ha ha ha! Round Ball didn't care about Wang Ting's complaints. It burst into laughter and flew over excitedly. "Wang Ting, look, I've advanced to the Heaven stage. I'm a Heaven stage intelligent life form now." "Alright, I can tell. Don't be so excited." Wang Ting looked at it helplessly. Why was it so excited? He wasn't even this excited when he advanced to the Cosmos stage. "Aren't you happy for me? I'm a Heaven stage intelligent life form now. Do you know how rare Heaven stage intelligent life forms are? Can you show some appreciation?" Round Ball pouted and said excitedly. "Alright, I understand. You're a Heaven stage intelligent life form now. Good, very good." Wang Ting nodded and praised it seriously. Round Ball was speechless. Something didn't feel right. It got praised but it didn't feel happy at all. Chapter 1749 The Changes in Round Ball and the Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion. An accident. Too, ha ha ha! Wang Ting burst out laughing. "I'm just joking. I'm happy to see you advancing to the Heaven stage." "Wang Ting, you're so evil. You fooled me," Round Ball said angrily. "Cough, don't say that. I'm just preventing you from getting too arrogant." Wang Ting pretended that he was doing this for its sake. "Do you want me to thank you?" Round Ball rolled its eyes. "Oh right, are there any changes after you advanced to the Heaven stage?" Wang Ting asked curiously. "My spiritual power has gotten stronger." Round Ball pondered for a moment before continuing. "My computing ability has also gotten stronger. I can hack into universe-level spacecraft and eternal-level spacecraft. I can do many things that I couldn't in the past. I might be able to find the top-secret information I couldn't in the past." Round Ball gave a mysterious smile towards the end. Wang Ting's eyes lit up uncontrollably. Compared to Round Ball's power, Wang Ting was more interested in its computational abilities. Wang Ting needed Round Ball's assistance in various aspects. An intelligent life form was extremely useful, especially to powerful martial warriors. They could provide convenience at any time. Good, you didn't eat all the golden light spheres for nothing. Wang Ting smiled happily. A heaven-stage intelligent life form was indeed extraordinary. He had yet to test it, but he was confident that Round Ball's ability had improved tremendously. He was certain that there would be occasions in the future where Round Ball's capabilities would prove incredibly valuable. Round Ball could tell that Wang Ting was genuinely happy when it saw his expression. It felt a little proud and smirked. "Do you understand how useful I am now?" Yes. Mr. Round Ball, please accept my humble knees." Wang Ting teased it. Round Ball rolled its eyes at Wang Ting. This fellow had no shame. Nevertheless, deep down, it was pleased. After all, its master held it in high regard. Things weren't easy for it. In the past, Wang Ting improved so quickly that it couldn't catch up with him. Its status was extremely low. No one could understand how miserable it felt. Now, it had finally caught up a little and could continue to fulfill its role. It didn't follow Wang Ting in vain. However, it didn't expect to advance to the heaven stage after following Wang Ting for such a short time. This was truly remarkable. Back when it followed its previous master, Nangong Yu, it remained at the cosmos stage for a really long time. There was no comparison. Boom! At this moment, another explosion was heard. Green flames swept out in all directions. Wang Ting and Round Ball immediately looked over. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion achieved a breakthrough too. Round Ball exclaimed in surprise. "After you devoured the golden light spheres, I allowed it to devour some golden light spheres too," Wang Ting said. "You know how to take advantage of every opportunity," Round Ball quipped. Wang Ting felt speechless. "Take advantage of every opportunity? What do you mean by take advantage?" "Keep quiet if you don't know what to say," Wang Ting replied angrily. Round Ball chuckled. It didn't mind. It looked at the center of the flames and remarked, "The metal armor Flaming Scorpion is about to advance to the mid-tier Imperial level. Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, it's not as powerful as Mr. Round Ball. Your strength isn't much, but your trash talk is pretty impressive. You keep calling yourself a mister." Wang Ting felt a little exasperated. "If we talk about strength, Elizabeth should be the boss." "I'll stay out of this," Elizabeth said with a faint smile. She had no interest in such matters. As long as she could help Wang Ting, she believed that her status wouldn't be low. "Look, Elizabeth doesn't want to get involved. That means I'm the boss." Round Ball looked at Elizabeth gratefully before looking smug. "In that case, defeat Little White and the metal armor Flaming Scorpion first," Wang Ting said. Let's win them over with virtue. There's no need to resort to violence." Round Ball choked and said in embarrassment. "In the universe, might is right," Wang Ting said seriously. "Humph, find me some spiritual power scriptures and battle technique. I will definitely be stronger than them after I cultivate." Round Ball snorted. "All right, I'll look for them later." Wang Ting pondered for a moment and nodded. Round Ball's spiritual power had reached the heaven realm. It would be a waste if it didn't cultivate some scriptures or battle technique. What's more, he didn't need to spend points to buy these scriptures from the academy. He just needed to look them up in the Devour Nihility Beast's memory. Having access to the vast treasury of knowledge in the Devour Nihility Beast's memory made many things much simpler and more convenient. It was an advantage that others didn't possess. Boom! As they spoke, an explosion came from the center of the green flames. Numerous flames erupted, and a massive figure slowly crawled out from within the inferno. Very soon, the appearance of the metal armor Flaming Scorpion was revealed to Wang Ting and the others. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion was vastly different from before. First and foremost, its size had increased at least 5-fold. It was gigantic. Its entire body was covered in layers of scale-like armor, radiating a cold metallic luster that made it resemble a true steel behemoth. At the same time, atop these scales were patterns of crimson and green flames that covered nearly every inch of its body, giving it an exceptionally mystical appearance. Chapter 1750 The Changes in Round Ball and the Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion. An Accident. 3. There was a crimson-green flame mark in the middle of its gigantic head. It resembled a cluster of roaring flames. This was the result of its daily nourishment by both the emerald-glazed flame and the soul of thousand beasts' flame. Originally born in the presence of the emerald-glazed flame, the metal armor flaming scorpion underwent a mutation, allowing its innate flame to possess the exquisite qualities of the emerald-glazed flame. Thus, it could withstand the nourishment of the emerald-glazed flame. The soul of thousand beasts' flame was a flame beneficial to all the star beasts in the world. Basking in its nourishment day by day brings tremendous benefit. Ever since Wang Ting obtained the soul of thousand beasts' flame, he had been using it to nourish Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. Thus, the metal armor flaming scorpion possessed a trace of the soul of thousand beasts' flame's flame power. With the help of these two divine flames, its fire talent became more powerful. The other change was in its attacking method. Instead of growing larger, its two massive pincers became smaller. It was now symmetrically proportioned to its body, and appeared more harmonious. It wasn't as conspicuously attention-grabbing as before, where others would immediately recognize the formidability of these pincers. Now, they might not appear as intimidating at first glance, but it would be a huge mistake to underestimate this pair of pincers. The pincers became sharper. When they opened and closed, they looked like sawteeth, glinting with a chilling light. A normal Cosmos stage martial warrior could be effortlessly severed in half by these pincers. Only martial warriors who specialized in physical skills could resist the pincers to some extent. Furthermore, its scorpion tail had grown longer. Previously, the scorpion's tail could only hang down from its tail to its head. Now, it could coil above its head, winding around for several loops like a giant python. The venomous hook on the tail resembled the fangs of a poisonous snake. It intermittently revealed itself, emanating a chilling glint that sends shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, atop that scorpion tail, a wisp of crimson and green flame burns, exuding threads of scorching heat that distorted the surrounding space. The change is quite big. Wang Ting sized up the metal armor flaming scorpion in surprise as he muttered to himself. Indeed, there's a huge change. The golden light spheres are truly remarkable. Based on the standards of star beasts, reaching the emperor level was already quite impressive for the metal armor flaming scorpion. After that, under the nourishment of the soul of thousand beasts' flame and eating many good stuff, it managed to reach the low-tier imperial level. Now, with the aid of the golden light spheres, it has broken through a very difficult bottleneck for itself and reached the mid-tier imperial level. Moreover, its innate talent seems to have improved significantly. It's truly quite amazing, Round Ball analyzed. The golden light spheres can enhance one's innate talent. It will be easier for you to cultivate in the future. Wang Ting nodded. Master, you gave me this opportunity. I will never forget it. The metal armor flaming scorpion flew over from afar and stopped in front of Wang Ting. It lowered its head and thanked Wang Ting. It heard Round Ball's words and knew that Wang Ting was the reason why it was able to reach this stage. Otherwise, it would have remained merely a lord-level star beast on Earth. You don't have to do this. Since you're my pet, I won't forget you. Wang Ting patted its head and smiled. The metal armor flaming scorpion was touched, but it didn't say anything. It scratched its head with its pincers and said, Master, I seem to have grasped a trace of the power of origin. Really? Wang Ting was shocked. He asked hurriedly, What origin is it? Origin of flame. The metal armor flaming scorpion lowered the coiled scorpion tail from above its head. Crimson-green flames danced around it, transforming into a small flame scorpion that bore a striking resemblance to the metal armor flaming scorpion itself. At the same time, peculiar fluctuations emanated with the dancing of the crimson-green flames, causing the surface of the small flame scorpion to crack and intertwine with intricate flame runes. It was a strange sight, fascinating. Wang Ting touched his chin and sized up the flame scorpion with a smile. I can understand why Little White grasped the power of origin. After all, it swallowed the blood essence of the blood crow ancestor, and its talent was enhanced. I didn't expect the metal armor flaming scorpion to grasp the power of origin too. Round Ball looked at the metal armor flaming scorpion in surprise. It's probably because of the divine flame. After I absorbed the golden light spheres, I naturally understood the origin of flame, metal armor flaming scorpion said. Is that so? Wang Ting and Round Ball exchanged glances and went into deep thought. Divine flames are naturally nurtured entities. They might inherently contain some power of laws of origin. The metal armor flaming scorpion, having been nourished by these two divine flames for a long time, along with the absorption of the golden light spheres, triggered an explosion of inspiration that allowed it to comprehend the origin of flame. It's a plausible explanation, Wang Ting said. That's probably the only explanation. Round Ball nodded. It's a good thing that it grasped the power of origin. The metal armor flaming scorpion gave me a huge surprise. Wang Ting smiled. This time, our entire team's strength has been elevated. We won't have to worry about getting ganged up on when we go out in the future, Round Ball laughed. Everyone found its remarks amusing and burst out laughing. Wang Ting didn't have much to say. He just transferred the metal armor flaming scorpion, Elizabeth, and Little White into his space fragment. The Devour space wasn't suitable for their cultivation and living. It was more comfortable to stay in the space fragment. Chapter 1751 The Changes in Round Ball and the Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion. An accident. However, considering their massive sizes, the space fragment seemed a little cramped now. Wang Ting needed to think of a way to expand his space fragment. After entering the space fragment, the floral fairy race came out to welcome them. They looked at Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion and exclaimed uncontrollably, "Wow, Little White and Big Metal have become bigger." Flower Angel skipped over and circled Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. She stared at them in amazement. Big Metal. Wang Ting's expression turned strange. How many nicknames did it have? Everyone called it differently. What's more, all the nicknames sounded funny. You little thing. The metal armor flaming scorpion hooked Flower Angel's collar with its pincers and placed her on its head. Ha ha ha, Flower Angel found it fun and laughed happily. She wasn't afraid at all. She even laid on the metal armor flaming scorpion's head and stared into its eyes. This little girl. Catalpa and the others couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation when they saw this scene. However, they weren't worried that the metal armor flaming scorpion would hurt Flower Angel. After interacting with it for a long time, they knew that the metal armor flaming scorpion wasn't as fierce as it looked. At least to them. Wang Ting was their master. Based on this point alone, it wouldn't hurt them. All the floral fairy race ladies gathered around Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion and chattered incessantly. They were amazed by their transformed appearances and couldn't contain their astonishment. As for Elizabeth, this was her first time here. The floral fairies were extremely curious about her too. Elizabeth had a gentle personality, so she quickly bonded with the innocent and pure-hearted floral fairies. The atmosphere was lively. In the distance, a peculiar tree was growing in an environment filled with the aura of light. Faint white light sprinkled from the tree's branches and leaves, creating an immensely sacred atmosphere. A figure clad in a white dress sat on a tree branch, swinging her two long legs as she looked at Little White, the metal armor flaming scorpion, Elizabeth, and the floral fairies. Sensing her gaze, Wang Ting nodded in her direction before vanishing. He appeared in his room. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to search for spiritual power scriptures and battle techniques for Round Ball. Wang Ting, there are a few messages for you. Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Who sent the messages? Wang Ting was stunned. He couldn't receive any messages from the outside world when he was in the chaotic Uncharted. Also, after coming back, he didn't have the chance to check his messages yet. Now that Round Ball was awake, everything was under its control again, so it promptly alerted Wang Ting when there was something new. It's from Anlan. Round Ball's voice changed slightly. Something wasn't right. You should take a look yourself. Wang Ting sensed that something was amiss. Before he could open his mouth, a screen appeared in front of him. The good thing about having Round Ball around was that it would prepare everything for Wang Ting without Wang Ting's reminder. What? Wang Ting's expression changed drastically when he saw the message on the screen. He jumped up from his bed. Don't panic. I've already contacted Anlan for you. You should ask him directly. Round Ball appeared beside him and consoled him. Lin Chuhan is missing. How can I not be worried? Wang Ting turned grim. An unusual wave of intense emotion surged within him. Anlan sent him many messages to inform him that Lin Chuhan was missing. However, he didn't receive them immediately because he was inside the chaotic Uncharted. At this moment, Wang Ting felt a pang of self-blame. He reproached himself for not immediately checking the messages right after leaving the chaotic Uncharted. That was why he only knew about it now. What's going on? Is it my enemy? I have many enemies, but only the third prince and the Parker's family have the ability to take Lin Chuhan away from a heaven stage martial warrior silently. Wang Ting clenched his fists tightly with a cold expression. His gaze turned sharp. It better not be you. If not, I will make you regret it. Killing intent boiled in his heart. Ultimately, it turned into worry and he could only pray in his heart. Chuhan, nothing must happen to you. Wang Ting, Anlan replied, Round Ball said. Quick, answer the call. Wang Ting said hurriedly. Round Ball nodded. It waved its hand and a hologram appeared. Anlan's face popped up. Anlan, what's going on? Wang Ting didn't have time for pleasantries and asked immediately. I'm ashamed. I don't know what happened either. A few days after you left, Lin Chuhan was cultivating within the manor and hadn't gone out for any missions. Yet, she vanished from the cultivation room suddenly. My spiritual power kept hovering outside the room, but I didn't notice her leaving, Anlan said apologetically. Are you saying that she disappeared in the manor? Wang Ting frowned and asked. Yes, nobody saw her leaving. There's no record of her leaving on the manor's surveillance system. I even asked her teammates, but they said that they had never seen Lin Chuhan, Anlan added. What did Uncle Wu, Old Han, and the others say? Wang Ting asked again. They didn't Lin Chuhan either. Anlan shook his head. Could it be that a universe stage or eternal stage martial warrior entered the manor silently and took Lin Chuhan away? Round Ball guessed. Since that person managed to elude Anlan's spiritual power, it means that he's at least an eternal stage martial warrior, Wang Ting said with a gloomy expression. That's right. With my spiritual power, even a universe stage martial warrior won't be able to evade my detection completely. Anlan nodded. He was extremely confident about this. This was because he was a divine spirit master like Wang Ting, and he was a heaven realm divine spirit master. Eternal stage martial warrior. Wang Ting muttered. He was in a bad mood. If an eternal stage martial warrior acted, who could stop him? Wang Ting, I'm sorry, Anlan apologized. Never mind, it's not your fault. Wang Ting shook his head. Is there anything I can do? Anlan asked. Continue to pay attention to the situation on your side. Contact me if there's any news, Wang Ting said. Okay. Anlan nodded. The call ended. Wang Ting sat in his room and went into deep thought. I have a clone beside Lin Chuhan. Nothing seems to have happened to that clone. When Wang Ting left previously, he left a clone behind just in case. After meeting Lin Chuhan again, he changed it to another modified clone. This clone contained a trace of power of origin, so it was stronger. Suddenly, he snapped back and realized that his clone hadn't sent any warnings and hadn't vanished either. This suggested that the clone might still be near Lin Chuhan. It was a breakthrough point. Wang Ting closed his eyes and sensed his clone's condition. The clone was in a dormant state. It would only send Wang Ting a warning if Lin Chuhan encountered a life-threatening situation. What he needed to do now was to activate the clone and see the situation around Lin Chuhan. However, when he established contact with the clone, he found his vision obscured, as if enveloped by a layer of mist. Nothing could be seen. Seal. It's sealed. Wang Ting sensed something and his thoughts churned intensely with agitation. Chapter 1752 I'll give you a chance. Come and challenge me. 1. Sealed. Wang Ting sensed that his clone was sealed so he couldn't see what was happening outside. This feeling couldn't be wrong. It must be a seal. Since Wang Ting had mastered sealing techniques himself, so he was not unfamiliar with this phenomenon. Therefore, he understood the situation clearly. Who is it? Even my clone got discovered. Wang Ting turned serious. Many thoughts went through his mind. His clone was well hidden, but it was still discovered and subsequently sealed. His opponent's strength and caution exceeded his expectation. However, one thing puzzled him. If it was an enemy, they could simply destroy the clone. Why bother sealing it? This approach seemed counterproductive. Unless the other party didn't have any hostile intent? But then, why would they silently take away Lin Chuhan? Wang Ting didn't understand. His mind was in a whirl. The most pressing issue was that he had lost his last lead and had no way of locating Lin Chuhan. He opened his eyes slowly. His face was a little gloomy. A suppressed emotion seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Wang Ting. Round Ball shouted worriedly. I'm fine, Wang Ting replied. Any clues? Round Ball couldn't help but ask. No. My clone is sealed so I can't find her location, Wang Ting replied. How did this happen? Round Ball was in disbelief. It hesitated before asking, what should we do now? We have no choice but to wait. Since the other party didn't destroy my clone and only sealed it, it means that Lin Chuhan is likely safe. We can only wait for the other party to look for us. Wang Ting shook his head. Let me see if I can use Lin Chuhan's wristwatch to locate her, Round Ball pondered and said. Is that possible? Wang Ting's eyes brightened as he remembered that Round Ball had just advanced to the heaven stage. It might indeed be feasible. I can only give it a try. After all, the virtual network is ultimately the virtual universe company's territory. I'm not sure if I can avoid detection, Round Ball replied. Just try your best. Wang Ting took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Okay. Round Ball nodded and disappeared on the spot. At first, it planned to cultivate, but now, he could only help Wang Ting to find Lin Chuhan first. Wang Ting sat quietly in the room for a while, making an effort to calm himself down. There was nothing he could do at the moment, so he could only wait. He mustn't let his emotions get the best of him. Sigh. After some time, he let out a long sigh. His inner turmoil gradually calmed down. Round Ball knew that he was anxious, so it didn't bring up the matter of cultivation, but he hadn't forgotten about it. He closed his eyes once more and immersed himself in the memories of the Devour Nihility beast. He was searching for a suitable spiritual power scripture and battle techniques for round balls cultivation. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. For the past 3 days there was no news from Wang Ting. On the other hand, the outside world was bustling with activity. On a plain within the academy, a massive stone monument hung suspended in midair. The names of many freshmen had already appeared on it. Freshman Leaderboard. This stone plate was the freshman leaderboard. 3 days ago, when the freshmen came back from the Uncharted, many of their abilities rose tremendously. They also learned that the freshman leaderboard had been activated. Many people started fighting for the rankings excitedly. Within 3 days, tens of thousands of names had appeared on the stone plate. But this wasn't all the new students. There were countless talented martial warriors from various territorial domains. The Grand Qian Empire alone had 1,000 individuals. Except for the top 10, the rest were almost evenly distributed among the 7 stellar academies. The 7 stellar academies had to ensure a sufficient student base to sustain their continuous growth. This was the consensus reached by the 7 stellar academies. Although there was competition, it wasn't a cutthroat competition. It was a healthy rivalry aimed at ensuring that their counterparts remained sufficiently strong. Thus, even though the 7th Stellar Academy was a little weaker, they still recruited a considerable number of students every year. At most, the number of students from the top 10 might be slightly fewer than those from the other stellar academies. In every territorial domain, there were a few factions like the Great Qian Empire. Hence, each stellar academy was able to recruit hundreds of students from each territorial domain. Considering all the territorial domains, the total number of students could reach nearly 100,000. So, the names on the stone monument at this moment weren't all the students. Many were still observing. The new students weren't the only ones paying attention to the freshman leaderboard. Some older students were paying attention too. The opening of the freshman leaderboard was the hottest event of the academy. Those well-known seniors within the academy had mostly risen through the ranks of the freshman leaderboard. To a large extent, the freshman leaderboard was an excellent opportunity for the instructors and senior students to observe the real talent. Some individuals might excel in the League of Talents, but upon entering the academy, they might lag and get caught up by others. However, the freshman leaderboard was different. Once the freshman leaderboard was opened, it would stand within the academy until the appearance of the next batch of new students. During this time, everyone could vie for positions on the freshman leaderboard. Thus, as long as someone caught up, the people at the front of the freshman leaderboard would be pushed down. A momentary rise didn't mean much. The true victors and the real formidable warriors were those who ultimately had the last laugh. This was why most people weren't in a hurry to contend for positions on the freshman leaderboard. Chapter 1753, I'll give you a chance. Come and challenge me. 2. There's a chance on the freshman leaderboard. A clamor erupted beside the stone tablet of the freshman leaderboard. Many onlookers noticed that the top spot of the freshman leaderboard had changed. There was a collective gasp of surprise, followed by a flurry of discussions. Zhulong Shan. The first place is Zhulong Shan. Benny became second place. Who is this Zhulong Shan? What a strange name. Zhulong. I know. This is the Solar Dragon race. It is a powerful race. Solar Dragon race? Is that the Solar Dragon race that took over the entire Solar Dragon territorial domain? That's right, that's the race. It's said that they possess the Solar Dragon body and are extremely powerful. Even the genius warriors of this race couldn't resist vying for a spot on the list. Amidst the discussions, ripples spread across the surface of the massive stone tablet. A muscular figure stepped out from within and appeared before the crowd. The fight for the freshman leaderboard was simple. They would enter the stone plates and fight with each other. However, this battle wasn't a real-life confrontation but a projection. This projection, replicated through the inscription on the stone tablet, was virtually indistinguishable from the real person and was capable of unleashing all the power of the person. It was amazing. This was similar to some functions of the virtual universe. This was done to prevent students from getting injured. The freshman leaderboard was designed to ignite competition among the students, not for them to fight to death. Many places could lead to death, such as the Uncharted. However, the freshman leaderboard wasn't one of them. Of course, although the battles on the freshman leaderboard were fought through replicated projections, the feeling was real. Hence, enlightenment could still be gained. Sometimes, battles were not solely about combat. The Academy encouraged each student to compete for the freshman leaderboard with the underlying intent of letting them engage in mutual combat, thereby gaining enlightenment through these battles. Zhulong Shan walked out of the stone plate and he looked down on the talented martial warriors around him. He seemed proud. After scanning the area and not finding the person he was looking for, a slight frown creased his brow. Then, he took a step forward and vanished from the spot. Is that Zhulong Shan? He's indeed powerful. I can't see through him. I'm angered by the way he looks at us. He seems to be looking down on everyone. Solar Dragon Race. Everyone watched Zhulong Shan departing with different expressions. Some were solemn, some discontented, some disdainful. The reactions were varied. Everyone present was a talented martial warrior. They had their pride, so being looked down upon naturally evoked a sense of resistance within them. Shortly after Zhulong Shan left, another pale young man emerged from within the stone tablet. After glancing around, he left in silence. It's Benny. Someone recognized the young man who walked out. It looks like he lost. This is unexpected. I remember that Benny came from the Witch Tower territorial domain, right? I heard that he's one of the top 10 in the League of Talent. He's very powerful. It's surprising that he was just newly ranked first and was already pushed down. This first place isn't definite. Many people haven't made their move, so this top spot is bound to be short-lived. What about Zhulong Shan? The Solar Dragon Race is powerful, but there are powerful presences in the other territorial domains too. It's hard to say. Yuqiqiao and Trant Borat stood in the sky and frowned when they saw the ranking on the stone plate. That fellow is in the first place. Yuqiqiao shook her head. He's very strong. Trant Borat's gaze flickered slightly. Oh! Yuqiqiao was surprised. Wang Ting once told her that this Trant was no ordinary individual. Now, even he felt that Zhulong Shan was mighty. It looked like Zhulong Shan was far from being just an average talented warrior. There was a reason for Benny's defeat. I wonder when Wang Ting will come out. It has been 3 days. Yuqiqiao wondered to herself. After some time, Zhulong Shan posted a message on the 7th Stellar Academy's internal web. Wang Ting, the Uncharted mission has ended. I have advanced to the Cosmos stage and have climbed to the top of the freshman leaderboard. I'll give you a chance. Come and challenge me. Arrogant and disdainful. He seemed to be telling everyone that if Wang Ting didn't challenge him, he was a coward. Many people were astounded when they heard this piece of news. Who was Wang Ting? Needless to say, many people already knew Wang Ting. As the unparalleled talent who ascended to the star rankings, his arrival at the Stellar Academy immediately drew significant attention. Zhulong Shan, having just secured the top spot on the freshman leaderboard, directed his arrow at Wang Ting. He even called him out personally. For a moment, all the new and old students in the academy were attracted by this scene. Many were ready to witness the commotion. Many people were wary of Wang Ting's ability. They didn't know how strong he was. Now that Zhulong Shan had jumped out, it gave them an opportunity to test the depths of Wang Ting's ability. However, some people were frustrated. They felt that this was an excellent opportunity to make a name for themselves, but Zhulong Shan snatched it from them. especially the top talents from the other territorial domains. They were unconvinced. What did Wang Ting do to be able to enter the star rankings while they couldn't? These individuals initially planned to seize an opportunity to surpass Wang Ting on the freshman leaderboard. This was a good idea. Unfortunately, after what Zhulong Shan did, he stole all the limelight. Even if they were to come forward now, the impact would likely be significantly discounted. However, 2 days after Zhulong Shan's words were heard, there was still no response from Wang Ting's side. Chapter 1754, I'll give you a chance. Come and challenge me. 3. It was as if he didn't care. The discussions outside grew more intense. Many people wondered if Wang Ting shy away from the battle and dare not come out and face Zhulong Shan because he lacked confidence. Wang Ting, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, keep your distance when you encounter me in the future. A talent from the star rankings? It's just an empty title. You're tarnishing the reputation of the real talents on the star rankings. Zhulong Shan spoke again. His words exuded an arrogant demeanor, brimming with disdain and mockery towards Wang Ting. Other students were greatly surprised upon hearing these words. Did he have a grudge against Wang Ting? His words were harsh and extremely offensive. Haha, this is getting interesting. Some people were filled with keen interest. They found this situation entertaining and were quite eager to see Wang Ting coming forward. How arrogant! Yu Qiqiao stomped her feet in anger when she heard these words. She was tied to Wang Ting because she hoped that he could help her to earn more points. Zhulong Shan's actions were ruining Wang Ting's reputation. He wouldn't be able to hold his head up high in the academy anymore. Every time a talent from the star rankings appears, it's bound to arouse jealousy among these talented martial warriors. One by one, they'll come forward trying to pull you down. Can you handle it? In the Academy Arbitration Association, Senior Wu De smiled and muttered to himself. On the third day, Wang Ting still didn't appear. This made everyone even more excited. They felt that things were getting more and more interesting. One was constantly provoking, the other unmoved. The conflict between the two would only deepen over time, making the events that follow even more captivating. As expected, Zhulong Shan spoke again. Are the martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire all good-for-nothings? Not only did a coward get first place in the League of Talents, but he also got onto the star rankings. This time, Zhulong Shan fired an attack at all the talented martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire. He intended to incite the outrage of the Empire's martial warriors. That way, Wang Ting would be obliged to come out. Zhulong Shan has gone too far. Anger burned in Yu Qiqiao's heart. She gritted her teeth and looked at Wang Ting's residence. Why isn't that fellow out yet? How can he remain calm? The other talented martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire were infuriated too. They started releasing their anger on the 7th Stellar Academy's internal web. He's just a clown. What right does he have to comment on the Great Qian Empire? That's right, the Solar Dragon race? I think it's the worm race. Why is a worm trying to challenge a real dragon? He's overestimating himself. No wonder Wang Ting doesn't want to appear. He doesn't care about this worm at all. Ha ha ha, you're just a worm. Come and crawl. There were people comparing the Solar Dragon race to worms on the internal web. All kinds of evil remarks were made. Many spectators were flabbergasted. These martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire had quite the audacity. They called the Solar Dragon race worms. They were stirring up a hornet's nest. However, many people were thoroughly enjoying this spectacle too. They were not afraid of the Solar Dragon race, and only found it amusing. The situation was getting more and more interesting by the minute. Pfft. In the Academy's Arbitration Association, Senior Wu De spat out a mouth of red wine and stared at the internal web with wide eyes. Well, well, they even dare to insult the solar dragon race. When Zhulongshan saw the comments, he was so angry that he smashed everything in his manner. Damn it, who is it? How dare they insult my solar dragon race? Find them. Bring me those who insulted my solar dragon clan. I will make them pay a price. Zhulongshan's blood boiled. He wanted to tear everything apart. He immediately ordered his men to track down the offenders. TSK, who started this? Seems like someone's got a sharp tongue. Yu Qiqiao stared at the online battle of tongues in astonishment. However, she was happy to see someone insulting Zhulongshan. The other party was too arrogant. He humiliated all the martial warriors from the great Qian Empire. Did he think that everyone was afraid of the solar dragon race? The solar dragon race held significant influence within the academy. If they wanted to identify a few individuals who posted comments on the internal web, they had the means to do so. Within half a day, Zhulongshan managed to find the people who insulted the solar dragon race using some method. In the end, it wasn't a group of people. It was just one person. A fatty. The fatty was the one posting all the comments insulting the solar dragon race. Zhulongshan wanted to confront the fatty, but the other party was sly. He hid in his manor and didn't step out at all. Zhulongshan was so angry that he smashed another pile of furniture. No way, it's Wade. Yu Qiqiao's expression turned strange when she knew the fatty's identity. Chapter 1755 Phoenix God Palace. Realm Space. 1 Wade. The fatty who made a name for himself in the great Qian Empire's League of Talents. This fellow got tormented by Wang Ting once, and his journey throughout the League of Talents was full of hardship. She felt that his journey was more challenging than any of the other talents. Yet, he managed to fight his way into the top 1,000, eventually securing a spot in the 7 Stellar Academies. Coincidentally, he entered the 7th Stellar Academy just like Wang Ting and Yu Qiqiao. When Yu Qiqiao found out that the person insulting the solar dragon race was Wade, she was so shocked that her jaws dropped. How many aliases did he have? She almost thought that all the martial warriors from the great Qian Empire were enraged. Also, how did he do it? Each person in the academy only had one internal network account. However, this fatty managed to create multiple aliases. It was unbelievable. If Zhulongshan didn't reveal Wade's photo, Yu Qiqiao wouldn't have thought that someone could do this. At the same time, a bunch of busybodies flooded into the academy's internal web and happily enjoyed the show. Pfft! This is so funny. The fatty is the only one cursing. He looks like a pervert. This photo captures his essence perfectly. He's quite the expert. Impressive, impressive. He's extremely courageous. Anyway, is there no one here from the great Qian Empire? Only the fatty came forward. I thought they were all united against a common foe. The others cursed too, just not as harshly. They stopped when they should. Haha, did they? Oh my god, Zhulongshan must hate him. He probably wants to kill him now. Ha ha ha, that fatty is hiding in his manor. Zhulongshan can't do anything to him. The academy's internal web was in complete chaos. It had been a long time since something like this happened in the academy. Most martial artists preferred quiet cultivation and disliked causing trouble. Only some new students would stir up things like this. However, when it comes to challenges, generally, if someone proposed it, the other party would immediately accept and not ignore it as Wang Ting did. Hence, a conflict wouldn't happen. At most, they would fight. The winner would gain a great reputation while the loser would leave in embarrassment. The loser would then come back another time to duel again. This was how it usually went. But, this time, insults were hurled even before the fight. The situation escalated quickly, to the point where even the main 7 Stellar Academy's website caught wind of it. Many individuals from other academies had also taken notice of this incident. It's Wang Ting. The great Qian Empire's Yu Yuanrui Ji Haochen and Timothy paid even more attention when they realized that this matter was related to Wang Ting. Who is Zhulong Shan? Where did he get the guts to challenge Wang Ting? Zhulong Shan, a member of the Solar Dragon race. He wants to challenge Wang Ting. I remember that he's the unparalleled talent who entered the star rankings, right? Isn't Zhulong Shan afraid of breaking his back? Haha, many people want to step on a talent on the star rankings to raise their reputation. Zhulong Shan is probably one of them. That depends on whether he has the ability. If not, he will be embarrassing himself. The Solar Dragon race shouldn't be weak. Ha ha ha, someone called the Solar Dragon race worms. This is satisfying. Wang Ting just joined the 7th Stellar Academy and trouble has already arisen. It looks like things won't remain quiet in the future either. The 7th Stellar Academy has been quiet for many years. This could be an opportunity for them to make a name for themselves. The talented martial warriors from the other 6 stellar academies joined in as spectators. Various discussions were posted on the main web of the 7 stellar academies. Many instructors and formidable martial warriors in the academy were alerted too. They observed the situation quietly. As instructors and formidable martial warriors, they wouldn't post on the forum like the other students. It would be inappropriate. The talents of the Solar Dragon race and the star rankings? Interesting. I wonder who will win? I'm guessing that it's the talent from the star rankings, Wang Ting. The Solar Dragon race is a little weaker. It's hard to say. The Solar Dragon race possesses great talents. If he had advanced to the Cosmos stage, there might be a significant breakthrough. Some instructors and formidable martial warriors were discussing secretly too. They were curious about the battle. This was because many instructors and formidable martial warriors had high expectations for Wang Ting, who had entered the star rankings. They had been keeping an eye on him since the very beginning. In Wang Ting's manner. In the cultivation room, Wang Ting was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. A small figure appeared at the side. It was Round Ball. It shook its head dejectedly and said, "Wang Ting, I didn't find her." Wang Ting sighed in his heart. He anticipated this outcome. He said, "Never mind, it's all right if you can't find her. We're looking for a needle in a haystack. This is just a waste of time. Let's stop here." "You're not looking anymore?" Round Ball hesitated. "I will look for her, but not this way and not now." Wang Ting shook his head. Round Ball looked at him intently and kept quiet. It could tell that Wang Ting was suppressing his emotions. He was more anxious than anyone. However, being anxious wouldn't help. He had to bury that feeling. Huh! Suddenly, it let out a soft exclamation. A sharp glint appeared in its eyes. "What is it?" Wang Ting's eyes lit up as he asked. Chapter 1756, Phoenix God Palace. Realm Space. 2. I received a message from Earth. It might be related to Lin Chuhan's disappearance, Round Ball said. A message from Earth? And it's related to Lin Chuhan's disappearance? Wang Ting was puzzled. Lin Chuhan was on Yumming Planet and was very far away from Earth. What was the connection? He didn't have time to ponder and asked quickly, "What is it?" "Take a look yourself." Round Ball's expression changed. It didn't know how to explain, so it opened the message directly. A screen appeared. It was a message from Wang Ting's parents. Wang Ting's urgency was palpable. There was finally some lead. Whether it was related or not, he had to grasp it. In a swift glance, he read through the contents of the message. Then, his face turned gloomy. Phoenix God Palace. Lin Chuxiao was taken away by the Phoenix God Palace. Lin Chuhan was also taken away by the Phoenix God Palace. This was what was written in the message. Wang Ting found it unbelievable. An organization had taken both of them away? It seems to be true. The time gap between their departures was about 10 days, which aligns with the journey from the Yumming planet to the Earth. The people from the Phoenix God Palace took Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxiao away, Roundball said. Did anything happen on Earth? Wang Ting asked. No one knew what might happen if outsiders landed on Earth. Fortunately, the Earth was his territory now. Even if there were outsiders, they couldn't touch the Earth. You don't have to worry about that. They left directly after taking Lin Chuxiao away. They didn't stay on Earth, Roundball said. That's good. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. He frowned and asked, Anyway, do you know what kind of organization the Phoenix God Palace is? I just checked. There isn't much information. I only know the tip of the iceberg. Roundball hesitated. Tell me about it. Don't waste time, Wang Ting hurried it. In summary, this is an immensely vast and mysterious faction in the universe. It's said to be composed entirely of women, each possessing incredibly formidable talents. Powerful individuals are groomed in every generation, and there might even be presences above the eternal stage. Their strength is extraordinary, and they stand independent of all major territorial domains. They hold a transcendent status, Roundball quickly explained. Eternal stage and above? Is the Phoenix God Palace so powerful? Wang Ting was astounded. Many related records describe it similarly. There's little room for error, Roundball replied. Why would such a powerful force take Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxiao away? Wang Ting was puzzled. To make them their disciples, Roundball answered. Didn't I say that they will search for talented women all around the universe and bring them back to the Phoenix God Palace for grooming? Fine, they can do that. But why didn't they leave any information behind? It's not some unspeakable secret, Wang Ting questioned. That brings us to the Phoenix God Palace's style of doing things. They're a bit domineering. Roundball chose its words carefully. Domineering? Wang Ting laughed incredulously. They just take people away without a word. What the hell is that? To put it bluntly, they are too high and mighty. They don't care about other people's feelings, Roundball said helplessly. F***K. Wang Ting cursed. Then, he asked curiously, how do you know so much? That's what all the information related to them says. Roundball raised its eyebrows and chuckled. It's understandable. Think about it, they're a group of women living together and all they do is cultivate. Without the presence of men, their temperaments are bound to become a little strange. Roundball had a lewd expression as it spoke. F***K. Wang Ting cursed again. What about Lin Chuhan? Will she become like this in the future? Wang Ting immediately shook his head when he thought about Lin Chuhan turning into an old spinster. He didn't dare to think further. In his mind, the people in the Phoenix God Palace were all eccentric old spinsters. Well, that's hard to say. I've heard that the peculiar changes in their personalities might also be related to the scriptures they practice. You better get her out sooner, or else. Roundball didn't finish its sentence. The warning was clear. Is it related to scriptures? Wang Ting frowned. If that was the case, it could be troublesome. Lin Chuhan had already been taken away, and she would likely practice their scripture later on. It was only a matter of time before her personality changed. But this is good news. At least they weren't kidnapped by your enemies, Roundball consoled him. Wang Ting felt exasperated. What was going on? How did his fiancée end up being taken away to a land of mad women? Was heaven planning to keep him single for life? How ruthless! Why did they choose Lin Chuhan? Her talent is decent but not exceptional. Why would a powerful faction like that be interested in her? Wang Ting couldn't understand. Maybe they have some special talent? Roundball guessed. It's possible for Lin Chuxia. Her talent is special, and Lin Chuhan. Never mind, it's useless to talk about this now. Wang Ting shook his head and asked, "Do you know where the Phoenix God Palace is?" Chapter 1757 Phoenix God Palace. Realm Space. 3. I don't know. Round Ball shook its head. But you can ask around the academy. Some eternal stage martial warriors might know about it. Did Lin Chuxia leave any other leads? Wang Ting frowned and asked. No. Lin Chuxia secretly conveyed this information to your parents so that they can tell you, Round Ball replied. Sigh. It looks like the other party is determined to take Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia away. They didn't leave any information for us. Wang Ting sighed and gritted his teeth. I hope that nothing will happen to them. If not, I will tear down that Phoenix God Palace. I don't want to discourage you, but am afraid you can't do it with your current ability. Round Ball said with a strange expression. The Phoenix God Palace is a much more powerful force compared to the Parker's family. Humph! Wang Ting's face turned black. He snorted and said, Even if I can't do it now, I will in the future. If anything happens to Lin Chuhan, I will not let them off. I will capture all the crazy ladies in the Phoenix God Palace and sell them as slaves. Such intense resentment. Round Ball was taken aback. It felt that Wang Ting might truly have developed a deep hatred for the Phoenix God Palace. Given its understanding of Wang Ting, if he were to acquire that kind of power in the future, he would do what he said. Gosh, why does it feel a little thrilling? However, powerful forces like the Phoenix God Palace, having existed in the universe for so many years, had a strong foundation and possessed an unimaginable wealth of resources. They couldn't be easily shaken. Round Ball felt that it should persuade Wang Ting in case he did something foolish. Thus, it opened its mouth. I think that you should think of a way to secretly rescue Lin Chuhan. It's not that we're not capable, it's just that the enemy is too powerful. For now, a direct confrontation was not an option. I know. Wang Ting remained calm. He sighed and said, All we can do now is gather information about the Phoenix God Palace while we enhance our abilities. He knew that he wasn't the Phoenix God Palace's match currently. They could easily overpower him with just one of their formidable martial warriors. Even if he were to go there now, he wouldn't be able to rescue the Lin sisters from that scary place. I'm glad you're thinking that way. I was worried you might act impulsively and try to take on the impossible. Round Ball smiled and reassured him, Don't worry too much. The rumors might just be rumors. The scriptures of the Phoenix God Palace might not affect one's personality. In that case, it might be a good thing for Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia to enter the Phoenix God Palace. If they cultivate there, they can raise their ability quickly, and you won't have to keep worrying about them. You have a point, Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. Let's not dwell on it. Either way, we need to make the most of our time to improve our strength. Why do I feel that after entering the Stellar Academy, the opponents we faced became stronger? Wang Ting said helplessly, Just when I was excited about advancing to the Cosmos stage, reality immediately threw a bucket of cold water on me. That's normal. A Cosmos stage martial warrior is just the guardian of a galaxy in a low-tier civilization like the Olant Federation. It's not as remarkable as it may seem, Round Ball replied. You're right. Wang Ting nodded and didn't say more. He changed the topic. I found a few spiritual power scriptures and battle techniques for you. Take a look and see which one you want. Round Ball's eyes lit up. It was touched. It didn't expect Wang Ting to care about its cultivation even in this situation. What scriptures do you have? Round Ball asked directly. I searched through the Devour Nihility Beast's memory and found 3 relatively powerful spiritual power scriptures. Wang Ting started his explanation. The first is the Buddha's Sutra I cultivated. However, this scripture isn't complete. It only includes the cultivation methods for the first 3 levels, which allows you to cultivate to the universe stage. Beyond that, it's missing and will need to complete it later. But it's said that this technique is quite mysterious, and I don't know where the other parts of the Buddha's Sutra are. It all depends on chance. Also, the cultivation of this scripture is very painful. You need to go through many trials and hardships. I've tried it myself, no doubt about it. Buddha's Sutra? That's the technique that had you going through a near-death experience and almost left you with a paralyzed face after completing it, Round Ball remarked, rubbing its chin. Wang Ting. Look at what it was saying. He was explaining seriously, but this fellow was laughing at him. Cough, what scriptures do you have? Round Ball noticed that his face was a little black, so it coughed awkwardly and continued asking. The second spiritual technique is called the whale visualization scripture. It's a visualization-based technique where you imagine yourself as a giant whale, swimming through the vast ocean of space. Through this, you refine your spiritual power and enhance your abilities, Wang Ting continued. Anything else? Round Ball frowned. The third spiritual technique is called the Dragon Crest Avalanche Scripture. It's also a visualization technique, but this time, you visualize dragon scales forming the body of a dragon that crashes into mountains, honing your spiritual power. Wang Ting paused for a moment before continuing. However, this technique has a few drawbacks. Dragons are legendary creatures. They are rare, making it difficult to visualize it. Also, I feel that the Dragon Crest Avalanche scripture is a little incomplete. It only focuses on visualizing dragon scales, rather than the entire dragon. It seems like it's missing the bigger picture. I suspect the creator of this technique had limited abilities, and could only develop a visualization technique to this extent. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.